Grown adults will get on the internet and say things like, "Why is this movie about the protagonist, the titular character? Just walk into the ocean. I cannot help you." At 8:30 precisely, the frogs beyond the hills scream. I didn't mean to make this so ominous. I meant literally at 8:30 every day from spring to autumn, frogs in the woods over yonder hills will yell in unison, usually for about 20 to 30 minutes. I was working at a kid's birthday party and one of the little 5-year-old girls noticed my necklace and said, "I love your necklace." And another girl said, "I love, 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 love your necklace." And all the other girls started competing for who loved my necklace more by adding more love to their sentences. And then one girl just said, "It's not that great." The other day, I started writing an office romance, but I quickly remembered that I have no idea what working in an office is like. As opposed to your vast personal experience in romance. You know, if Romeo had just cried on Juliet's corpse for a couple of hours instead of drinking poison, right then they would have been fine. The moral of the story is, always take time to cry for a few hours before making important decisions. How do we explain to 40-plus-year-olds online that you can't just every sentence with ... without conveying a really ominous vibe, lol. I love that this post has informed me that thousands of other people my age are terrified by totally innocuous messages from parents, professors, and bosses. Working in retail is so effing crazy. It's like an alternate universe. One time, I was scanning some deli cheese and the customer said, "That's on sale for however much." And I said, "Oh yeah, that's a good deal. Deli stuff can be expensive." Then he says, "It's for my friend. Do you want to meet my friend?" And at this point, I'm effing terrified, and he opens his jacket, and sitting in the inside pocket is a tiny dog. I remember in year 2, there was a girl who had literally never had a haircut, so her hair was ridiculously long. Imagine Rapunzel, basically. And she always complained about it, but her mom wouldn't let her get it cut. So one day at recess, she put an entire pack of chewed gum in her hair at the exact length she wanted it cut to. She came in the next day with her hair cut how she wanted it and a smug grin on her face, and I knew that that girl was going places. My mom has a friend who has a failed program service dog, and he's literally my favorite creature. He's a really smart lab. He learned all the commands, but he just has an affinity for doing them whenever he wants. So this lady's dog literally turns on-off lights, opens doors, opens the fridge, etc. at his own wishes. Her house looks like it's baby-proofed, with kid-safe locks on everything and stuff, but really she just has a dog that's learned all the mobility service dog commands, but has a mind of his own. Chaotic good boy. My nephew likes to play McDonald's, which is what you'd expect it to be. He says, "Welcome to McDonald's. How may I help you?" After you order, he says, "Okay, coming right up," and pretends to give you your food. He has another game called Silly McDonald's, which is the same thing, except no matter what you order, he says, "Here's your cold hamburger." I know I'm biased, but he's a comedic genius as far as I'm concerned. To be totally fair to Willy Wonka, at least a couple of those candy factory casualties involved kids deliberately circumventing reasonable safeguards, sometimes aided and abetted by the parents who were supposed to be supervising them. What happened is at most 60% his fault. Oompa loompa doopity-dare, the court finds you breached your duty of care. Oompa loompa doopity-disc, that's what the courts call assumption of risk. One time when I was a barista, I was telling my coworker that I suddenly really missed cows. I used to work with cows all the time back home, and then I moved away, and suddenly it had been 4 years, and nary a cow. 15 minutes later, this old guy came up to the counter with his address written on a napkin. And he said, "Me and my wife have a whole herd of Dexters and a couple of new calves. Come on over anytime." So after work, I was like, okay, F it. And I drove to the address and I parked at the gate and I walked down the driveway to the barn. And this woman was like, "Oh, my husband told me you might stop by. Come see our cows." And she introduced me to every single cow. Made my whole week. Thank you, cow couple. Children outside screaming. Annoying, but ultimately for the greater good. Children need going outside and screaming time for proper emotional development. An auditory burden I am willing to bear. Neighbor with his car he made louder on purpose. Jail for neighbor. Jail for 10,000 years. Imitation is the sincerest form of flattery, my mom said as my 3rd grade bully repeated everything I said in a caveman voice. Wait! Is Mr. Beast an actual person? I always just assumed that was a strawman hypothetical of like worst possible stereotypical famous YouTuber. Developing allergies as an adult is so weird because you're just going about your life assuming you've got the basics of existing in a corporeal form figured out, and suddenly it's just, what the bleep? Why am I on fire? Never mind, it turned out I just inhaled cayenne pepper. False alarm. Update. Guess who's allergic to cayenne pepper? My brother was making fun of me and our other brother for having the same haircut, and we were immediately like, what the bleep are you talking about? You had this exact same haircut like a year ago. This is your haircut too, bleep. So we start arguing back and forth until our mom stops us and says, come here. And she brings out her ID from when she was a teenager, and it's the same haircut. Family curse that makes it so at least one person a generation has a mullet at any given time. Told my cabbie for the 3 a.m. airport trip that I was feeling a bit nauseous, and he immediately took my bag away from me and said, trip to the airport is $12. I'll drive slow. And then he did. No fast corners, very gentle stops at the lights, and I was willing to pay the extra few dollars for it. But when the meter hit $12, he clicked stop and let me ride the rest of the way free. And it might just be the insanity of waking up at 2:30 after 4 hours of sleep, but I was really emotional about it. Like, okay, Mr. Sandeep, the world is still good, actually.
I got the word jacuzzi and Yakuza confused, say. Now I'm in hot water with the Japanese mafia. I don't want to like it, but I did. Like it or not, I'm in a steamy situation. Oh my god, now I'm making the pun.
Shout out to all those lovely humans out there who say love you to their friends when they hang up the phone or leave their presence. It's just such a small thing that's going a long way to normalize platonic love and friendship. Friendship is not less than romantic love. It's just different. Friendship is love. Romance is love. Love is love. Did it hurt, X? Did what hurt? When you broke through the Earth's crust ascending from hell. I'm yours. When you've got time, yeah, I've got time.
Me when I've got time. Intimacy with another person.
Quick, someone who's never seen Scooby-Doo 2 Monsters Unleashed. Explain what's happening.
Not possible. Everyone's seen Scooby-Doo 2 Monsters Unleashed. That's how I knew the rest of the line. Because I watched it too.
How to English Q. Word. Q. Pronunciation. Kyo. Write down 5 letters. Only pronounce the first letter. My God. What makes us human? Probably not that. When you email your professor at 2 a.m. and they respond within a minute. Once in college at 3 a.m., I couldn't get my printer to print out my assignment that was due at 9 a.m., so I emailed my professor with, I am Sleeping Beauty and someday my print will come. In the meantime, here's an electronic copy. And she emailed me back in like 5 minutes telling me that she laughed so hard that she startled her dog awake. The best part is that the art installation isn't actually called The Bean, it's called The Cloud Gate. And the artist Anish Kapoor, yes, that Anish Kapoor, hates that we call it The Bean. But I mean, look at it. It's a bean.
Happening now, paint the bean. Pinkish pink to annoy the sculptor Anish Kapoor.
You're telling me a gar licked this bread? A North American freshwater fish of the family Lepisostidae.
Good job, Hush.
Thank you, Jerry. Next time you speak out of turn, I'm going to kill you. A helpful visual.
What was that?
Funny Tumblr posts make me go ha ha. 9 to 5 is bull. Unpaid lunch breaks are bull. Working all day to go home and have 2 hours of free time before bed is bull. 5-day work weeks is bull. Working yourself to death is bull. Retiring at 65, unlikely, is bullshit. Starting your adult life in debt from student loans is bullshit. Giving your kids 7 hours of school and then homework to ready themselves for the never-ending grind is bullshit. It is so frustrating that we have one chance at life on this earth and humanity chose taxes and credit scores and pollution instead of floating in the ocean and eating fruit and hanging out. Hey man, that was the sigh of late-stage capitalism, gamers. Okay, so unlike a million other people, I didn't read the book in the middle of school. So imagine when I watched the movie finally, all innocent like thinking I was just going to be a cute little adventure movie. False! This movie ripped my heart out and it threw it onto the ground! Hashtag rude! We don't talk about this movie. It doesn't exist. Sorry. Bet signed by everyone alive. $5,000 to $6,000. Oh, I remember signing this bet. Oh, so that's what that was for. The only reason there are pyramids in Egypt is because they're too heavy to be carried to the British Museum.
Jeff, this isn't a joke. This is legitimately true.
Friday, post-horse mouth bird. Ned, how do I remove this from my memory?
You can't! He lives there now.
Okay, we're gonna take a little pause here, gamers, because this is literally just a post that says yes 391 times. I am not going to read yes 391 times for your sick, disgusting satisfaction. I refuse, sir. You get nothing. You do not pass go. You do not collect $200. You do not get 391 yeses. You get 2. Yes. Yes.
You support gay rights, so you must be gay.
I support animal rights. Do I look like a fucking alpaca to you? Turns out I'm gay.
Holy shit. How'd this alpaca learn how to type?
Diversity win! The alpaca is gay!
Isn't this the plot to Emperor's New Groove?
Yeah, the gay alpaca to gay Cusco, Cusco's cock, the cock to kill Cusco.
Girls are like strawberries. Sometimes they're in the grocery store. Okay.
He yelled at me until we adopted him.
Aw.
Hey, buddy.
But what are the orange, green, and purple ones?
Orange, you want to go outside?
Purple, shushing noises. Green, do you want me to call your mommy?
Happy Worm Boy is yell at sky.
Why scream? He's challenging the gods.
Extremely Ramstein voice.
Do hats fit?
Do hats fit my frog? Do hats fit my frog, or do they fit my dog?
This is beautiful. It truly symbolizes the simplicity between life and death, good and evil, right and wrong. But in the end, it's still our own path we take, and our own hearts that we hold in our hands. Truly a masterpiece.
This is a Yu-Gi-Oh card.
A dozen beautiful men should give me fresh baked cinnamon rolls and a full body massage, and as much red wine as I want immediately. Question mark, I guess you can reblog this, but I hope the people that did know that it's about me, not them. You're advocating for men to come to my house and bring delicious treats to me, not you!
We want good things for you.
Go get what you deserve, bro.
Male, female, oh dear lord no. I identify as a problem. You ever wear fingerless gloves and hold a hot drink and immediately feel like a 1900s Victorian urchin taking a break from pickpocketing to gratefully accept meal from the soup kitchen?
How did you know?
Baby boomers.
Why do millennials just work 2 jobs?
Minimum wage jobs. Okay, so we need at least 4 full days of availability. Must work holidays. Can't request a set schedule. Must work weekends. And you'll never know what day or what time you're going to work until the schedule comes out. Smiley face.
Millennials. So we'll get the schedule 2 weeks in advance, right? Minimum wage job.
Nah.
Millennials. When will we get it?
It's a surprise.
What if we kissed on a broom? And we were both cats.
They were broom mates.
Oh my god, they were broom mates. Ugh.
If you don't pick a day to relax, your body will pick it for you.
Yeah, bud. I was on the grind nonstop for a few months until my body said, haha, watch this, and took me out of work for 3 weeks. Sometimes it will take the rest of your life. I can't stress this enough. I wish I could get through to everyone I know. If you try to organize and be productive with every minute of your day, eventually your body will pull the rug out from under you in a dramatic fashion, and you may end up being able to do very little at all. In a world that has no sympathy for people who need rest. So rest now, and work on making sure the people around you know it's okay to rest. It's April 13th. You know what that means. Fetch me Neil.
Neil banging out the tunes. April 13th, 2006.
It's like a Smash Bros. Intro.
Super Smash Brothers. Neil.
I really like stickers, but at the same time, I don't, because once you stick them somewhere, that's it. It's finished. I'm just not emotionally stable enough for that responsibility.
Well, I've been waiting for this post my whole life.
I was trying to explain this to someone one day, and they basically told me I was crazy.
You are crazy. Yeah, you're pretty crazy. Oh, wow, now you're overreacting. I think you're being pretty weird right now. Yeah, you're just overreacting, and you're crazy. I definitely didn't even say anything before. Just starts gaslighting you.
Radiation is insane. There are rocks out there that pull the seams of your organs apart if you stand too close to them.
Some rocks really do have auras. Unfortunately, the auras eat and die energy. Hashtag, why don't you Oppenheimer this dick in your mouth?
Wait, are there really new people joining this site? I thought it was a hoax. Hey, if you're new here, look at him, take some gum. Yeah, take it. Take the gum.
Take the gum.
Take it.
Take the gum.
Take it.
Take the gum. Take the gum. Take the gum. Take the gum.
I'm sorry. I was so sorry. Take the gum. I was just a little nervous.
Yeah,
it's okay.
just being a crazy guy.
Go for it. Just take the gum.
Just grab a piece. A little piece of that gum.
An action being punishable by a fine basically means legal for rich people.
Oh, wow, I won't stay a proper rich guy, and if I said, hey, it's illegal to drink on the street, he'd respond with,
Nah, it just costs £150, isn't it?
or you can't park here.
Yeah, it costs £35 to park here.
Like, literally, that's how he saw fines. It was just how much you pay to do things.
Do you have any advice for a 10-year-old?
Get off the internet.
And eat as much dirt as you can before it becomes socially unacceptable. Hurry before society tells you to stop.
Jesus, Jerry, stop telling children to eat dirt on the internet.
Get out of my room, mother!
The reason I stay up late is because I don't want my free time to end and tomorrow to start.
I feel so called out and yet so understood.
Just when you think things might improve, the corona wipes out the XD variant.
Terrar, I'm a dinosaur us all to death. You had an antibody, but I eated it. XD.
Icon vaccines? Please hit me with your car. I want a vampire character who is allergic to garlic, specifically because they were allergic to garlic as human. Despite popular myths, they never encountered another vampire who has this issue, and they get super defensive when anyone brings it up. Yes, I'm allergic to garlic because some people are allergic to garlic. Not everything is about vampires. Me entering any museum. Man, I'm so excited to learn all the thing. Also me.
Gift shop, gift shop, gift shop.
I read that as shoplift originally, and I just thought they were gonna steal all the paintings.
There are two dragons inside of you. One hoards knowledge and the other hoards trinkets. They're both very excited when you bring them to the museum. Apologies for being all scribbly from my band, but this is Jason and Mark.
Pitch, a Muppet movie where the Muppets play D&D, and it cuts between the Muppets around the table and the fantasy being acted out, but instead of it just being the Muppets dressed up in D&D fantasy costumes, it's celebrity actors, but the Muppets do the voices, and the actors have to act how those Muppets would. Imagine a barbarian played by Jason Momoa voiced by Miss Piggy.
Literally me when I play D&D.
Just walked my dog past a guy sitting in his car in the dark with the headlights on playing Lose Yourself by Eminem so loud it was crystal clear through the shut windows, and just gripping onto the steering wheel and staring straight ahead motionlessly. Good luck, man. I've been there. May your soul be overgrown with moss. May your veins fill with rainwater and your lungs swell with flowers. Is this a curse or a blessing? Either way, lay it on me, boys.
People who sleep without socks on make me worry.
People who sleep with socks are not to be trusted.
People who sleep are weird.
I was a sock once.
When I was reading the book Entangled Life, which is about a fungi, and the author Merlin Sheldrick said that once he got his first author's copy, he was going to dampen the pages and use them to grow oyster mushrooms and yeast, and then use the yeast to brew beer, and then drink the beer with the mushrooms to complete the cycle of fungal knowledge. I was like, really and truly, this guy gets it. Americans have literally no banter.
I don't know what country this is coming from, but we've probably beaten you in a war at some point.
I'm American.
Civil War.
Hashtag America, I'll kick anyone's I'll kick your I'll kick your dog. I'll kick my own.
March of 2022. Getting food and there's a hand sanitizer machine at the door that is dusty and missing the sanitizer. And it's like fucking remnants of COVID, like this is some defunct land horror shit. Peel off social distancing stickers on the floor and fucking nightmare. Just sneeze in my mouth at this point, I guess. I don't... If a werewolf dies, but they were an organ donor, does someone get a new kidney that turns into a wolf kidney once a month? Imagine having a feeling of pure bloodlust radiating from one side of your mid-back approximately every 28 days. I don't need to imagine. I love small joys so much! Exclamation point times 4. Yes, I love my coffee in my favorite mug! Exclamation point times 3. I love the sun piling in the window! I love the wind on my face! I love my blanket over my lap! I love the clouds in the sky! I am seeking joy in every moment! I don't know who this is, but they've obviously not started paying their student loans yet. Me staring at my calculator app for 45 seconds before I remember I was trying to open my clock app to set an alarm. But there's numbers on the screen. That's a calculator. I don't get it. As a child, I thought it to be important to establish secret code phrases with everyone I knew in the event that I had to quickly distinguish them from their evil identical twin. Like if they're standing side by side both going, "No, I'm the real one," and I have to decide which one to shoot. I'd just be like, "Oh yeah, what's the password?" And the imposter would go, and my real friend would go, "Frogball 9000," and I'd fucking blast the other guy away. Needless to say, this has saved me countless time. As an evil identical twin of Hush himself, I can say this happens quite often, and that's why—
I got you! What are you doing in my booth? Get out of my booth.
What's this? Tumblr? Ew. Where's the nice guys? We teach kids to fear animals like rats, snakes, spiders, etc. that are harmless 99% of the time. But do we ever warn them about the real danger? Why does it have teeth on its tongue? I'm a gooseologist, and I can tell you that geese live on a healthy diet of children's souls, which can only be properly chewed with unholy tongue teeth.
I feel no man, but that thing, it scares me.
Wakes up at a reasonable hour, stays in bed for 2 more hours. Goes to bed at a reasonable hour, stays awake for 2 more hours. Both. Universities love making their websites a fucking maze.
University websites love to tell you to email a guy who died 5 years ago.
There is no one correct interpretation of a book/film. In fact, there are as many interpretations as there are readers/watchers. However, I think it's important to point out that my interpretation
is always a bit more correct. I choose you, and I'll choose you over and over. Without pause, without doubt, in a heartbeat, I'll keep choosing you. Me when I go to a restaurant and order the same meal I order every time. And have different energy. Who the f*** is sending
Dr. T.J. Eckelberg, oculist. I hope your eyes are nice and healthy, Stuart. I'll make sure to check back with you tomorrow.
Tried Wendy's for the first time today. Treated like burger.
Tasted! They did not put me on the grill.
Plunk his hand in the water, pulls out a live lobster and answers it like a thou.
Places lobster gently back into the tank. Wrong number. I guess you can say telemarketers are real bottom feeders, don't you think? God. Why? Imagine water didn't reflect and was clear always, and you could look at the ocean from above and see literally every huge f***ing looking thing that lives in it, no matter how deep. You fly over the Pacific once and you never sleep again for the rest of your life. It's really the little things that make this planet habitable, huh? That's why I do my part and make sure to in the ocean every time I see it. It was a huge disappointment as a child to fall in love with the stars and then find out how much math it requires to get anywhere near them. Shout out to everyone that had a dream career or ideal life but were roadblocked by math. It's not rude to interrupt someone to point out a dog.
It's actually more polite because then they don't miss out on a dog.
I will not lie to you, audience. I do this actively during the day. And then I say, sorry, ADHD dog moment. What do you need?
Benefits of living in a lighthouse. No fake friends, just real friends. The only ones who will come out for your godforsaken lighthouse to hang. Lots of stairs, so you don't need a gym membership. When you look out the window and sigh mournfully, it's cinematic depression, not just regular depression. Minimum requirements: 1 large dog, Ceratine cable knit sweaters, 1 mysterious but tragic past, 2 pair of fingerless wool gloves, increased likelihood of mermaid encounters, effortless windsurfing sweep look, complemented by a soft lantern glow. Free salt scrub!
What I imagine heterosexual marriage to be like. Brad, hey hon, what's for dinner?
Vegetable soup.
What? It's just that I had a really long day at work and I was hoping for a little more than vegetable soup.
I'm f***ing your brother.
The post was very controversial within the heterosexual community.
Happy St. Patrick's Day from the Muppets. Pepe, why'd you pinch me?
Because you're not wearing any green.
Pepe, I am green.
Well, you're not wearing any clothes, and that's a problem too.
I've been laughing about this for days now. Not to be that person, but I feel like sometimes Shrek being so memeable prevents people from seeing how truly revolutionary and radical the first two films really were.
Okay, let him cook.
A child's fairy tale that argues that no, ugliness does not mean bad and beautiful does not mean good. A fairy tale that argues that everyone deserves love, even those cast out of the margins of society. A fairy tale that dares to have a female protagonist not be conventionally attractive or helpless. A fairy tale that argues that love does not happen at first sight, but it grows through mutual respect and interest. That's pretty f***ing sick if you ask me.
Well, he cooked, and I give that a well done. You go into a creepy mansion, and there's a cloaked figure learning how to play the organ from a YouTube tutorial on their phone. You leave them to it.
We need to start being annoying the same way blue-eyed people have been annoying for years. My eyes are coffee brown with a hint of olive and earthy soil, but on rainy days they become like more like brown wood. You know, like King Arthur's table, I guess. Take strand of hair, puts it behind ear, looks left and right really fast. If you look at them in the sunlight, they become almost golden though, so it's really hard to pin them down. Yeah, no, it's crazy. I was just born like that, I guess.
What they don't tell you about those little handbaskets in grocery stores is if you put enough things in them, they get heavy. My favorite trope is janitor in headphones continues cleaning through extreme action.
I've been the janitor in the headphones, and trust me when I say it's an act. We just don't want to be involved in the nonsense.
Maybe if you go to bed, you'll feel better in the morning.
It's literally just the human version of,
Have you tried turning it off and on again?
what have you done?
Say what you will, old people gossip is so much more entertaining than young person gossip. Riley J, the sophomore, is in trouble because she got caught vaping in the bathroom, ? Cool, I guess. Old lady Betsy from the church just admitted to killing her father with cyanide back in the 50s, and also she made the almond tea for the church meeting.
Oh my god, cyanide is so 1970s, Mom.
The mask mandate at my college just got removed, and I decided to try not wearing one just to see how it feels, and it feels wrong. Like masks have been ingrained in our culture for the past 2 years, and it feels otherworldly to have my mouth in public again.
Okay, folks, see, this is what the liberals want. Okay, folks, this is what the liberals want. They want to gag you. Okay, folks, they want to have your mouths not naked. Okay, folks, I want to see your naked mouths. I want to see all the naked mouths. Okay, folks, no. It's just facts over feelings.
What's wrong with me? Lawyer voice. Mothers and of the jury.
Do you know how often I think about this post? I'm in law school. This post is going to ruin my life.
What if chickens had front-facing
Well,
eyes?
there it is. Thanks, Tumblr. Thanks.
Thank you. Genuinely. Thank you.
Spoopy.
Crap. It is time.
It's not time. It's March. I don't want to see this.
It's time.
How do I download PDF?
Laughable, obvious shorthand for completely tech incompetent old people. How do I edit PDF? Deep mystery our top technologists are still working on to this day.
I once installed a trial Acrobat Pro to fix a PDF, and it was beyond comprehension. I gave up and recreated it in Word. I work in IT.
True self-control is waiting until the movie starts to eat your popcorn.
Why would the movie eat my popcorn?
Give him a minute.
Never mind, I get it.
I don't know who needs to hear this, but I sure did. You can and absolutely should modify the chore/self-care tasks if it makes life easier. Sit on the floor while doing laundry, clean dishes while in a chair, sit in the shower. Save your spoons, accommodate your fatigue rather than fighting it.
Did Tony get the Elden Ring?
No, he's too scared of it.
Why is he scared of it?
The monsters.
Choosing to read this as if I were eavesdropping on Italian mobsters. Oh my god, I did that by default. Oh my god, what?
Alright, so there's a game me and my friends play called Don't Get Me Started, and basically someone gives another person a random topic, and they have to go on an angry rant about it, and it's the best thing that's ever happened to us at parties and car rides, so I highly recommend playing sometimes with your friends. For real, shout out to jars of minced garlic. I would straight up never cook if I didn't have a pre-minced garlic. Okay, ha! Some people about stuff like that and say it's for people who can't cook or it's not good, but honestly, I don't have a lot of energy at the end of the day, and I'm not very skilled in the kitchen, and I get overwhelmed by things that have a lot of steps. Things like pre-minced garlics allow me to make real food for my family because it cuts out extra steps and works, and watching that would otherwise scare me away from the recipe, and the end result tastes good. Don't worry about pretentious people's opinions. Take shortcuts. Use jarred garlics. The other day, a man signed up for our advance card, and I asked for his email, and he looked at me and goes, "No, I have a Gmail. I don't even know what an email is." And I was just so in awe for a moment, and I just smiled and enthusiastically replied, "It's okay, that works." Meanwhile, eternally screaming. Honestly, if anyone wants to know what retail is like on a daily basis, that is it. Yep. Yep. Just when you think, like, this guy must be the stupidest guy ever, 2 guys later, he's just like, "What do you mean I can look at my bank account on my phone?" I'm just like, oh, God. Wish my life was like a 90s movie where all my friends would work in record stores and bookshops and coffee shops, and we see really cool bands and small little clubs, and we get breakfast together and, like, hang out on roofs and what I thought my life would be like as a child. Have you guys heard about cats? They go meow, by the way, not that you'd care. I care very much. Keep going. Okay, so get this. They have ears that go It's not even the post, it's just the weird sound that just comes out. Well, Tuesday was fun. See y'all in 11 years for Thursday. What day is March 3rd, 2023? Thursday, March 3rd, 2033.
Should have checked whether anyone in my house likes eggs before we got chickens. I have 67 eggs that need eaten.
Get a cow and make custard.
I've gotten into this trap with craft supplies before. As sensible as it sounds, adding more livestock will not reduce this problem.
I was ringing up a winter hat for a man the other day, and I said, "Oh, it's so cute. I love the pom-pom on top." And he smiled and agreed, and a few seconds later, he picked the hat out of the bag and said, "You call this pom-pom?" And I said, "Yes, that's what I call them." And he explained that he was still learning English before he touched the hat again and said, "Pyom pyom," in a fascinating voice. Pure.
Wife, come with this hat. It has pyom pyom. Guy at store said very cute.
I had a dream that Nickelodeon had a 2-hour Roast of Butch Hartman special, and they kept showing disclaimers at the end of every commercial break saying that this program would be the only time was said on Nickelodeon. I wish this was real. Our Japanese class found it funny that in common terminology, food isn't very distinguished from specifically rice, until it was pointed out to us that in English, meal is loose, roughly ground grain. Humans be like staple crop. Stop making shows about Americans in Europe. Try Europeans in America instead. The outrage of not knowing exactly what something costs at a store. No public transportation. Everyone smiling in your face and waiters scaring you by constantly popping up at your table. Ice in your water for some reason. The kind of culture clash I want to see.
Emily in Paris. I want Francois in Texas.
Coming this fall on Fox TV. Getting into the shower. Evil, evil, evil. Being in the shower, there is no past and there is no future. There is just the here and now. I am alone, but I am not lonely. I am calm and one with the universe. Existence is sublime. Through my eyes I have been blind, but through closing them I have seen the secrets of the universe. I can see through time and space itself. I can see the truth untold. Ones will make us unknowing. The universe, it's changed to me. Getting out of the shower. Evil, evil, evil. What version? Can we as millennials and Gen Zs collectively agree that nobody cares about elbows on the table? Like, why was that ever a problem for anyone? We can chill, right? But chewing with your mouth open is still gross and bad. Keep that locked up. When you see a leaf on my hair, don't remove leaf, leave it. Don't take it away. I don't care if it's huge. The leaf chose me. It's my crown. It's my leaf. We are one.
If snails are so slow, why don't we ever see them coming?
It's like, boom, there's a snail. They're only slow when we are watching. Dirt.
Tasty.
The D in dirt stands for do not eat this, please.
But it stands for it's really tasty.
Leaving house, good for depression, bad for anxiety. Staying at the house, good for anxiety, bad for depression.
Standing directly in the doorway to achieve peak mental health.
I went to a high school with a girl who said we should check the other planets for dinosaurs because when the meteor hit, they probably got catapulted away. Sad face.
And how can you be sure she's wrong?
You don't got no PHP in dinosaur-nomics. Me, aged 14, reading Tolkien. Hobbits are considered children until they're 30? How funky! Fantasy world building, this is different from us humans! Me, age 25, oh, I get it now. Me, age 34, actually, the Hobbits might be rushing things a bit. Today, my GF said,
When Donkey asks Shrek what his name is, Shrek pauses before he says Shrek, and I'm convinced he came up with it on the spot.
we weren't even talking about Shrek. I can't stop thinking about it or about how lucky I am to be with her. First of all, congrats, King.
Second of all, oh my god, that makes me think about Shrek in an entirely different and sadder way. Because if you think about it, Shrek was never, given a name, so... Oh my god!
Someone reading my writing. Wow, great story. Me sticking my hands in the plot holes.
Thanks. Those pockets.
Plot holes are merely the pockets in which your audience keeps their fan fiction ideas.
This is a galaxy brain level understanding of story structure.
You have not experienced true fear until a poster falls down in the middle of the night. One time I thought a poster had fallen down in the middle of the night. When I turned on the lights, it actually was an opossum that fell through my ceiling into my room. So that's actually true fear.
Oh.
I love people with obscure knowledge or useless academic insights. I want to hear your analysis of the lighting in Ratatouille. Tell me about the history of soda pop or the reference to classical mythology in Macbeth. I want to know about the underlying homoerotic context of that 1930s sci-fi paperback. I think all knowledge is worthwhile knowledge. Explain to me the ecosystem of Komodo dragons in habitat. Don't be afraid to learn for the sake of learning. A conversation I had with a 96-year-old woman. 96-year-old woman.
You know how your parents probably say things like, you were born with the internet. You don't know what it's like to live without.
Yeah.
Well, my parents said that to me about electricity. Which brings me to the topic at hand about that plug over there in the wall.
Little Billy! Oh my god! That is the most fucked up joke I've ever said!
When I get comfortable with people, I start using them as pillows and footrests. When I get used as a pillow or footrest, I feel loved.
I am both of these people.
Leos.
Yeah. My favorite character exists. Me having no concept of liking things in moderation.
I would die 1,000 deaths for you! Red Dead Redemption guy with tuberculosis! I forgot his name!
The life of a pet owner.
What are you eating? Oh, God! What are you eating? Come back here. What are you eating? Don't think you can fool me by stopping chewing. I know you're still eating it. Open your mouth. Open your mouth.
The best part is that all of these can be seen as the owner's perspective or the pet's, and it's all still accurate.
If 2 falls on a Tuesday, it could also be known as Tuesday. Dude. I complimented an old lady customer's little round glasses, and she said,
Why, thank you. Someone told me they had a steampunk look. I haven't been called a punk in a long time, much less a steamy one.
I'm flatlining. This is so pure. A new definition of steampunk has been made. Clapping emoji.
I told the kid in my class the other day that it was going to be the year of the tiger. This kid is a kindergartner, 5 years old. Usually there's some interest when I bring this up, but this kid sort of sat there for a couple minutes, expression settling into a 1,000-yard stare. Just as I was wondering if something was wrong, he looked at me with haunting eyes and asked in a tone of resignation, "When are the tigers coming?" I had to quickly reassure him that the year of the tiger was an animal assigned to the year, and not another plague or natural disaster. Between the COVID, lockdowns, and huge flood of cicadas last year, this child probably decided that this was in line with how the world worked, and was mentally getting his affairs in order.
Hate when people call fidgety stuff a nervous habit. I'm bouncing my leg because I'm bored, not because I'm a scared little...
I'm charging up. Will not say what for.
Never mind, I'm scared of that guy.
Me, I want to buy a new book. The 10 unread books I bought last year staring at me from my bookshelf. I didn't know you could read.
If you ever feel bad about buying yourself a little treat, please remember that my dad once impulse bought a closed-down church. But think of the activities!
We'll bring a million things to do on a train ride or long car trip and then spend the entire time looking out the window and daydreaming. I'm pissed.
Will plan a million things to do during self-isolation and then spend the entire time mindlessly scrolling through social media.
We should talk about water more often. That is crazy.
It is literally one of the most normal things.
You can't even begin to understand how insane water is.
What is America's obsession with Bill Nye the Science Guy? I once said in class that I had never seen it, and this girl yelled at me, "You've never watched Bill Nye?" And in 5 seconds flat, half the class was screaming, "How could you never watch Bill Nye?"
While the other half of the class chanted,
Bill, 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 Bill.
Science rules.
That's why, because it's awesome.
We should domesticate seals.
You ring someone's doorbell, and instead of hearing a dog bark, you hear a super deep, terrifying seal bark, and you hear a loud, wet, flopping noise.
That's the world I want to live in.
What a strange, tiny person. Today, one of my teachers called on a really quiet girl, and the class was silent. Then you heard her whisper,
"I have the bravery of a chicken nugget, please don't."
and I couldn't stop laughing. Eventually, they'll need to reinvent Superman's alter ego because nobody reads newspapers anymore.
Clark Kent, the BuzzFeed editor.
10 people who are definitely not Superman sweats nervously. I want emo versions of idioms, like instead of "you're barking up the wrong tree," it's "you're panicking at the wrong disco." You can lead a horse to evanescence, but you can't bring him to life. This isn't my first black parade.
My proposal for Humans 2.0. 1. Wings. 2. Detachable tats. 3. Better knees. 4. Ears that you can turn on and off.
I agree, but would like to add 5. Reinforced spine.
6. More eyes.
After nearly 2 years of near-continuous isolation from the global pandemic, I can say that the guy from The Shining was a bitch. I could do his job and not try to kill my wife and son. I haven't tried to kill my wife once, and I've spent way longer going insane. Do you have ghosts or demons, though? Being online is the same thing as being physically attacked by ghosts and demons. Yeah, ghosts are pretty scary, but can you be doxxed by a ghost? Didn't fucking think so! Confidence, a full substitution for intelligence, is one of the rawest lines I've heard in a while, and it comes from the live-action Sonic the Hedgehog movie. The entire Sonic franchise is filled with incredibly killer and raw lines for some reason. For instance, "If the world chooses to become my enemy, I'll fight like I always have," is spoken by Shadow the Hedgehog. This guy's like, "Oh, Sonic Unleashed, bro, it's so metal, it's so raw, it's so edgy." Remember, kids, rats are the Capri Sun of the vampire world.
Hi, what the
Does that mean?
Was walking my dog downtown when he stopped to drink from a dog water bowl in front of a bar. And I was like, "Oh, are you thirsty, little boy?" And a grown-ass man sitting there said, "I guess I am." And he took a sip of his beer, and then he realized I wasn't talking to him, and he looked completely horrified. I'm always like, "I can't wait to feel good and confident and grow into the best, healthiest version of me!" Exclamation point 5 times! While doing horrible acts of self-sabotage like, "Girl, it doesn't work like that. You're pressing the gas and the brake at the same time. Stop it!"
Do you ever sabotage your own free time? Like, what the fuck is that about? I want to play this game or read or do something specific, but instead I will just stare out the window or scroll mindlessly. If you ever feel embarrassed, just remember that in middle school, I tried to convince myself that I wasn't gay by making a compromise to myself to only be gay at night. The gay night rises. One day, my natural impulse to do funny voice is going to kill me. I'm going to be in Little Italy or something and go, "Hey, it's a me, Attore Pepperoni!" And then a guy in a pinstripe suit with a fat stogie in his mouth and a name tag that says, "Hello, my name is Tony," is gonna pull a Thompson out from under his suit coat in a fit of rage, and then it's gonna be curtains for me. I do this actively in public and it gets me in trouble a lot. I'm going to start a false crime podcast where I explain crimes that never actually happened. I'm gonna do the crimes you explain, forcing you into having a true crime podcast.
Ah, come on!
Shout out to when I worked at an extremely poor managed farm and my boss texted me only,
get pig.
and wouldn't respond to attempts to reach him. He didn't want me to put the pigs away or something. He wanted me to purchase and obtain a new pig. I was 17 and had no car.
We should let praying mantises and other bugs play on iPad.
People really get on this site and say anything.
Are you mad at me?
When I was a kid,
The
Oh my god, you get so big!
comment from grown-ups used to really annoy me because I felt broadly infantilicizing. Infantilicizing? I'm a voice actor. How do I not know that? Whatever. But now as an adult myself, I realized it had very little to do with me and almost everything to do with said grown-ups feeling suddenly attacked by the passage of time, yet not wanting to blurt out,
I just pissed away like 4 years of my life without noticing then, huh?
in front of an 8-year-old.
Summer Olympics. Who can run the fastest? Who can swim the fastest? Who can do the best somersault? Winter Olympics.
Who can make it to the bottom of this ice slide of death and survive? Who can get around the ring without getting their head sliced off by everyone else's feet blades? Can this guy do a 100,080-degree flip without dying?
summer triathlon.
Don't run too fast. You have to save your energy for a swim and a bike ride. Winter biathlon. I see you've been skiing for 5 miles. Now
Here's your gun!
Professors who have only interacted with other academics for years.
What do you mean you don't know multivariable calculus yet?
Professor with small kids, thank you for not putting the lab equipment in your mouth when I turn my back. Bringing this back to share that one time I slept through part of a Zoom meeting with my PhD professor, who has a toddler, and he told me it was fine, that I was just meant I was a good sleeper.
Octopus, gun in each hand. Cat. You're one short, buddy.
I just screamed! Took me longer than I'd have liked to get this. Getting up at 6 a.m. IRL off.
It's so early, oh my god! Getting up at 6 a.m. in an RPG. Banging pots and pans together in the front of the cobbler shop.
Wakey, wakey, the sun is up. I want some shoes.
Customers are the same in all universes.
This is it. This is the best response I've ever received on this post. Everyone pack up, go home.
We're done here.
Look at them.
Reblog if you're proud of this chicken for pursuing a higher education.
Now we know why he crossed the road. It was to be in student debt.
It's so unbelievably funny seeing babies in public, like ones that look like they just popped out a day ago, and they're looking around just silent. Little feller don't even know they on Earth. They not even conscious. Month-old baby in a crowded 7-Eleven watching hot dogs roll on a streamer unaware they're even alive.
Friend.
This still cracks me up. Like, can you imagine you're 130 years old and suddenly a gigantic alien baby starts following you around? What if after you die you get stats like,
Word set total 21,390,459. Push-ups done 1.3. Hours spent crying 238.
1.3 push-ups? How do you get to 0.3?
I don't think I've ever picked up a pair of tongs without clicking them together a couple of times. Gotta make sure they work. Channel your inner crab.
Time for crab, Mr. Squidward.
That was so embarrassing, I'm never speaking again. I don't even know what you're talking about, but I'm reblogging.
A waitress said, enjoy your meal, and I replied,
Love you too. Oh, look at that. I guess it's time for me to despawn. I was taking this family's order, and the dad needed a second to decide, so I was chatting with his kids, and I was like, oh, are you guys twins? And then a voice from under the table went,
you're close, ma'am.
And then a third kid popped up and did some karate moves at me, and the dad just looked so tired.
so yeah, I met identical triplets today.
they were all super polite though, they ruled.
Anyone else remember being a child and seeing the very neat handwriting of the other little girls and somehow knowing that you were a different genre of person than they were?
Literally, no. I remember seeing bad handwriting and think, oh, these kids must be orphans or something.
Fascinating to hear from the other genre. Thanks for your contribution. It's like,
Hush in the Chicken Scratch Brigade!
ho!
We can only write our name.
Just barely!
Sir! Yeah, I was a chicken scratch kid.
I can't believe Pokemon Go is actually everything everyone hoped it would be, both in regards to the enjoyment in getting people to go outside and in causing absolute hilarious mishaps.
Cholesterol down, but kidnapping up. That's what we call the duality of man right there. Oh, dear God.
A person from 150 years ago would be terrified by modern stuff. However, a duck from 150 years ago would just be all like, still got legs? Yes? Okay, cool. How fleet are all my passions compared with the massive continuity of ducks.
Dorothy L. Sayers, Gaudy Night, 1935.
Reblogging again because I thought they changed the quote, so I decided to look up the actual quote, and
It's not fake, this is very much the actual quote.
Cars, reboot in the style of the movie Cats, and all the cars are just humans walking around naked, but with a metallic sheen, and they have wheels at the end of their limbs. Their faces are human faces, but with car headlights instead of eyes.
OP, I have some bad news for you about another Andrew Lloyd Webber musical.
I didn't want this to be the way I learned about Starlight Express, but here we are. I wonder what Cars the Musical would sound like.
Piston cup, how can I win you? Piston cup, how can I win you? Piston cup, how will I go? Ka-chow, 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 lightning McQueen on the road. Get her done, win the show.
African penguin. From Wikipedia, the free encyclopedia. The African penguin, Spheniscus demiris, also known as the jack penguin.
What did these penguins do to the scientists to deserve this?
Research.
Okay, so we're calling these African penguins because it lives in Africa.
Penguin bites researcher.
Hey, guess what? New idea.
I love 3-year-olds because they'll never say it to your face, but it's clear in every fiber of their being that they're certain that their communication skills are perfect.
And any adults who can't understand what they want are just a little bit stupid.
Oh, to have the confidence of a 3-year-old insisting they're called pig Newtons. Once someone was like,
Millennials don't answer a door if they aren't expecting anyone? Question mark.
and I get why the 70s had so many serial killers. When the doorbell rings and I'm not expecting anyone, I literally drop to the ground, slither around on my stomach, and try to sneakily catch a glimpse of whoever is outside.
Amazon package? No, 'tis God just testing my fervor. Okay, Siri, activate 78 landmines and play Despacito.
Miss when you were a kid and you could just walk up to someone and be like, let's be friends, and they would be like, okay. Like when you were 8, you would be at like a function or whatever, and your parents would come and check in on you, and you would say like, yeah, this is Greg, my best friend, my pet dragon, my lieutenant, my squire, my co-pilot, my dearest companion, my blood brother.
We met half an hour ago.
Meanwhile, in the year 2024, I can't make eye contact with people. Every day around midnight, I'm shocked to find out it's only 7 p.m. Every day around 7 p.m., I'm shocked to find out it's already midnight. Sometimes I'm like,
ancient Greek plays are so old, how am I going to relate to the characters? But then
Dionysus doing everything wrong. Like that. Aren't all rats technically rat bastards? I mean, they don't have a concept of marriage. Post-cancel, I forgot that Mr. Ratburn got gay married. My apologies, King. My anxiety is a loophole that if somebody is equally more uncomfortable, I develop the sudden ability to do the thing. I can't go and ask for more ketchup by myself, but if my friend wants more ketchup, I'm out of my seat in a second.
the mom-friend override.
Can't afford a real smoke detector, so I have a guy who I duct tape to my ceiling, and he says,
Yup.
if there's a fire.
Can you let me down? Now my legs are sore.
No, what if there's a fire?
Exclamation marks, but instead of a huge line of them, we do like Roman numerals of them. You know, to save space.
Me doing 490 exclamation marks.
XD. Aren't you glad that COVID didn't happen in like 2005? Like all the scene kids will be calling the new variant the Omnicron with a cartoon dinosaur or something.
I made you a vaccine, but I eated it.
There would be mustaches on every mask. Oh dear God.
Just because I can't live off pasta doesn't mean I won't live off pasta.
I lived off almost nothing but spaghetti for 3 years straight, and then they had to remove my colon.
That sounds like a you problem.
A social media platform where everyone is just forced to listen to my music library and say nice things about the songs I like. This is what extroverts call car that you're driving. You're just in a car and all of a sudden you hear beep, 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 beep,
Don't you dare touch that, it has a great rhythm to it.
I have never been to Las Vegas, but I love it in concept because it sounds so made up. Imagine if you were reading a fantasy novel and they were like, smack in the middle of a deadly inhospitable desert, there's a glittery city of indulgence and lawlessness and cheap sin that has specifically engineered itself to obfuscate your senses of time and keep you there as long as possible while they take all of your valuables. You'd be like, yeah, that's some wizard shit. Places to add to my next D&D campaign. Las Vegas. If you love someone, you will always try harder. I've been trying really hard lately to break through my television screen so that one day I'll be able to walk into the arms of my beloved Luigi.
This is what I'm talking about.
I mean, you know, love is love. Wahoo! Spaghetti, baba booey.
Where the party at?
You are the person our math problems warned us about.
My dad saw my report card and started yelling at me because there was an F on it, but it was F for female as in gender.
Are you a boy or a girl?
I'm a failure. Women existing.
This really f***ing sucks, dude.
In general, I think New York is very good for my social anxiety because no matter how much of a freak I'm being, I know it's probably not the weirdest thing people have seen today. Case in point, I felt bad about bringing my unwieldy luggage onto a crowded train until my man sitting next to me pulled a live fish out of his backpack. Tear and tear are pronounced the same, but tear and tear are pronounced differently. I'm glad English is my first language because if I had to learn it as a second language, I'd jump off a bridge. Am I having a stroke? Is it just me? Am I having a stroke? What's going on here? What? Ah! The inside of your butt is warm enough to hard-boil an egg.
Oh no, I'm not falling for this one again.
What?
You're lying on the sofa under a blanket, lights dimmed, watching your favorite TV show. Your cat is laid across you, sleeping but purring quietly. All is calm, all is good. But then out of the corner of your eye you spot him. Shia LaBeouf.
I don't zone out. Being zoned out is my default state, and I occasionally zone back in to check on how things are going. Reality is one of the hundreds or so tabs I keep running at any given time. You get it? I feel like people with ADHD have like Google Chrome installed in their brain, and it's just everything up. Things my dentist has actually said to me. Well, either the x-ray lied to me or you're spontaneously creating teeth. I'm going with the second one because it's way cooler. When was the last time you flossed? Your gums aren't bleeding, which means I'm either not doing this hard enough or you're actually flossing your teeth regularly. You don't need to do a fluoride treatment. I just want to check my Facebook for a second, and this is the best excuse I can come up with. Don't worry, our insurance will cover it. Take a whole handful of toothbrushes. I can't order new ones in less ugly colors until these ones are gone. Remember not to eat or drink anything for a half hour. Or actually, no, forget it. Go and eat lemons and drink coffee right now. I make money based on people's bad decisions. You should probably stop brushing your teeth. I became a dentist because I like making children cry, and they don't let you do that as a regular doctor.
Why are these scientists, okay folks, talking about Pluto when they should be curing Ebola?
Because they're astrophysicists, not molecular engineers or infectious disease specialists. You're getting mad at the wrong people.
Walks into Starbucks and violently shakes the barista.
Look, where the am I supposed to get a new bed frame then?
Soup is now what bacon and pizza were in 2010s. Frogs are the new owls. Mushrooms are the new succulents.
Ah, the bog era.
Knuckle tattoos that say
escaped biohazard.
That's way too many letters. Do you have radiation poisoning or something? Oh. Goblin trick for improving your mood.
Get small rocks in your hand, at least 3, but maybe more if you have big hands. Close your hands together around all the rocks. Shake. Rocks will bounce on your hands, and other rocks will be noises. This will be good noises. Profit! This is true.
Time I learned human babies are 80% water at birth, a slightly higher water content than bananas and slightly less than fresh potatoes. Once again shown up by the power and dignity of the root vegetable. A vegetable shows up to any function.
I am better! I'm better!
Woke up at 3 a.m., delirious and extremely thirsty. My water glass was empty, so I was like, I know exactly how to fix this. So I googled big water, and in my half-sleep state, I was certain that would allow me to manifest a large glass of water in reality. Didn't work, but now I know there's a town in Utah called Big Water. I don't know why this one's getting to me so much, but it feels so relatable somehow.
Why was I unaware of the fact that disgruntled is in fact the opposite of gruntled?
Gruntled, pleased, satisfied, and content.
Why does no one use this word?
I am so gruntled to have found this. Several months ago, we had a cat with mysterious skin allergies that we couldn't find the cause of. He was adopted as a special needs cat with adopters understanding the circumstances. We just got an update and they had decided to get him a full allergy panel to find out what he's allergic to. It's people. The cat is allergic to human dander. Booba Sprite. Sir, that's too big a bite.
Don't tell him what to do.
He's causing a scene! Realistically, the space under my bed is very small, so if a monster did in fact live there, it would also have to be very small. It would be some kind of baby monster. I would have to look after it.
The true horror. Responsibility. Brain. You're a horrible, worthless, garbage person, and your life is going nowhere but to hell!
I don't know what the f you expect me to do about that at 11 p.m., my dude.
Get some dish.
I'm trying!
I think if you want to eat white chocolate, you could just eat candle wax instead and not even notice the difference.
LMAO, you're just mad I'm eating this delicious white chocolate and you're not.
My God, this isn't white chocolate. What are the strongest days of the week? Saturday and Sunday. The rest are weekdays.
Stop unfollowing me.
I love punk because if you don't like the song, just wait. It'll be over in like 90 seconds. Don't worry about it. And I love metal because if you do like a song, good news, buddy, there's still 11 more minutes. I'll never understand why Disney is so focused on live-action remakes when they literally own the rights to the Muppets. I would take a Muppet remake of a Disney animation classic over a live-action remake all day, every day. You can't tell me Muppet Fantasia would be the greatest crossover event of our lifetimes. Muppets Black Cauldron would slap.
Oh no, my dad died. Oh, gosh darn. Oh, what do I do?
I'll let you guess which Disney movie that is. Me when I'm working on something.
Oh, I am so fucking genius.
Me looking at a completed work, absolute fucking garbage will allow my hands to make this. Me coming up with concepts and ideas.
This is so fucking good. What the f?
Me actually having to do the work on it. What kind of fucking bullshit is this? When I was about 10 years old, my dad called me into his home office for a moment. There was a bunch of incomprehensible code on the computer screen. Press the enter key, he said. I said, thanks. He said, I couldn't bear to do it myself. And that's the story of how I sent out one of the largest spam email campaigns in the 1990s. I still can't believe leaf sheep sea slugs look like that. Just look at it. Look at it.
Unbelievable. He has a Webkinz cow face. I'm crying so hard.
You guys have a train of thought like it's on rails and shit, going straight ahead into a predestined destination?
I've got a Roomba thought. I can move straight ahead, but as soon as it bumps into something, it'll turn around and start moving into a brand new direction. Completely random direction. I have lost 78 pairs of socks in 4 months.
How dull for you to live your life without any hills to die on. You, on your vast, flat, barren plains of compromise, acceptance, and accommodation, while I reign supreme over the lush, rolling highlands of stupid shit I've irrationally chosen to stake my entire identity on.
As someone who was terrified of having their own opinion, this is truly inspiring.
The hills are alive with all the I give on select topics.
How can lawyers argue without crying? I am a lawyer, and let me tell you, it gets like super close, dude. When I was little, my mom told me that throwing your chewing gum out the car window was the good and moral thing to do because it patched up people's flat tires for them. And to this day, I think it's one of the funniest lies anyone has ever told a child for no reason. That's evil. I love that. My roommate keeps bullying my cat by calling his name repeatedly to get his attention and then going Baba Booey every time he looks at them. They also laugh and go, get Baba Booeyed. And he always looks so lost. The face of a man scandalized. While looking up at 1950s slang, I found the phrase, come on snake, let's rattle, which has two meanings, asking someone to dance and challenging someone to a fight.
And oh boy, does that fact have some potential.
Invite your crush to the dance floor, but instead they just fucking deck you. When someone asks if I need some fresh air, no, my people, we stay indoors. We have keyboards. We have darkness. Someone is talking. Me.
Oh, I should be processing this right now, huh?
And then I did it! I couldn't find my headphones and it's late at night. Solution, get the stethoscope and put it onto the speaker with computer on low volume. If I can't find my headphones, what makes you think I'm going to find a stethoscope just lying around? Some very nice color schemes. Golden blood, deep water, rusty clay cliffs, wet sand and black ink, alec, wisteria, lavender and bronze, honeycomb, pomegranate seeds, and raw meat. The green/silver/rotting earth tones of old growth forest. Clean, milky sky, blue and bright, bruised tones of out of the control fire. Every gentle gray, every one of them you could think of, shot right through an electric teal, overripe, peach, and faded off white. I have 7% knowledge of what the f*** is going on. You see the weirdest things at parks in LA? This guy was bench pressing this goose for like 10 minutes. This picture will be in the textbooks. I love saying I will be without access to email. It's a lie. I'm fully capable of accessing my emails. I simply will not be. I have access to emails as state of mind. One I do not want. In 2022, may you find many seed, nuts, berries, etc. I didn't even look at the name. I was just like, damn, I hope so too, thanks. Aping the generation that remembers no ads on YouTube and the annoyance when we first saw one ad every 10 videos, then one every 5 videos, then on every video, then multiple ads within a single video, only for YouTube to market paying for premium TM to get rid of ads, which weren't even there at the start.
I hate being the generation that remembers when I could easily find episodes of anime, whole-ass movies on YouTube.
I hate being the generation that remembers when YouTube videos would buffer when you pause them, allowing the entire video to load and let you watch it without interruptions, even on slow connections.
Wait, can you not do that anymore? People at work. Wow, you're always in such a good mood. How do you do that? Me, an actually cranky, apathetic, train wreck human.
It's called manners, Susan.
Do not mistake composure for ease. Too many people prayed for the world to not end in 2012, and God panicked and started pulling out rough drafts, bonus years, side quests, and horror stories. He dug up his flop era and started posting it for all to see. You fangirl too hard, and now the Earth is running 10 seasons past a perfectly written ending, using unlikable background characters and resurrecting terrible plot lines. Congratulations, you've supernaturaled the Earth! Hashtag anyways, I accidentally looked at the news for a second. How's your day? Concept: a fantasy cowboy who rides a dragon instead of a horse. Dragon riders are actually just fantasy cowboys. You heard it here first.
How do you train your dragon?
Do you just want the password of my blog while you're at it with these goddamn takes? I don't know about you, but that pun made me viscerally angry. Anyway, people who wear pants past 7 are not the kind of people I associate with. Jesus Christ, I'm getting hate over this because people are putting the word size in there when that's not what I'm saying. 7 p.m. as in the fucking time.
I thought you meant past age 7, and I was really confused.
Happy birthday, son! Since you're 8 now, it's time for you to learn about kilts!
But Dad, I don't want to freeze my balls off.
You're not gonna worry about your balls while you're killing an Englishman! We're reclaiming Scotland!
Hey, Mom, can you tell him to stop? Sorry, but the British cunts' balls are not.
Chihuahua owners really just say things like,
This is Princess Prissy Shit. She's 2 years old, has 17 rare diseases, tried to kill me with a small knife, and vomits constantly. She's so cute.
and you have to pretend to like the little thing like it doesn't look like a fly with an anisophilia. It sounds like a broken Wii. Women be treating themselves to special coffee drinks to motivate themselves to accomplish tedious errands. Those beans were a reward.
Wait, so technically vampires are vegetarians?
OP, elaborate.
Blood is non-meat animal product, like dairy or eggs. That counts as vegetarian, don't it?
No. Wait. What the? Huh? Don't like using my dad's bathroom because I'm not that into watching myself poop. I thought your face was embroidered on hand towel. Hi, Neil. If you had a TARDIS, where would you go? I'd communicate between shooting good omens and a Nazi boys in Scotland and New Zealand where my wife and son are living, with new trips to the US to see the grandchildren I've not seen since the summer of 2019.
A huge pet peeve in video games is when you can't hold your breath underwater for very long, or it takes a good while to regain your breath above water. Unrealistic. Like, my condolences to the devs for your lack of breath support, but that just could not beat me.
Are you a frog? Or perhaps a turtle?
I am a saxophone player.
Even fate picks its favorites is such a raw fucking line, so it's no surprise that it comes from fucking the cinematic masterpiece of Megamind 2010. Why do you say Megamind 2010? There's a... Oh my god, no! Ice Age 69. The scroll chases a different kind of nut. Like a cashew? Yeah. Oh gods, my boyfriend isn't home and I forgot the English word for this thing, and it's bad. He usually helps, but I can't. I will assist. You know that little sea bug with the stupid hands and has a home, but it changes home sometimes because it gets too big for it? What is it?
A hermit crab?
That's the bitch!
Being able to teleport must suck ass when you have ADHD.
Why the fuck am I in Nevada?
Teleports home, immediately remembers why the fuck you were going to Nevada.
Fuck me!
Boxing fight announcer slowly revealing more and more how much in love he is with one of the other boxers.
And in the right corner, we have the defending heavyweight champion and terrorizing threat, the grace of a panther, and the eyes like King Solomon's finest sapphires. Brutal bludgeoner weighing in at 97 kilograms and just the perfect height for me. Fit under his chin if we were to hug. Yeah, and his opponent, Jerry.
Do ladies love stupid men, or do they just love men who don't exhaust every opportunity to feel smart?
I used to think that melancholy was a vegetable.
That's incredible. Let's hang out more.
So I had to return a book to the library today, and I came straight from the horse farm. I went to the front desk because it was an item on loan from another library, and I wasn't sure if I had to be checked in differently. The librarian said no, it could be returned in the normal slot, but she could take it and check it in right away. It was only when I got back the car that I realized I had walked into a library covered in dirt from head to toe and handed back a book about grave robbing.
I guarantee you that was the highlight of their day.
Here comes the sun, do-do-do-do, the Beatles, NASA. What does that mean? What does that mean? Have you ever had that moment when you're in a dressing room trying on jeans and you slip your ankles through one pair and you feel right, and then you slide your skinny jeans up your legs and the bottom them up, and they're the most comfortable things you've ever worn in your life, and you look in the mirror and they fit every curve perfectly, and there's nothing wrong with this amazing pair of jeans? Yeah, me neither. Like, actually though.
Not to get too deep on MAME, but did anyone else have such deeply rooted issues with their self-worth for so long that they thought as a kid/teen their only redeeming feature was being low maintenance, and now as an adult you give yourself guilt pangs asking for any more than the barest minimum in virtually any relationship, because asking for things might negate your only good quality, which is just doesn't ask for things. Hashtag you don't believe you can be liked, so you settle for being useful. Wow, years worth of therapy in 29 seconds. That hit a little bit too close to home, gamers.
Lawyer who is visibly trying not to cry and teary-eyed and sniffling and drawing shaky breaths and handing trembling and constantly wiping his nose on his sleeves, but he's winning the case. Your Honor, my client is innocent.
K.
Wait, what the fuck? What do you mean, K?
Justice prevails.
Why are we so afraid to combine supernatural entities? Where are all the angel ghosts, the vampire dragons, the demon unicorns, skeleton wizards, fey werewolves, Loch Ness Mothman? Imagine!
Well, I am a wizard skeleton, so get fucked, nerd. Set your path ablaze. How to get over someone. 1. Delete everything you do with them from your phone. Everything. 2. Burn anything given to you. Drawings, letters, clothes, etc. 3. Do not, at all costs, listen to those songs until you are completely over him.
You know which ones I'm talking about. 4. Work on yourself. Get your nails done.
Hey, quick question. Do you people actually wear jeans indoors at home, like as casual things to wear? As in you don't plan on going out or anything, you just put jeans on. So many of you are saying yes. What the fuck? Nope, it's lazy pajamas if I'm staying home. I personally believe if you wear jeans at home, you are probably a serial killer. Instead of thinking badly about my body recently, I've begun to look at myself in the mirror, and when I see an area that has a little more chub than I'd like, I just say to myself, "Aye, what a hearty lass, you'll surely survive the winter," in a thick accent, and let me tell you, it works. Hashtag pretending to be a grand feast for kings to avoid guilt while eating works too. As someone who studies history, I often wonder how ordinary people thought about living through such huge historical events. Now I know they were sick and tired of that shit.
You know, the guy from World War II, he's just like, man, I kind of just like the draft. I love the draft. Fuck me, put me in again, coach. I lost my legs. I can lose my arms too.
This photo makes me feel like someone traveled to an alternate dimension and brought back something that shouldn't exist.
Well, whoever's holding this tape is very polite because they rewinded it after they were done watching it. For all you amoebas out there, this is what we call a VHS tape. Movies used to be on these. I see no, I can do this better.
I see trees of green trees there too. I see the trees and they are green, and I think to myself, I'm lost in these woods.
And then you turn around, you see Shia LaBeouf. Oh my God!
I'm thankful for all the different ways I can eat potatoes.
Speech patterns wrapped. This year, you'll absorb 27 new phrases from online into your daily vernacular. You opened a conversation with "Hi, for the love of God, hello" 32 times. You enjoyed Blorbo for your shows for 298 hours. Your top artist was Little German Boy from the Clave of Bloodsmoking. Me, absolutely nothing. Me, remember that I'm dating the most amazing person in the whole entire world.
I see trees of green, red roses too.
Your mom hands you a glass of orange juice. You take a sip. It's not orange juice, it's stirred egg yolk. You spit them out. You ask your mom why. She turns around. It's not your mom, it's me. Your mom is gone. I'm your mother now.
These Old Spice commercials have been getting really crazy lately.
I found my favorite Tumblr post again. British people be like, "Why accept doing a heart transplant?"
Right, what's all this then?
Imagine being British unironically.
Some girl just walked into my local bookstore with her boyfriend and said, "Buying books is a waste of money." She starts complaining and whining about how she wants to leave. He then looks at her for a long time and says, "I want to break up."
This is beautiful.
When I stopped at a crosswalk today, this guy pulled up next to me, rolled his windows down, and stuck his hand out. And at first I was like, oh no, street harassment, here it comes. But then the guy was like,
dude, look at that huge rainbow behind you.
The only appropriate thing for a dude to shout at me out of a car window. This one time when I was 7, I thought I could talk to trees because I had no friends. And I used to sit by them and say things, and one day I was talking to my tree friend Kevin, and this girl went up to me and said, "Are you talking to a tree freak?" And I started crying and hugged on the tree, and while she was laughing, one of the branches fell on the girl's head. Thanks, Kevin.
I'm convinced that cats clean themselves after eating because they have this image in their head that they must be covered in blood and gore after their successful hunt. But I know by looking at them, they all have their little crumbs in their chin and their kitty crunchies. It's their algorithm. If belly full, then clean blood off fur. Cute. Funny. American recipes. Buy these 3 cans of stuff and put them in your pan. Congrats, you cooked. French recipes. If you're not making this in Paris, then there is no point. Fuck you. Italian recipes. Okay, you're going to need a specific fat of a meat of a pig from this farm in Tuscany. And if you do not have the farm in Tuscany, then it's not going to be a good. But you can have a pasta and a gabagool. The most disappointing thing about music is I can't bite into it like an overripe peach. I've listened to music at full volume, but I'm chasing the feeling of biting into a peach so ripe that the juice runs down your face. But with music. Sorry, I'm having a stroke.
It's 99 degrees outside, fucking 1,000% humidity. My husband was like, I'm going for a bike ride. And I was like, why? No, why? Don't put us on the news like that.
Local food collapses on unnecessary journey.
Don't do it!
So he says he doesn't want to hide in the house because the sun is shining. Bruh, honey bruh, the sun is shining does not cover it. It is hot outside. It's motherfucking hot as fuck outside. All outdoor plants have been crying into their hands all week. Whoa, cars are melting into the sewer. A fucking patio umbrella developed sentience to ask me for lemonade this morning. Ah, for the love of God! That's not Uncle Bazza, by the way. That's the fucking cat! When a cartoon character raids a refrigerator and comes out with a big handful of generic food like a whole dangling chain of sausage and an oversized drumstick and an entire cheese wheel like nobody in real life really keeps in the refrigerator anymore, that's what I want. Give me that. Why do women's clothing designers believe that girls do not need pockets?
It's so they can sell us bags.
Oh my god. None of y'all know what propaganda actually is, do you?
It's when a British person takes a good look at something. Oh, fuck, propaganda! Oi, mate, would you like a propaganda? That's legitimately the absolute funniest thing anyone has ever added to one of my posts. Thank you for your service. Fuck, that even got my funny bone.
Do kids these days still say click? I think they might say tap. Girl, help, my technological language is dated. 50 years from now, I'm gonna be like, click on that link, and my grandkids are gonna be like, yes, I will click on this meta neuro download, grandma.
Normal ocean creatures. Ah, viva la sea, the blue. It is harsh, but it is my love. I am a magnificent creature in a magical place. The deep ocean weirdos.
I don't need oxygen to survive. I haven't eaten since the fall of the Byzantine Empire. I have 300 eyes on my eyeballs. It's been 14,000 years since I bumped into another life form. I'll kick anything's ass. Nothing can kill me, not even death.
Meanwhile, a Los Angeles Chihuahua sneezes and has a heart attack. My daughter went to my husband and said,
Dad, have you ever heard of Pokemon?
and I have never seen him so happy, lol. He busted out his old cards and is in full education mode. I love that he just has the beer and the Pokemon. That's really the duality of fatherhood right there. I think it would be very funny for creatures in a fantasy setting to walk into a pub and try to order, and the bartender sighs and goes,
Species and age.
while pulling out a massive book holding the drinking age of every type of species capable of purchasing alcohol.
Orc, how old are you? I'm 3. And you, Elf?
I'm 52.
Sorry, I don't serve drinks to minors.
Sorry, buddy. Looks like you're gonna have to wait outside.
I'm talking about you, Elf. Orc, you ready to go? Ah, pussy.
This is the dumbest thing to nitpick, but the phrase real UFO bothers me. Any UFO is a real UFO as long as it's unidentified and flying, because that's what those words mean. Whether or not it's an alien is a different matter. It could be a pancake someone threw really hard. As long as you don't know what that is, it's a UFO. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Anything's a UFO if you're bad enough at identifying stuff.
Uno, an American Stanfordshire Bull Terrier who works as a video game developer.
A very good boy.
Boys really do act away. I hopped into his car and he put on his playlist of jazz music to study to. Then in the middle of it, for no discernible reason, was a compilation of top 10 scariest animal sounds, and he imitated each one until it got to the gorilla noises, and he just said,
Wow, powerful, really cool.
Then the playlist went back to jazz again. You have a problem with this?
Until this very moment, we didn't think the perfect man existed, and now we have
Proof of it, and you question his motives. Truly, we are creatures of hubris.
I stole a snow globe from an airport gift shop when I was 4, and then when I was 6, I found out what stealing was and that it was bad. And I had nightmares about the police coming to get me every night for 3 months until my parents told me they paid for it and they knew I stole it.
leader of a trio of college kids walking past me at Walmart. Okay, mission number 2, finding where the popcorn is.
Wait, what was the mission number 1?
Fucking getting here, Travis. This is what grocery shopping in college was like.
I can attest to that. It was an adventure.
Thinking fondly about the entire genre of Victorian hauntings that were
Everybody who stayed in this house after dark saw wee shit going on for months until the entire structure suddenly combusted of its own ghostly accord.
which abruptly ended as soon as we stopped lighting our homes with vast quantities of odorless gas. There's already posts like this. I'm just thinking aloud. I bet you like math, right?
Are you stereotyping me now?
I don't know what it is, but something in my soul is telling me that this is definitely gay porn. I don't know why I know this, I just know it. I just know somewhere in my heart that this is gay porn, and that it's gonna end up with the small dude getting fucked by that big dude. Oh, wait, there's more.
What's your sport?
Chess? Baseball's like chess at 90 miles per hour. Hard to believe this is the setup for a porn and not an Oscar-nominated film. I fucking called it. I'm a genius. Suck it. Suck it. I eat 15 apples for breakfast, then drive myself to the hospital just to watch the doctors get blasted backwards into the drywall because they can't withstand my aura. You know it's time to go to bed when the existential crisis rolls in. If it's the middle of the night and you suddenly hate yourself because you don't read enough, or your job sucks, or you're single, or gender continues to happen, or you've gained weight, or whatever is knocking on your brain door at ass o'clock at night, then it is your brain saying it's time for you to go to fuck to sleep. The crisis could come back during the business hours.
If you ever look up to me, you're wrong. This isn't because I'm short. I'm not short. This is because today I was at the beach and I forgot what sand smelled like, so I decided to stick my nose into the sand and snort it, and it went absolutely not excellent.
But you're also short.
I'm not short! You ever been so stressed that you're calm?
This is my constant state.
My chill is so fake. How are you so calm?
I've passed beyond stress, beyond hysteria, into the
Gray, misty indifference of complete shutdown of all emergency services in my brain. I am the peak human being. I am having a panic attack!
If I was in a fictional universe, I wouldn't be the main character. I'd probably be that friend of the main character who lacks supernatural powers or special abilities, but makes up for it with sarcasm and really lame one-liners.
Listen, Sokka had flaws, but he became one of the best characters in Avatar. Don't fucking at me!
This is your daily friendly reminder to use commas instead of periods during the dialogue of your story, she said with a smile. Unless you're following the dialogue with an action and not a dialogue tag.
He took a deep breath and sat back down after making the clarifying statement.
However, she added, shifting in her seat, it's appropriate to use a comma if there's an action in the middle of a sentence.
True, she glanced at the others. You can also end with a period if you include an action between two separate statements.
Things I didn't know.
This thread tickled me in my happy grammar spot. All of Tumblr can learn from this post because no one uses fucking commas! Imagine finding a dragon egg one day and it hatches in your house and it thinks you're its mom. Then, the next morning you wake up to find this mini dragon has gathered all the loose change and shiny objects in your house in a pile and is gnawing on a nickel. And then when you take it out for walks, it picks up every coin it sees because it's a hoarder, and your house is eventually full of coins, and you are rich and have a dragon.
Jerry, when I asked you what you were doing with your future financially, that's not what I meant.
It's the perfect plan!
Weaponized incompetence, my ass. Just weaponize it back. Once my dad tries to pull the
"but I don't know how to clean the counters as well as you do" on my mom, and she said, "Okay, honey, I'll show you." And she made him stand in the kitchen and watch her clean the counters. Then she pulled out a bottle of chocolate syrup and proceeded to spray the entire kitchen in chocolate, handed him the sponge and said, "Okay, now it's your turn." I don't know why I switched accents several times, but don't question it.
Why the fuck is she cuddling with Tampax at what appears to be a pool that is also the ocean? I want a tampon commercial where the women are fighting zombies or some shit, and they're all beat up and bloody and shoving tampons into bullet wounds to stop the bleeding. And I want one of these ladies to full-on decapitate a zombie with a machete or maybe a scythe. And then I want her to look directly into the camera with blood running from an open wound on her forehead and say, "For the fighting spirit."
That commercial would win all the Oscars!
Periods do suck, but the commercials don't have to. Also, they should be free. The flight attendant just announced,
"If you don't like any of my jokes, there are 6 exits,"
and told us where the emergency exits are. It was actually the best. For those of you who are traveling with children, what were you thinking?
"If you're changing to a flight with a different airline, we don't care."
He said,
"Okay, now get out."
Once we landed, I'm pissing myself.
Homeowners with citrus trees in their yard can apply online to have parasitic wasps mailed to them that can then be released onto citrus trees.
Thanks, Florida Department of Agriculture.
I wonder if you have to prove that you own citrus trees so they can weed out the freeloaders who just want to cheat the government out of the free wasps.
That's what those YouTubers did when they were like, "Hey guys, I'm gonna put these wasps in gasoline."
Look at me put these wasps in gasoline. Wow, it really works at killing them.
How did we get here when I used to know you so well? I wish I could say this wasn't me in 2008, but
This was me literally yesterday in my car.
there's a knight in my backyard stabbing the soil with his sword, trying to render my soil barren by killing the worms. But luckily, I've trained them all in classical ballet, and they keep pirouetting away from the blade. You can't get sentences like this anywhere else. The average British gardening experience. Yo, how much dirt you gotta throw in the ocean to make a new country? Science side of Tumblr? Like 8 dirt. Owning a weighted blanket is all fun and games till it's time to make your bed. Train using hacky sacks, and eventually you'll be hacking and sacking the boys across the room. Whirling and juggling my weighted blanket high into the air like an Italian chef throwing pizza dough. Average Italian bed-making experience. Uptown Funk would have made it onto the Shrek soundtrack.
That is the truest statement I've ever read.
If you had a child by choice, you signed up for an autistic child, signed up for a trans child, signed up for an LGBTQ plus child, signed up for a mentally ill child, signed up for a disabled child, signed up for a child with conditions, signed up for a rebellious child, signed up for a kid in any way, shape, or form of being. It's your child, and you signed up for it. And you are not the victim in any of these fucking situations, for God's sakes. Oh, to be a small mouse in a pastoral children's novel who lived in a hollowed-out tree stump and does nothing but collect dewdrops and sweep their doorstep with a feather. And carve one strawberry into slices like it's ham.
You get it!
Humans are adorable. Supporting evidence. 1. Humans say ow even if they haven't actually been hurt. It's just a thing they say when they think they might have been hurt, but aren't sure yet. 2. Humans collect shiny things and decorate their bodies and nests with them. The shinier the better, although each individual has a unique taste for style. Whenever I start talking about a subject, it's like I've dragged my friends onto a shitty tugboat floating in a really dense fog and set off. Nobody can see where we're heading, not even me, but I seem excited about it. Sometimes the motor goes out, I just stop talking because I forgot the main point. The Cherokee language has a verb tense that specifically notes the exclusion of a person in the conversation. So there's I'm going, you're going, we're going, and we're going, but not you. I love it. This is called clusivity, and it is found in a bunch of languages, including Chechen, Vietnamese, Samoan, and Quechua. Some languages just side-eye harder than others. One of my least favorite mental illness things is hungry but don't feel like eating, and its companions, hungry but all the food in the house is illegal, hungry but can't make anything, and hungry want to eat but why bother? Also the ADHD friend, hungry but unaware of hunger because current activity is too captivating. Hungry but I'll get to it later. Definitely not hungry, nope, but upon forcing oneself to eat something, discovering that food vanishes in 30 seconds, and the pervasive feeling of ickiness all vanish. What the fuck? Hungry but one of those specific foods. I do not know what the food is, but I know I don't have it in the house. Teenage girl saying, I can't even, is basically the same as old ladies saying, well, I've never. This is messing with my head. Especially when you realize it was once teen girls saying, well, I never, and will someday be older ladies saying, I can't even. Action movie protagonist to his daughter.
Honey, Daddy's gonna go away for a while. Pop's gotta go. I got some bad men after me. Some really nasty guys. Some big meanies are trying to catch me. Well, Dad's gotta go. I'm sorry, sweetie, but Dad's got a blast. Some really rude men are after me. You gotta go stay with Mom because I'm not putting just myself in danger, but my family too. For some reason, I think Mom's place is safer than my off-the-grid apartment's house/cabin.
Dad, did Mom win custody?
No.
If you love someone, you will always try harder. I've been trying really hard lately to break through my television screen so that one day I'll be able to walk into my arms of my beloved Luigi. This is what I'm talking about. Alright, Helldiver's intermission is over. I'm back. Last night I dreamed that I'd written a play that was a parody of Cats, about hermit crabs or ferrets, this kept changing, which was about surrealist noir murder mystery set in a world divorced by linear time, where the mystery was not which crab was the murderer, but rather which crab was the victim. My play was so wildly hated that they made a new Silent Hill game about killing me. I got a lot of death threats, so my parents made me go stay with the family in Jamaica until things cooled over. The Jamaican relatives also hated my fucking crab play. But this is the thing dreams are made of, gamers. I was talking to a kid in my daughter's class today, and she said that she thought it would be fun to write a story about the Titanic, but with supernatural creatures. So I said, yeah, that would be great. What would the creatures do? Would they save the Titanic from sinking? And she gave me the most disgusted look. I have never seen a 9-year-old face look so appalled. No, she said, speaking very clearly so as to never be so grossly misunderstood again.
They're going to eat the passengers.
God, I hope she lets me read it. I have an African gray named Loki, and he lives up to his name. He likes to scream and mimic the sounds of things falling off the shelves, and when we run into the room to see what happened, he says, "The cat did it bad, Sammy," and laughs. But the best one was when I brought home the man who had since become my ex for the first time. Loki looked him dead in the eyes and said, "I'm going to bite you." My parrot was the first one to see what a bad person my ex was. He was smarter than us all. I'm real. My existence has impacts. I touch things, they move. I breathe in and out. The air buzzes around me. The sun rests on my skin. Grass is crushed under my toes. People see me and have an idea of who I am. My name is on papers. I'm sorry, this is too much. One time when I was a teenager, adults said to me, "You know, we do talk about you when you're not there," and I've never recovered. I'm obsessed with how different compliments on Tumblr compare to literally anywhere else, actually. Compliments anywhere else. You look hot. You're so funny. I love your hair. Compliments on Tumblr. You're insane. I want to study you like a bug. Your vibe is incomprehensible and disturbing. I would love to make apricot jam in a little yellow kitchen with you. You look like you crawled out of a gay bar in a sewer system and rats make all your clothes. I can't stand you, affectionate. Let's make out. Yeah, that's about the gist of it. We should domesticate seals. You ring your doorbell, and instead of hearing a dog bark, you hear a super deep, terrifying seal bark, and you hear a loud, wet flop noise. That's the world I want to live in.
I walked into Starbucks and ordered a pumpkin spice latte with 13 shots of espresso. I tell the barista that I intend to transcend humanity and become a god. I ask for no whipped cream.
You say this jokingly, but I had a customer actually order a pumpkin spice latte with 9 shots of espresso, also no whip, and when I asked her to verify that, she did indeed want 9 shots of espresso. She looked me dead in the eyes and said, "I have 5 kids."
Standing next to sunflowers always makes me feel
Weak! Like, look at this fucking flower. This flower is taller than I am. This flower is winning and I'm losing.
Wow. You are not ready to hear about trees. Do kids these days make up songs about killing the Wiggles and Doc McStuffins, or did Barney the dinosaur just unlock some latent primal rage in my generation? Listen, I had a childhood pre-Barney, and we didn't sing about killing our childhood characters, then as far as I'm aware, so I'm inclined to suspect that goddamn purple dinosaur just struck some kind of collective nerve. I will say it right now, Barney is fucking terrifying. Lazy Town all the way, gamers.
Oh, your heart is a muscle the size of a rat.
SpongeBob SquarePants.
Your brain's about 4 times the size of a cat.
SpongeBob SquarePants.
Your lungs can hold 5.5 liters of air.
SpongeBob SquarePants.
The soles of your feet can never grow hairs.
SpongeBob SquarePants. I don't want to live now. The sex are killing me.
SpongeBob SquarePants.
Me and all my gay friends trying to sit together. When I'm asked what kind of job I want, I'll strip. I'll do anything. Just pay me some money. Yeah, I feel it. If you ever trip and fall in public, get up, laugh to yourself, and say to anyone looking,
Sorry, it's just been so long since I've inhabited a body.
I did that once, fell over and saw a guy staring at me, got up, and wandered past him muttering, "Too many legs. This body has too many legs. Must fix that in the next phase." Look on his face was fucking priceless. Nobody hears a car alarm and thinks, "Oh, that car is being stolen." It's just an annoying sound that we want to stop.
we want the car to be stolen faster. Yes.
Men want her, women want her, children befriend her but their parents fear her, doctors hate her, and police officers' heads explode in her presence. Scientific consensus on her nature and origins has not been reached.
Authorities warn civilians to stay away from her. Report any sightings immediately.
Jolene.
2021 lasted 5 seconds, and those 5 seconds lasted 20 years that felt like only a few moments. I hope that clears things up.
Except for the boat stuck. That was 6 days of beautiful clarity in March.
Dear every cashier in America, the proper response to thank you is you're welcome, not no problem. And you're supposed to thank me! Actually, the you're welcome, no problem issue is simply a linguistic misunderstanding. Older people tend to say you're welcome, younger people tend to say no problem. This is because for older people, the act of helping or aiding someone is seen as a task that is not gonna finish this post because it's cut off. Isn't that great? Isn't that great that the entire 40 seconds is lost because this post is cut off? I love it. My next $1 million idea, reluctant exercise video with people who aren't perky. Just 5 more. I know, I kinda want to die right now too, but let's just power through it. Okay, new yoga pose. It's gonna ache like a bastard until your hamstrings release. I'm not gonna lie. Stretch a little deeper. It's okay that you'll fuck at this point. I won't tell anyone. Yes. I actually have a hit exercise video like that, but it's like a British guy and he has a 6-pack. And by the end of it, he's like, alright guys, that's it. We can do it. Oh, it's so hot. And I feel way better about it because I'm not dying like he is because he's like in 90-degree weather and I'm just inside and I'm like, ooh, okay. I'm feeling good.
Tonight, a guy twice my age spent 15 minutes telling me how I need to have kids before it's
Too late.
And apparently, yes, the apocalypse is not, was not the response he was expecting.
So I walked into the dentist this morning. My dentist asked me how my weekend was. I said, good, I watched Captain America last night. I really liked it. My dentist says, oh, my son is in that movie. At first I thought, oh, he was joking, but then I realized,
Dr. Robert Evans. I looked it up. My dentist is Captain America's dad.
listen, son, you might be Captain America, but that shield's not gonna protect you from gingivitis. Oh, Dad, come on, not in front of my friend.
So, for 17 years of his life, my boyfriend thought that quiche was pronounced quickie. And so once we were in a bakery with his mum, and I was like, what are you having? And he said, I want a quickie. His mum laughed so hard, she went to the car to call his aunt, so she could tell the family.
Average British Bake-Off moment, mate.
I am the official gatekeeper of names. Stand before me and I will assign you a name. Approved by me.
Go on then, Ted.
Yoke! Pronounced Stephen.
Miss Piggy puts up with so much as a woman in show business, and the response to misogyny is never to turn the other cheek or take the high road. It's to physically attack people, and she's right. People just really have entrenched ideas of what people in the past were like. Tell them the Vikings were clean, had a complex democratic legal system, respected women, had freeform rap battles, and had child support payments. They'd call you a liar. Wait, they had those things? When did we replace the word said with was like? When it occurred to us that said implies a direct quote, while was like clarifies that you mean to communicate to that person's tone and general point without quoting them word for word. Thank you!
Fun Christmas idea. Hang a mistletoe, but instead of kissing, you have to
Fight whoever else is under it. Mistletoe. Someone's halls are getting decked. Super Christmas battle! Uncle Stephen, racist, wine-drunk mom, the gay sibling, middle child, the secret gay sibling, Joe Biden, your sister's boyfriend, also secretly gay, your conservative father, Obama.
Banana duck, native to Haiti and Venezuela, is appealing for its bright yellow skin and long bill. That's a banana. That's what the government wants you to believe. Let's just take a moment to appreciate the fact that Pooh has just shoved the equivalent of his own internal organs back into his body like it was no big deal. No bothers were given that day. No bothers given. No bother.
This dude that works at my local Taco Bell says, taco-tastic when I asked for a chalupa.
He said, beef steak or chicken, what are you picking?
I asked for as many fire sauces he could give me, and they said,
sure, I don't pay for it.
And the first time I saw him, we asked if he was doing okay, and he said,
no, I work here.
My boy, my beautiful Taco Bell boy, you're killing.
What I say, I'm touch-starved. What you think I mean, I need a hug. What I truly mean, I need someone to platonically lie across me with their full weight, crushing my body and providing deep pressure until my errant soul is reabsorbed into my flesh. Also, a hug would be nice. I've also had to explain this to people who think it's weird, but when I add, like cats, they seem to understand. As a very muscular and big man, and whenever I'm with a woman, I'm like, hey, you can just lay on me. And they're like, but aren't I too heavy? And I'm like, ha! No. And then it usually goes really well after that. According to the song Season of Love from Rent, there are 525,600 minutes in a year. One line later, they say there are 525 moments so dear. So doing the math, we can glean that there are 600 moments which aren't so dear. And I think I just used one of them by walking in on my boss who forgot to lock the bathroom stall. This post did not even remotely go in the direction I was expecting it to. Things like this really tick me off, and it's not political or anything, but it's the fact that you think all the money is there. Here's what I mean. That weekly check comes to, according to you, $2.90. Most places do not pay for half an hour lunch. This is required by law. So your beginning number was wrong. 7.25 times 7.5 hours a day times 5 days a week only gets you $271. Most people in America get paid bi-weekly, so let's double it and get a budget of $543. That's gross, not net. Out of that comes anywhere between 10-15% taxes, depending on the state. So we'll lowball it at 10%, automatically down to $489 a paycheck. Now, health insurance usually anywhere from $70 to $100 a paycheck for the cheapest plans. Again, we'll lowball it, go 70. So now we have $419 a paycheck times 2, $839.
$839 a month!
But capitalism works, okay, folks? Because when I'm grifting my shitty fuck, I get a lot of money, and you should just work harder. Oh, I'm sorry that your boss only gives you hours the day before your work is due, so you can't possibly get a second job. L plus bozo ratio. Maybe you should have gone to. Oh, you went to college. You did go to. Oh, now you're in debt because you went to college.
Whatever happened to personality?
I want decorative towels that aren't boring. I want novelty. I want people to come over to my house and look at my trinkets and immediately think this lady is a wacko and all her stuff is haunted. That's the most flamboyant you'll ever see me. Out of all the shit I've seen on this soul-sucking, life-depleting site, this has got to be the worst fucking thing. Just absolutely go fuck your own face. You might as well, because this has stressed me out because it's so awful. Fuck you. I mean, I'd say this is at worst unpleasant. I've seen worse. I saw a really cool butterfly expert man on PBS and was so in awe of him and his butterfly knowledge. I tracked down the episode online to see how to spell his name and found his Twitter and followed him, only for the next day to awaken to him having read not only my webcomic, but also my live tweet saying how I wanted to marry the butterfly man. He said he was flattered. Anyway, the moral of the story is please don't underestimate how far down your Twitter a bored entomologist will scroll. And also the internet was a mistake. You picked the one profession where they have so much free time. Combine 2007 Taco Pancakes Raw Speak with 2016 Small Beam Pupper Speak to achieve true nirvana. Hello, sweet, soft, small, beamy boy. Rar XD. Oh no, did I scare you? I'm very sorry.
My heart just stopped, and when it started again, I cursed directly at God for allowing me to survive this. Oh my God.
Asterix takes off my leather jacket to reveal a second leather jacket underneath.
You mean skin?
What's an absolutely terrifying addition to my post. Thank you. Pronounces champagne like lasagne.
Pronounces Lasagne like champagne. Do not!
The Addams family renting out rooms in their huge mansion cheaply to broke college students. The students digging it because the craziness and the bugs are pretty much the same as any other dorm house. Also, Morticia and Gomez treat them all like visiting cousins, not like tenants to abuse and exploit.
Hello, Jerry. Would you like a haircut?
Oh, you don't gotta do that, Mr. A.
It'll be my pleasure!
He pulls out like fucking like a chainsaw, but like it's like a really good haircut.
Oh, dude, Mr. A, you're the fucking best!
You're lit, fam. You're fucking lit. You're fire, bro. You're straight bass, dude.
Yes, I do have a good center of gravity.
I want a cicada on one arm and a crayfish on the other. Tattoos, I mean. I'm not like taking a couple of invertebrates out on the town. Well,
why not?
lot of substances we think of as protection against the supernatural, e.g. salt, silver, garlic, are actually antibacterial and would have helped stave off infections and illness that people once attributed to supernatural influence. Based on this, I want to see a story where vampires are repelled by hand sanitizer. Have you seen one in the last 2 years or so?
Oh, this was done during COVID. This was a COVID post.
You know what's kind of cool about Dr. Doofenshmirtz? None of his tragic backstories had anything to do with his ex-wife Charlene. Because, let's get real, Heinz had it out for a lot of people who screwed him over, from hot dog salesmen to baking soda volcanoes, yet no episode in his series did he ever say anything negative or incriminous about his ex-wife. Never tried to screw her over, never battled for more custody over Vanessa. He respected her dearly and never saw her as an antagonist, just someone he grew apart from emotionally. Granted, he's still bled her dry with alimony checks, but she's loaded and she didn't seem to mind. Sorting hat quizzes be like,
How do you brush your teeth? Bravely, while making a sandwich, while reading a book. I'm a snake!
So back in high school, I was in the class for troubled kids, and there were like 7 kids in there maybe. There was one punk kid in it, and I remember when I got my first denim vest, he got excited and just ripped a patch off his and was like, here, there's something to add to it, and I will always remember that. If you wore a VR headset linked to a camera drone that was set to follow you from a few feet behind you, you would live in third-person mode.
Disassociating. If you can't disassociate naturally, store-bought's fine. 2 sick horses evaluating an orb.
It floats.
I don't like that.
The original orb ponderers. Respect your history.
The best way to draw a frog is to give it as few frog qualities as possible, just enough that it barely registers as a frog. Oh my god. This is my favorite image of all time. Give a man a guitar and he'll play for a day. Teach a man guitar and today is gonna be the day they're gonna throw it back to you.
I swear to God, I'm so tired of this meme. You guys need to leave Wonderwall alone. Seriously, by now you should have somehow realized what you gotta do. I don't fucking believe this. I don't believe that anybody feels the way I do about you now.
If you wake up much earlier than normal, you feel secret emotions. One time, I woke up at 7 a.m. and stared at the sunrise for like an hour. Don't know what emotions those were, but they sure were a lot.
If you stay up late enough, you feel those same emotions, but the bad version of them.
The point of officially naming a pet is not to actually use the name, but to have a baseline for which to come up with every conceivable nickname to call them instead. You bury a seed not because it looks nice in the dirt, but because the limbs that branch out will look nice in the sky. Congrats on contributing to the ancient Tumblr tradition of turning shitpost into profound poetry. I called my friend's dog a terrorist, and he was legitimately upset, and I'm just like, look at her, she's terrorizing everything. Go, 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 go. And the dog just smiles. It's not realistic for 2 characters to talk in the middle of a sword fight. Cool, I wrote it anyways because it fucks severely.
Hey, have you ever fenced before? No, then shut the fuck up. You wouldn't know. Ask a fencer.
I'm going to write 6 more mid-spar arguments to personally piss you, and only you, off. I'm imagining this conversation happening while they fight with swords. Average British argument. The 3 stages of a cat yawn. Stage 1, cute tiny mouth. Stage 2, sticky the tongue out real far. Stage 3, entire face splits open like a Lovecraftian horror, revealing an endless bed of bites and blades, oh god. Stage 5, mlem. Today we found a lost King Charles Spaniel whose collar said donkey, and he's currently at my house until we find his owner. We found out the first couple of hours that he doesn't respond to his name unless you say it like Shrek, so I don't know what kind of human he belongs to. Donkey! I heard too many sounds at once, and now I am a bitch.
We're all one sensory overload away from becoming the strongest versions of ourselves.
Supervillain origin story.
2 conversations happening near me at the same time. Bury the platypus. It was awful.
I really like stickers, but at the same time I don't, because once you stick them somewhere, that's it. It's finished. And I'm just not emotionally stable enough for that responsibility.
I have been waiting for this post my whole life. I was trying to explain this to someone one day, and they basically told me I was crazy. Don't worry, bloody ex-baroness, you are crazy, but that's okay. That's what makes you... Epic Poggers Champ.
The best gorilla joke of 1894. Gorilla. Did you hear about the gorilla who escaped from the zoo? Zookeeper. No, I did not. That is because I am a quiet gorilla.
Lovely sounds of gorilla violence! The people in 1897 were mentally in 2030. Worried that squirrels were eating all the birdseed, so he set up a camera. I don't think that is a squirrel. I hate when you are being a fun, zesty texter and the other person has a slice of damp bread. I can't carry this conversation alone. I have very little upper body strength.
Listen, gamers, don't just go to the gym to become stronger at being a human. Go to the gym because you can finally listen to anime music in public and no one can judge you, because it's the correct option. Look at him. He is such a good side foreman. He's working so hard and doing such a good job. Guys, at my university, I have a part-time job where my sole responsibility is refilling up the piano humidification system with water. I literally am a piano waterer. And to be honest, I feel kinda like I'm thriving. I feel like I need to add this. I carry around this water jug that kinda looks like a regular watering can, and when people ask me what I'm doing, I just say, watering pianos, and walk away. So I find out my friends and I are on our local news website. We were asked all these questions about how long the costumes took us, how we did it, etc. I paused the video right when we were asked how much money we spent on our cosplays. Does that give you your answer? This will never not be funny. It's funny how cosplayers are always so broke, but they spend so much on their costumes, where furries are like billionaires and they spend even more on their costumes. Peter Parker in 2002 movie is fucking incredible. He gets bitten by a fucking jacked red blue spider and he doesn't say, hey, someone should take me to the hospital mayhaps. He just goes home. Then the bite swells to the size of a fucking jawbreaker, but he's like, nah, I just need a nap. Then he wakes up the next day and discovers that he doesn't need his glasses anymore and he has a fucking six-pack. Does he flip his entire fuck? No, he just says, cool, iconic. 2002 Peter Parker had no health insurance. Well, if you know anything about the character, he never has money, ever.
Yeah, am bear. But some days, why am bear? Is there more than bear? Wildfires protect I can.
The lore here is so intense.
Me yelling at my anxiety.
Heart palpitations are unnecessary. Nothing is happening, you melodramatic fool.
My anxiety shouting through a megaphone and ignoring me like a petulant child.
You better watch out, you better watch out, you better watch out,
You better watch out. You better watch out.
Me throughout the year. If only I could justify buying these things. Face. Maybe Christmas or my birthday. My mom, give me a list of things you want for Christmas / your birthday. Me, I have never wanted for anything ever in my entire life. Oh my god, literally though. Everyone who watched Sky High for the sheer fact that there is a character whose mother is a superhero and father is a supervillain and the kid's name is Warren Peace. Warren Peace, man! He also looks like this, if that helps at all. This movie is ridiculously underrated, and the fact that they didn't get to make it a 4-part series like they are planned is a tragedy. I just imagine that one Sky High kid being like, what's your name, kid? And I was like, I'm smart dumb. My mom's just fucking asshole. My beautiful girlfriend. I love you. Me. Still shook because I don't know how I got so lucky. Congratulations, OP. Congratulations. Sitcom where people gradually get killed off and the spot in the opening title theme is replaced with dead silence. I'd like to question your definition of a sitcom. By the way, I've been reading some comments and some people think that I'm AI. No, I am not AI. And if I was, it wouldn't sound as fucking awesome as me, bitch! Danielle Nuremberg, president of Food Tank, shares a sustainability pro tip in honor of Earth Day. Instead of wasting leftover pasta water by pouring it down the sink, you can save it, let it cool, and use it to water your plants. The starchy H2O will give them a beneficial nutrient boost and help them grow. Just be sure to avoid using cooking water that has been salted or seasoned. This also applies to leftover water from boiling spinach, potatoes, and hard-boiled eggs, according to
the Reader's Digest.
Just learned that the word ferret is derived from the Latin word ferrutus, meaning little thief, and that a group of ferrets is called a business, and I'm absolutely pleased with this knowledge.
I am enriched by this knowledge. Thank you.
Wizard.
Oh, I like your goblin detecting sword. That's funny.
Goblin who thought they just had a cool glowing sword.
My what now?
Goblin learns they have a racist sword. Sometimes it's annoying when your characters can't jump in a video game, but how often do you jump in real life? Do you even remember the last time you jumped? Is a question I never anticipated, leaving me feeling so hollow and terrified. Alright, I jumped. Woo!
I'm gonna pass out.
My body tearfully
Went sleep.
me.
My dude, we just woke up. It's time for wakefulness and doing things in productivity.
My body weeping.
But went sleep.
Me. Okay, finally now is sleep. My body.
No, wrong.
The funniest thing in the entire Pirates in the Caribbean series is definitely that one scene in World's End where they have a parlay with Davy Jones as a part of it. And rather than have him stand in the shallows or something, they get a bucket of water and have him stand on it on shore. Who thought of that idea? Who thought put Davy Jones in a bucket of water and have the guts to suggest it out loud? I remember reading a story of this guy who met his wife at a Star Trek convention, but she spoke Portuguese and he spoke French, but they both could speak Klingon, and that's how they communicated through the first few months of their relationship until they learned each other's languages.
Fuck, dude, that's romantic as shit.
Me removes my cat from my lap to do something else. My cat.
Father is evil? Father is unyielding? Father is incapable of love? I am running away. I am packing my little rucksack and going out to explore the world as a lone vagabond. I can no longer thrive in this household. I can no longer have love. I look across the cosmos in my solitude, scratching my itty-bitty kitty-mitties.
Jack Black is literally the only human that never needs any context for me. I could see him going anywhere and doing anything. Like, if I got abducted by aliens and saw him just wandering around the spaceship putting bugle chips on his fingers to make it look like he has claws, I would be like, that's some classic Jack Black right there, and not even question it. Mama's little goat. I left home in a hurry to pick up my son from school. Traffic was flowing pretty well that day. Nothing on my way but a few red lights. It was while I was waiting at a red light that I noticed the woman. I had no idea how long she had been standing there, staring at me. But once I noticed her, I just could not look away. She was smiling like a maniac and waving at me with one hand, while stroking a little boy's hair with another. The little boy, her son I assume, was wearing a baggy brown clothes and a black goat mask. Now that was a very weird costume. Plus, who wears a costume the day after Halloween? He was also waving and staring at me through the unsettling mask, but his waving felt uncomfortable and forced. The woman's eyes, they could see right through me, and I could almost physically feel her stare, fixating on me. She wouldn't even blink. I felt naked and extremely unnerved. Now the boy's eyes. God, the boy's eyes were pleading and begging for help. The woman stared to grow impatient, waving harder each passing second. I looked away. For some reason, I was terrified. I had to get out of there. Once the green light was on, after what felt like forever, I took off, didn't even dare to look back. I thought nothing could be more terrifying than that extremely unsettling feeling I had felt under the stare of that woman and her son. But then I got to the school, and they told me my son wasn't there. They told me my wife had already picked him up, but I don't have a wife. They handed me a note saying she had asked them to give it to me. There are no words to describe what I felt when I read the note. Don't say I didn't give you a chance to say goodbye.
Ooh, a creepy story. I don't think we've ever done that, right, bro? No, we've never done a creepy story. That's interesting. Hold on to this story. Just hold on to like this audio, because that's actually really interesting. That's 4:43, by the way.
My mom just sent me this picture of my dog. I guess we got a lot of snow then. Update. Look at him go! Me, high as fuck, vibing with my cat.
What is my reason to live?
Meow.
You're right. I see now that the circumstances of one's birth are irrelevant.
I'm on medication that can make me spacey as fuck, which can be a problem when I'm driving, like yesterday, for example, when my best friend was trying to help me avoid a pothole. He said, "To the left," and I said, "Take it back now, y'all," and hit the pothole straight on. I'm literally crying. This is my favorite post on this website. Hands on your knees, hands on your knees. My parrot has a vague understanding of the word no. He knows to stop doing what he's doing when he hears it. He knows how to say it. He knows it's a word that is used when he's doing something he shouldn't be doing. However, being told no doesn't make him stop doing it in the future. If he's ever out of my sight or if I'm not paying attention, I know exactly when he's doing something bad because he says no to himself as he does it. Cooking show I desperately want. Professional chefs compete to wow and astound totally amateur food critics who don't know a dick about shit. Get eliminated on totally arbitrary grounds such as, I don't like sour cream. It's creme fraiche. Whatever it is, I don't like it. Alright everyone, I need your opinion to see if it matches mine. What color is a triangle, circle, square? Wassily Kandinsky at Weimarer Bauhaus.
It's been 100 years, so I guess we can do this discussion all over again.
You're a mean one, Mr. Grinch isn't even a Christmas song. Doesn't even mention Christmas once, just a dude dragging the hell out of the Grinch for 3 minutes. Could be played on the radio year-round. One time my parents had an argument because my dad bought a bald cat for $2.70, but he already was bald.
Every day is leg day when you're running from your problems.
An artist has made glass shells for hermit crabs so he can watch what they are doing. Pervert. 1, Disney didn't kill the EU. 2, the EU hasn't died unless you and everyone else let it die. 3, Lucasfilm made the decision to create new stories. Get to know these facts.
I spent a good minute staring at this trying to work out how Disney could possibly kill the European Union.
Disney fucking caused Brexit.
Sick of teeth being so high maintenance. You don't see any other bone requiring so much care and upkeep. They literally just do their job and don't threaten to rot and fall out of your body. Grow up! Well, because you simple-minded child, your teeth are not bones. They are a completely different substance, actually. They are not regenerative and do not have marrow. They are singular and one time. They are coated with a substance that's permanent and can be destroyed over time. They cannot be fixed. They can only deteriorate.
My cat sleeps in this box, and I was seeing how far I could push it to the edge before he jumped out, and,
Your cat ain't having none of this physics bullshit.
Dear teen girls, stop abusing your boyfriend. And yes, what you are doing is abuse. Stop yelling at him in front of his friends, hitting or slapping him.
I'm opening 50 Shades of Grey to a random page and posting what I find. Part 9.
Christian Grey put his thumb in my mouth, and then the other one, and then 2 more, wider. He said as he put 1 more in. I bet you've never had this many thumbs in your mouth. I hadn't. Where is he getting all those thumbs?
I love pics of tiny cats where the pic is taken a bit further away to put into perspective how ridiculously tiny the cat is. Yep, that's a tiny cat. Oh look, there's another tiny cat. That is certainly a tiny cat. That motherfucker's small as shit. The way people on Tumblr collaborate to create this story is truly amazing. Here's how it all started.
Temples are built for God. Knowing this, a farmer built a small temple to see what kind of God turns up.
A repo built a temple in his field. A humble thing, some stones stacked up to make in a cairn. And 2 days later, a god moved in. Hope you're a harvest god, Arepo said, and set up an altar to burn 2 stalks of wheat.
It'd be nice, you know.
He looked up. I really wanted to see the rest of the story, but it doesn't fucking exist because it got cut off. That's another post wasted.
This guy gets Christmas. We need influencers. We need influencer culture.
We need people that tank the value of brands and make things terminally uncool by associating with them.
How do we boil this site down to its essence and spread it like a viral disease?
At this point, every round mammal is a hamster to me.
Coconut.
I think we both have different definitions of what mammal is, but I can't say I agree with you.
Has hair, Give milk. Michael on dog posting Facebook forum. I have never seen this kind of dog before.
The comments from Laura. Disrespectful, Michael. Michael, this isn't a fucking place for jokes. Dog spotting is a serious lifestyle, Michael. I expect better from you. Enemy of the dog spot. Oh my god, they're so serious. You ever hoist a big laundry basket on your hip and feel like the great tragedy of your life is that you weren't born a hearty peasant girl in medieval England who died at 22 from an abscessed tooth? In my opinion, the fact that people apparently relate to this points to some kind of weird cell memory of centuries of female labour that's activated by extended pressure against the hip bone. I'm becoming an evolutionary psychologist. It was wonderful knowing you all.
Sun, it delivers headbutts with the water bubble on its head. Small Pokemon get sucked into the bubble, where they drown. Moon, despite its appearance suggests it cares for others, it finds vulnerable, weak Pokemon. It protectively brings them into its water bubble. I don't even know what to believe anymore.
Look, if they're dead, they won't need help anymore.
Holy shit!
I was offered a random day off due to an overstaffing mistake and took it. I decided to have fun with the pets. I got all ready for work like I normally would, and they did their usual job of trying to persuade me not to go, and I made a dramatic show of letting them win. They've been on the happiest high for the past 3 hours.
Say it louder for the people in the back. I text like this to represent sentences or to represent paragraphs. I text multiple bubbles because this is how I talk, not because I need/want your attention to blow you up. It's a habit. Please don't confuse the two.
Sir, this is your Uber Eats driver.
How chicks put on lipstick.
I can't stop seeing the beaks as mouths, so all of them are just...
I thought these were grapes. Why would grapes need to put on lipstick? To feel beautiful? A person broke into an Australian bakery and ate so many pastries it couldn't move. This is how they found him. I'll leave for this post.
Do what you must, for I've already won! Ah!
Anyone else live under the assumption that they're constantly doing something wrong?
How about the assumption that everyone's just being polite and at any minute now they're going to snap and let you know how awful you are? Honestly, my dad is such a freak, he never says goodnight like a normal person. He just says, "I'll be back," and he goes upstairs, and when you ask where he is or go looking for him, he's asleep, and the next morning when you see him, he just says,
"Good morning, I'm back."
Like, what is wrong with him? I love that every Pokemon is someone's favorite Pokemon. It doesn't matter how much you dislike a Pokemon, or how forgettable you think a design is. Out there is someone who thinks it's their baby. My coworker, who only discovered Pokemon through Pokemon Go, absolutely loves Tangela, and has a small army of full-powered up ones. At an expo once, I saw a woman at a booth desperately trying to find an Onyx plushie, because it was her daughter's absolute favorite. I talked with someone recently who announced Sudowoodo as their tippy-top favorite. Every single one is loved by someone. And I don't know, I think that's goddamn heartwarming. You know what's not warming my little cold skeleton heart is that you can't put a fucking comma anywhere in there. Not once! Not one comma anywhere!
There's only 365 days left till next Halloween.
364.
And she's a therapy dog who comes into the library and lets kids read to her so that kids who are struggling with reading can gain confidence. Every time I've seen her in the library, she's always wagging her tail for the kids and is very attentive. Before he passed at 110, Alfie Date was recognized for knitting sweaters for penguins in need. Oh my god, I've never been more devastated than in this moment right now. I do not believe I can ever recover in any way or fashion or form. I am half the man I was before reading this post. My day is ruined and now yours is too. A bot wrote this obituary and I'm losing my mind.
Brenda Trent retired from living at the age of old, surrounded by family and natural causes. A librarian from birth, Brenda was an avid collector of dust. She had sweat, heart, and married her high school. She loved having hobbies and helping her son be disadvantaged youths. She had no horses but thought she did. The church gave her a choir because she sang like bird and looked like bird, and Brenda was a bird. She owned so many poems. The funeral will be held in 1977 at Heaven in lieu of flowers. Send Brenda more life.
See you in 1977. It is literally impossible to pick a favorite line from this because the entire thing is gold.
Had the worst toast buttering experience today.
All right, let's inspect it. Using it on, told the plate. No glasses. Cold butter. Cat likes the butter. It's just so chaotic. I love it.
You fell out of a plane. You survived, but you landed in the middle of a cult summoning circle. Now you've got the super crazy group of followers with ties and particularly everything who keep calling you God. Plot twist, you are God. You just don't realize it yet. Their summoning circle works.
Yes, it is I, the god of bare minimum.
I am 22 years old. I work for the government, and this is my bed.
Maybe our government is in better hands than I thought.
Parking lights on, I'm ready to worship. Headlights on, I'm singing along. Right turn signal, raising one hand in worship. Wipers on, lifting both hands in worship. Honking, preach it, amen, right on. Left turn signal, I want to ask for forgiveness for my sins. Headlights, I am in need of a prayer. I would like to be baptized. Sprays washer fluid, driving church worship guide.
I'm just going to assume that this is how church works in the Cars universe, huh?
Because when you think about it, the Pope does exist in the Cars universe, so that means that there's a car Jesus.
A cute girl told me she has lots of plants in her house, and I told her for some fucking reason, damn, the oxygen at your place must be mad crisp, and somehow still got her number. So chase your dreams. Nothing is impossible, apparently.
Me, as a child.
Why are all the songs about love? Mom, someday you'll understand.
Me, as an adult.
Seriously, why are all these songs about love and sex? This is ridiculous.
What about the cowboy songs about being the devil in a music contest?
That is unironically my dad's favorite song.
Is it too much to ask Hollywood to make a movie with Finn Wolfhard, Ezra Miller, Adam Driver, and Keanu Reeves playing the same character in different periods of time?
Me, I really like history.
What some people think I mean, and understandably so. I like military history.
What I mean, people are, and have always been, fucking crazy.
And it is very entertaining to find out what they were up to. It's like drama, but like 3 centuries old. On our first date, my boyfriend said he really liked history, and immediately I was like, oh, okay, so now you're gonna have to listen to World War II facts forever. But no, he ended up going on a tangent about the evolution of language and how he's trying to learn a dead language that Duolingo offers, and damn if it wasn't an extremely pleasant surprise.
Beloved, do not take part in any of these components of Satan's spiritual structure. They are doorways to demonic possession. Eastern religions, yoga, Freemasonry, Illuminati groups, New Age religion, Church of Satan, well, that one's just on the head, Scientology, Rosicrucianism, astrology, tarot cards, Ouija boards, remote viewing, palmistry, voodoo, earth worship, Wicca, cyberpunk culture. That one's really specific. Divination, meditation, vegetarianism, lycanthropy, postmodernism, backmasking, astral projection, necromancy. Okay, well, that means it's real. Rebirthing, Kabbalah, Lord of the Rings, walking, firewalking, levitation, alt comics, okay, vampirism, trilateralism, marijuana. They misspelled. Oh, this dude is whiter than white. Marijuana, slant pot parties, LSD shrooms, video game. Oh, there it is. Harry Potter, Dungeons and Dragons, Halloween, fornication, Skull and Bones. Okay, Skull and Bones. Heavy rock, heavy metal, Burning Man, Twilight films, raves, and XTC goth culture. Tag yourself, I'm Halloween.
You're right, the goth mummies are taking hold of my soul. But I've been conditioned since the early 2000s by cartoons from Cartoon Network that goth women are the only ones I should ever care about. And I think that's the right way to go.
To be honest, the best thing about Venom 2018 is that Eddie looks like complete shit the entire time. I kept waiting for the inevitable moment in all superhero movies where the guy rips off his shirt and everyone gets a minute and a half of ogle at him until the plot resumes. But no, Eddie spends the entirety of the movie in one gray hoodie drenched in sweat and looks 3.1 seconds from death. No unnecessary shirtless fight scene, a shower scene, just Tom Hardy looking like garbage and talking to himself for almost 2 hours. Poetic cinema.
I don't intend to die anytime soon, but just in case, here's my will. All my money goes to the dude at my funeral who tells the best story about me, as voted by other funeral attendees. Any genre is acceptable, but paranormal erotica is highly encouraged. The runner-up gets my corpse.
Oh man, it is so hot to deliberately win second place.
Oh, there's the necromancy guy. There he is.
These sexual/gender type flags are stupid, and apart from the gay one, no one knows/cares what they mean. That is the Welsh flag. Gender of the day, Wales, LGBTW, lesbian, gay, bisexual, trans, and Welsh. On my way to raid Area 51. The longer it takes for this to come across your dash, the funnier it is. I don't get it. I think I'm stupid. I think I'm just stupid. I'm stupid. I am stupid. Humankind cannot gain anything without first giving something in return. To obtain something of equal value must be lost. That is alchemy's first law of equivalent exchange. Kirby, Chris Pratt.
So today I found out that I'm allowed to carry a knife with me to school as long as it's smaller than 3.5 inches, but I still can't show my shoulders. And if that's not a perfect description of American schooling, I don't know what is.
Cover your shoulders with knives!
Shoulder blades.
Shout out to the literal fanfiction happening a few blocks from my apartment. There has been this halal meat market on the corner for like 19 years that the owner's son just inherited. And directly across the street, this woman opened a kosher grocery store. And since day one, they've had this very friendly fake rivalry, playing it up for customers. It's always been super goofy and lighthearted. So turns out last night, she proposed in the middle of the afternoon rush in the meat market, and he said yes, and she's moving her store to the adjacent empty storefront on the left so they can have a joint grocery store. It's so fucking cute. I wish them the happiest marriage ever. We're watching Big Hero 6 in my class, and we were at that part where Hero and Baymax were in the portal, and everyone is so quiet except for my teacher, who mumbles, "If that robot dies, I'm burning this movie." You ever see a fully safe for work artist draw a weirdly detailed armpit, and you just know they flew a little bit too close to the sun?
Trying to draw good feet, but not so good that people think I'm into it.
Don't date people who make you feel like you have to hide your stuffed animals. This is, without exaggeration, probably the best dating advice I have ever seen.
Nemo Bear was here for you, and he'll be here after you're gone, my dude.
Why'd you have to go and make things so swamplicated?
No. Tumblr culture is not knowing if this is from 2008 or earlier this week.
Little girl came up to my door dressed as a shark, and I gave her M&Ms, and she said,
"Thank you, I love you." And her mom said, "You're supposed to say Happy Halloween." And the little girl said, "She gave me M&Ms, I love her." Oh. In primary school, we had a creative writing assignment where we had to write about a character in a new strange situation. I wrote about a squid that was somehow teleported from the ocean to the forest floor and slowly cooked to death for 2 pages. And I'll never quite forget my teacher's face because it turns out she wanted, "This new school is scary, I hope I make friends," and not a graphic description of a squid dying. Well, that's just the risk you take if you decide to teach creative writing. NYPD out here protecting the Wall Street Bull. We deserve more elegant metaphors. Y'all remember that story in the Bible about Moses condemning the people idol-worshipping a golden calf statue? Or nah, right? Anti-revenge narrative this, anti-revenge narrative that. I personally think that Inigo Montoya had the right idea when he stabbed Count Rugen in the gut and said, "I want my father back, you son of a..." A lot of revenge arcs end with the hero saying, "There's nothing you can do to bring my loved ones back, so me seeking revenge is pointless." The Princess Bride's revenge arc ends with Inigo Montoya saying, "There's nothing you can do to bring my loved ones back, so there's nothing that can save you." Another weird thing about beer is that it has a weird masculinity connection to it.
Yo, I get beer. I don't want none of them girly drinks.
Jimothy, you're drinking wheat juice with a 5% alcohol content, and my mixed, fruity, girly drink is 40% alcohol. And tastes great.
I'll get you, and I'll make it look like a bloody accident. Shut up! I mean it! I will end you!
Jim Carrey Grinch was chaotic neutral, but Mike Myers' Cat in the Hat was just straight up chaotic evil. Did you know that this movie is the reason why the Seuss estate won't allow any more live-action adaptation of Dr. Seuss's books? Till Charles Darwin married his first cousin with whom he had 10 children, 3 died as infants and 3 were infertile. He was the first to raise the question if may cause weakness in offspring after studying plants in his garden. Charles Darwin looking at his up tomatoes. Oh, that me? Okay, we need to put camp up on a shelf where people can't reach it too, because I just saw someone call the Mario movie camp. Like, girl, what in the fresh hell are you talking about? Crying emoji. Y'all be calling camp and it'd be picnic at most.
Why are people on Tumblr just allergic to commas?
I'm 25, and sometimes it still hits me that I can do whatever I want. Me. Man, I wish I could go to the zoo. Wait. Please go to the zoo if you want. I'm a zoo docent. Wait. Go! Thank you. I'm a zoo docent, and I love talking to grown-ups who are visiting the animals and want to know all about them.
You can buy stuff in the gift shop too if you have the money. Don't need to ask grown-ups for anything. If you want that toy gorilla, it's yours.
Hashtag, that's the dangerous part. Hashtag, I now have to tell the 5-year-old in my brain we have $20. Hashtag, he can see in my wallet. He knows I'm lying. The fact that we only have Herculean tasks and Sisyphusian tasks feels so limiting. So here's a few more tasks for your repertoire. A Carrion task. When you have a task you know you're going to fail at anyways, so why not just have some fun with it before it all comes crashing down? Cassandrian tasks. When you have to deal with people you know won't listen to you despite having accurate information, and having to watch them fumble about when you told them the solution from the start, most often witnessed in customer service. Feel free to chime in. I ran out of ideas much faster than I anticipated.
Ooh, Promethean task. Opposite of a Cassandrian task, you have the right information and someone has to share it.
But it's all in the delivery, and if you're the person to identify the problem,
You will be hated forever.
was talking about Saw X with a girl in class today, and she's Hispanic, so we both kind of laughed / complaining about the yellow filter they always put over Mexico and South Asian Middle Eastern countries. And then that one asshole dude cut in and started explaining how color grading was a very intentional choice made by the directors, and how important it is to cinema. Like, okay, shut up and maybe think about how Hollywood biases might affect their portrayal of certain regions, because that's what we were talking about, not the concept of color grading. And then he got really mad at me because I was like, oh my god, you're so right, and started waxing poetic about how the blue filter on Twilight was the best example of color grading I'd ever seen in a film because it perfectly encapsulates the misery of the Pacific Northwest. I found the best thing to do with a guy like this is to agree with him and then apply their argument to something very much associated with women that they think is shallow. Oh my god, you're so right, the color grading is everything. When setting the tone in your mood in movies, they do that so well in Twilight with the blue filter to show the dreariness of the Pacific Northwest. So they can't contradict you without admitting that they're full of shit. But they also can't let themselves agree with what you're saying, because then they look like they might believe that whatever girly thing that you're talking about might have artistic merit, and they start turning colors. It's beautiful. People keep asking why I'm dragging the Pacific Northwest like this. The answer is I live here. By the way, the ending of Odyssey made me lose my shit. I like the bit where Poseidon shipwrecks them for like 40 years. I don't remember that part, but I like playing as Bowser, breaking rocks. Question mark, what did she eat? I am so disappointed and proud of this fandom. I came across this on Instagram, and like 95% of the comments were saying the exact same thing. Puss.
Jail! Straight to jail! You're in jail now!
And this is my favorite post on this app. Screw enemies to lovers. I want to see a story in which the protagonists are just one supervillain and one superhero, and they absolutely love each other but are bound to pretend that they are enemies. Something like this. Supervillain.
I have you under my grasp, foolish hero. Now, no one will be able to defeat me.
Asterix whispering.
Are the ropes too tight, sweetheart? I can loosen them if you want.
Asterix hero whispering back. No, it's fine. I will break out of this and we'll pretend to beat you. After that, do you want to go grab something special for dinner, or do you want me to cook?
Your cooking's fine. Now let's keep the scene up. They're watching.
Your reign of terror will not last much longer, foul miscreant. Forbidden dress, forbidden lands.
Who keeps giving her these things?
I've come to inform you all, the ancient Greeks spelled Thoth, the Egyptian deity, as Uwu. Hey, thanks!
Now die.
Thoth was the god of knowledge, so it wouldn't be inappropriate to ask, Uwu, what's this?
Don't like this post.
That had such a primal reaction.
Mean the girls walking in a Target heading straight to the clearance bread rack.
Oh my god.
Jared, how long did it take you to Photoshop all that bread?
Did it the easy way. Oh dear god. It may be less than stellar, but I have a strict personal rule. Don't put longer than 30 minutes effort into a Okay. The second you hit 30-1, the exposure becomes lethal, and the becomes unironic. God, I wish I were you. Wait, which part is the bread or Pokemon? I'm so sorry to have to be the one to tell you this, but it's the bread.
What do you mean? It's the bread!
World Heritage Post. Imagine dealing with an international crisis involving precious artifacts, and someone is like, don't worry, I know a guy! And it's a dorky Connecticut college professor named Henry who slips into his Sona, and suddenly he's capable of saving the world with the power of his whip and fedora. You don't know where the guy is, you don't know where the guy is going, but you do know he's on the case with a 98% success rate, and his Hashtag this post is about Indiana Jones. I said what I said. I'm laughing because I'm just thinking, oh, it's just Henry from Connecticut. New skills. Santas brush up on their sign language during a Santa school, held recently at Royal City Center. The Santas return to school each fall to fine-tune their skills for the holidays. Oh my god, this makes me so happy. Now the Santa can tell me in sign language that I'm not getting a PS5. Have I told y'all about my husband's fork theory? If I did already, pretend I didn't. I'm an old. So, the spoon theory is a fundamental metaphor used often in the chronic pain/chronic illness communities to express the non-spoonies why life is harder for them. It's super useful, and we use that all the time. But it has a corollary. You know that phrase, stick a fork in me, I'm done, right? Well, the fork theory is that one has a fork limit. That is, you can probably cope okay with one fork stuck in you, maybe 2 or 3, but at some point you will lose your shit if one more fork happens. A fork could range from being hungry or having to pee to getting a new bill or a new diagnosis of illness. There are lots of different sizes of forks, and volume versus quantity means that the fork limit is not absolute. I may be able to deal with 20 little escargot fork annoyances such as a hangnail or slightly suboptimal pants, but not even one. You poked my trigger on purpose because you think it's fun to see me melt down pitchfork. This is super relevant for neurodivergent folk. Like, you might be able to deal with your feet being cold or a tag, but not both. Hubby describes the situation as, it may seem weird that I just get up and leave the conversation to go to the bathroom, but you just dumped a new financial burden on me and I already had to pee. And going to the bathroom is the fork I can get rid of the fastest. J.R.R. Tolkien. I really love my wife. I will make her into a beautiful, unearthly, half-angel princess who beat Satan almost single-handedly and won an argument with the keeper of the halls of the dead. Also J.R.R. Tolkien. I really love my best friend. I will make him into a grumpy old tree who never gets to the point. If this isn't the best example of the difference between the relationship you have with your wife and your best friend, I don't know what is. I love it's just like, I love my wife, so beautiful, and then it's just, Jerry, you're a stinky, stinky boy. Doylist explanation. They keep making new electric mouse Pokemon because they're frantically trying to recreate the success of Pikachu, or at least because it's a tradition at this point. Watsonian explanation. A major predator of rodents is birds of prey. A mouse that can deliver electric shocks to flying types has a much higher chance of living to produce more offspring. Thus, convergent evolution fills the niche in every region. Pikachu is just the Pokemon universe equivalent of a crab. Panda researchers in China wear panda costumes to give mother-like feeling to a lonely baby panda who lost their mother. Aww. Without context, it looks like some guy disguised himself as a panda so he could sneak into the panda community, and now he's making a quick getaway with a baby panda. I like the second story better, so now it's a canon event. You should eat more fermented products. This post applies to everyone.
This post is sponsored by Big Bacteria.
That's a lie. Bacteria are really small and little, not big. I've seen them in my microscope. Bacteria aren't that small if they work at Starbucks. I don't know why, but I'm imagining George Orwell's 1984.
You should eat more fermented products. You should eat more fermented products. You should eat more.
So stupid. Does anyone else think tired and sleepy mean two totally different things? Sleepy is cute and dozing off, and happy but tired is 10 cups of coffee and murder. Sleepy versus tired. Reblogging because the last graphic comment is flawless.
Tingler! The whole hand tingles from wearing this ring as if more blood is rushing through the area.
Type ring. +4 constitution, +075 health regeneration and combat, +50% healing effects received. Squinch suspiciously. I don't think this was, made for fingers. If you experience a constitution buff lasting more than 4 hours, please contact your magical advisor. In case you needed to hear it today.
It's okay to use your turn signal when you're changing lanes. It's okay to use your turn signal when you're taking an exit. It's okay to use your turn signal when you plan on turning. Can even be done sooner than 2 seconds before you're about to turn. You have a turn signal in your vehicle. 2 of them, in fact. You are so brave and beautiful and smart and can do it using your turn signal. You're probably like, wow, Hush, you got really intense for that reason, because I agree! Use your goddamn turn signal!
Vampire with gloves. Tin type on silver, 1864. Artist unknown and possibly consumed.
This is the greatest heckin' caption I've ever seen. In case anyone hasn't seen what's happened yet, a bunch of NFT guys went to an NFT convention and were blasted by prolonged UV light exposure and went blind! Apes were aware of eye-related issues that affected some attendees and ape no way! Rich idiot throws party, wants black lights, sees there's a special extra expensive kind of black light, thinks, oh, I want the extra expensive luxury premium black light, decorates party with special UVC industrial disinfectant lamps. Rich idiots and guests enjoy eye damage and skin cancer. LMAO. This reads like an Onion article. Holy. They use sterilization lamps? Bro, we have one of those in our lab. We call it the death ray and don't f with it unless we're wearing PPE and have it and whatever's being used on surrounded in aluminum foil to keep any light from getting out. They used it as party lights? Ape Fest HK 2023 will melt faces. When you're a romantic pianist but also a gamer, I want my face to be his foot pedal. I'd love the chance to even see his bare feet, then find out if they're ticklish, of course. Thank you, toe lover and foot tickler guy. Glad you like my piano video. Person. What's your favorite song? Me with no object permanence. It's hard to choose. Person. So, what hobbies do you have? My mind. Asterix goes blank. Some guy. What's your favorite film? Me. I've never seen a film in my life. Someone. Tell me something about yourself. Me. Asterix sweating. Who? Quantum physics demonstrates that certain things change state when directly observed. In my case, I change into a moron. He yelled at me until we adopted him. That is the happiest looking cat ever. Aw, look at him. To make sure their accents were accurate, the child actors in Harry Potter movies were forced to grow up in England. The cruelty these actors had to endure is immeasurable. The sad part is that doctors still haven't found a cure for Britishness yet. The sun rises over the Earth in a postcard illustrated by Soviet cosmonaut Alexei Leonov, recalling the 1965 mission when he became the first human to walk in space. Alexei Leonov was a prolific and talented artist and drew and painted many pictures inspired by his experiences in space. This particular picture is rather special though, because he drew the first draft for it while in space, while using colored pencils he took with him. The first walk in space coincided with the first art in space. Humans literally can't not do art. Wait, hold on a minute. I think I need to move. Wait, hold on. I need a moment. I need to sit down. I think I need to wait. Hold on. Wait, please. I'm breaking down. Please hold on. Spotify Wrapped? Why don't you spot a woman and wrap her in a blanket? Hashtag top 5 songs, why don't you top 5 women?
Actually, all fossils reconstructions are wrong because flesh only evolved recently. Before that, it was bone world.
Well, if he's wearing glasses, I'm inclined to believe him. My local McDonald's online prices have me doing cookie math. 1 cookie is 79 cents, so the difference between having 0 cookies and 1 is 80 cents, right? You might assume that the cookies to follow will be similarly priced. Maybe 2 cookies could cost $1.50 or something, but you're wrong. 2 cookies, that's $2.10. The difference between 1 cookie and 2 cookies is not 80 cents or even close. It's 1.31, huh? Cookie number 2 costs more than cookie 1 did. It's over 2.5 times the price of 1 to get 2. Hang on, cuz 3 packs of cookies is $2.30. Then the difference between the 2 cookies and 3 is 20 cents, which makes sense in the comparison to 1 cookie price, but not cookies 2s. Why'd the cost jump from 1 to 2, but not from 2 to 3? Ordering 2 times of 1 cookie for 79 each doesn't work because the store will leave the additional cookie out of the order. It's infuriating. I just want 2 cookies for $1.60. I have questions for Ronald, you clown piece of...
Somewhere between and every day.
Ah, the elusive I'm more like a to be honest. Prithee tell, what is ligma?
Such riddles can only be answered by the mind goblin.
Enough of your riddles! Who is the mind goblin?
Mind gobbling these nuts!
You rapscallion! The average British altercation. Asterix explaining kitchen appliances to my pet medieval knight.
The microwave or microwavius, a metal fork or silver prongs are sworn enemies and can never cross paths, lest their meeting spell destruction for all.
Undersea ecosystems are bull fecal matter. Like imagine you're a little rabbit and you go to nibble on a tree sapling, but as soon as you go to take a bite, it takes off like a helicopter and disappears over the horizon. Then, before you process what just happened, the entire patch of grass you were just standing on turns out to be the fox who had turned itself inside out, and you die.
Are you okay? Do you need to talk about it?
Look, I'm just saying I'm glad I exist in a place and scale where the main form of getting dead is just something trying to make your blood fall out. I couldn't handle being a crab. I would register a formal complaint, but crabs can't write.
Do you think truckers realize they're the dentists of highways?
Explain. They both twinks at gas stations.
Explain!
The classics you've come to know and love are back,
fully remastered with stunning HD visuals. New for the $60 re-release, use beautiful filters to see the game the way the spiritualists intended. My new thing whenever an embarrassing memory jumps up out of some backwater neuron to T-bone my present-day thought process is to declare a statute of limitations. Like I can burn down an entire building in the state where I live, and the laws deem it both unfair and illegal to prosecute me after 6 years have passed. I think the thing I said in high school can be expunged from my record.
Okay, but this is actually genius.
My family has a related policy called the 5-year rule. 5 years after an embarrassing or dramatic event happens to someone, everyone else has to shut up about it. This rule was created to keep some of my aunts from bringing up from 15 and 20 years ago at family dinners. So if you need to set a statute of limitations, if it would be f***ing rude of your auntie to bring up a Thanksgiving, it's rude for your brain to bring up at 3 a.m. too, and it needs to eat some mashed potatoes and shut up!
I'm waiting my turn. This is the power move immediately above pissing next to someone in an empty bathroom.
You wanna know what a power move is? You would just go, hey, you fried chicken in there? Ha, I'm just kidding, but really, you pissed loud as f***, and I think that's pretty cool.
Eric Olsen's Tigers in the Night 2011 painting oil canvas. I very much enjoy how my mind scrambles to make sense of this.
The tiger, he destroys his cage. Yes, the tiger's out!
My gas utility wanted me to fill out an online survey. What do we do well as a company that keeps you a customer?
Be a monopoly.
What could we do better to serve you?
Be acquired by a public entity / municipality, etc. via eminent domain to be operated solely in the public interest by publicly accountable individuals.
Trying liberal foods? Bad idea.
Death to Tony Zaret. All this feels so fucking forced. Hashtag like, I don't know how y'all tell what an industry plan is, but to me, he is what comes to mind. Unfortunately, post law means that nobody knows if he's an industry plant or not.
Death? And yes, I am an industry plant. Here is a film about it.
Bloomberg paid me to post cringe.
Severely underrated gag IMO is one where a character turns very slowly and the sounds of stone grinding at stone is superimposed over it. I love that one too. A game called like, This Is Not a Place of Honor. Human civilization has finally blown itself up. You play an AI charged with preventing people from getting to horrible forbidden technology / waste whatever deep inside of the facility that is you. Basically, it's a dungeon management game. The narrative structure of the game is you learn a little bit about the world from each of the groups that come in, and it slowly fleshes the world out of you. Although you usually have to murder them all. Of course, if any of them succeeds, their entire civilization dies. You never get to hear the end of their story, and instead you wait another 10,000 years until another group of humans show up, and you get another story about another civilization. Wait a second. This is just standard fantasy gaming from the DM's perspective. Except you fobbed all the world building off on the players. Clever. I'm stealing it.
I love those Americans only know burgers posts, because it's true. We literally have a word for when something is insignificant or something without value. And yeah, it's a nothing burger. Because what's more worthless than a nothing burger? The way I could even tell you if that's a joke or if the word is real.
Nothing burger. Nothing burger, plural, nothing burger. Something that turns out to be insignificant or lacking in substance. Not only is it real, this word is from the 50s, and they say Americans don't have any culture.
People with siblings are so genuinely scary. They're just constantly asking you things like, you never played 3-minute eye gouge as a kid? You never played fireplace chase? You never played actual serial killer? My sister used to play zoo. It was very entertaining. Only problem was that I was the exhibit. And they would look at me like some animal. I'm crying laughing. It's just childhood trauma and then, lol. Can we weaponize comfort already? A lot of places have a culture that valorizes never sleeping and not eating right and not taking breaks and stuff like that. That. I want, look at how comfortable and well rested I am. I'm well nourished. I take bubble baths. I have a good work-life balance. Self-care has made me strong. Has running yourself into the ground made you strong? I will destroy you, and then I will have a pleasant lunch. Can we weaponize that?
This is the most metal self-care post I've seen in a while.
The world told me to hate myself. I realized the greatest act of rebellion was to love myself. My entire worldview has now changed. Whoa, what? Furry species rank by how difficult it'd be to take them anywhere. Taking my dear boyfriend for a hike in the woods and he hears a twig break and bounds off into the trees never to be seen again. Repeatedly having to ask your sheep girlfriend not to drive so close to other cars no matter how snug and secure it feels. Okay, everyone, leave now. This is the best tag, hands down. I beg you, look at the tags. Hamster girlfriend accidentally gets stuck under the fridge and is never seen again. I take my cop girlfriend out on a date. She dies within minutes. Mouse girlfriend just on the floor all the time.
Lobster boyfriend can't stop snipping at everything.
Seagull girl taking the girlfriend steals my fries things to the next level.
Dead rotting Acathorisona is literally impossible to take anywhere on account of being a corpse. Bottom platypus. Betty the bottom platypus boy accidentally digs his heels in and envenomates you with his spurs.
Horse furry gets bored and eats all the bark off the trees and steps into a divot and dies immediately.
I take my horse GF for a romantic walk at the park, but she trips on a pebble and has to be put down. Constantly apologizing to everyone whenever my cat girlfriend keeps knocking the table at the restaurant. Lost my moth GF to the lights section of Home Depot. How I feel about being the only lesbian? Oh, I just realized I didn't add in my friend group, and now I just look like I got rid of all the lesbians, and I'm sad about it!
Nice latimus dorsi. Trapezius hot too.
Just once, I want to put the blade of my sword under a pretty boy's chin and tilt their head up so I can see both fear and arousal in their eyes. Is that too much to ask? This is horrifying because OP just assumes that this is relatable enough for everyone, and then person 2 somehow has a Kermit meme to match it.
Oh, well, I like a woman with a sword.
Purged. We should all be in fear of anyone strong enough to balance and literally support their entire mass in that pose on tiptoes.
Yeah, she's good looking, I guess. Not really my type. I like a bigger wingspan. There we go, page 236. Look at the plumage on that one. Sweet Jesus.
I tried to scroll past this.
Speaking about how there are people who literally actually speak Dutch every day, and it's normal for them, and they just have to unironically speak that language to live their lives, and not for comedy.
How the do Dutch people have seriously like spank me, daddy?
Give me clap, poopa! You can't be serious!
Memento Mori ring, England, late 17th to early 18th century. Who could put his skills in there?
Wouldn't a ring like this meant to be used to carry a little poison? But consider,
you could put a skittle in there.
There are witches two familiars and have never gotten along, but one day the witch disappears and so they must go on a cross-country search in order to bring her home. Along the way, the cat learns to loosen up while the crow gains worldly experience, and they both become better friends. 10 out of 10 would read this. Bro really tried to change the plot of Bolt slightly.
Recently, my 6-year-old daughter asked me why nobody else in her class had 2 moms or 2 dads.
You know how most people write with their right hand?
Yeah.
Marrying a girl is like being left-handed. It's less common, but not any worse or better.
Oh, that makes sense.
Perfect explanation.
What am I supposed to explain to my kids?
Kids aren't stupid. Maybe you suck at explaining. In 1944, a kid named George, short for General Electric, was saved by drowning by a U.S. Navy crew member. George was then photographed and given a Liberty card and detailed health record.
He's so cute, but his health card is so cursed.
Something very nostalgic and peaceful about having your windows open on summer nights.
OP face reveal. It was me the entire time!
Being a parahuman IRL would be an improvement. I mean, we've already got the trauma. Might as well receive the power-up that comes with it. Kicking around for 3 days and then making a Herculean effort on day 4 that restores your average progress to what moderately inept person would have achieved with consistent effort, that's what it's all about.
That's just like me who's recording this at 3 a.m. because I spent too much time playing Skyrim.
Did you know that in Sonic the Comic, there's a rubber hose cat named Simpson and everyone hates him for no reason?
I think Simpson should be in all Sonic media with no explanation.
Yeah, morning, pirate dudes.
Drop dead, Simpson.
That rhino can get it, though. Simpson knows what he did. What people think writing is like. Careful planning and thought-out plotline. What writing is actually like. Being possessed by an idea that you are constantly arguing with.
I've never seen such an accurate description of writing in my life.
Earth was more charming for aliens when dinosaurs existed, suggests study. Alien bro doing a react stream on the Paleogene extinction. Okay, chat, I'm sending in another asteroid. Thank you for the dono. Me tracing back the origin of every problem in modern American society. Reagan. Me when I finally get to the hell level of doom.
Where the f*** is Ronald Reagan?
Yesterday, I scolded my hand at work when boiling water sloshed over the side of the mug. I made some joke about being clumsy to the kind scientist who was offering me first aid. He looked me in the eye and said in the most serious tone,
"We are all victims of physics."
I love this scientist, man, who has probably been on many occasions a victim of physics.
Reblog if you've been a victim of physics!
When you get to school and realize you forgot to put on deodorant.
I am so f***ing sick of Tumblr! How the f*** can I relate to this armadillo? I don't f***ing know, but I can! I can't tell you how, but I know exactly how this armadillo fits here. Tumblr, you've ruined my life!
I'm a dildo.
Dream of a Dragon Ball episode where an android Goku and android Vegeta participate in the Olympics. I had a weird dream last night. I was watching an episode of Dragon Ball where the villain created android clones of Goku and Vegeta that had same memories and abilities as regular Goku and Vegeta. However, instead of becoming evil, the two androids went off and did their own thing. The Goku android decided to participate in the Olympics while Vegeta android just stared at the Goku android.
Go get that gold, Kakarot.
Somewhere near Fort Worth, Texas, a gnome wearing a .5-gallon hat is watching over his horsefly ranch.
Can Zelda get him pregnant already? Damn!
Excuse me, what?
Can Zelda,
the Princess of Hyrule, get him, Link the hero of legend, pregnant? Cute heart emoji. Already, damn! Profanity.
I meet someone who does drugs. I kill them. They go to hell. They die.
Shouldn't they die before they go to hell?
You understand nothing.
Paladin Smite works by convincing the gods that your enemy is a poor creative choice and must be written out of the setting entirely.
Keeping the sewage monsters at bay by pouring multiple liters of sulfuric acid down the pipes.
Taking out the trash at night.
What if there was a monster? Lol.
Walks faster. Best advice I've ever been given was righty-tighty, lefty-loosey. Your sourdough starter f***ing bit me!
Sorry, he's British.
Pro Insider tips for Black Friday from a retail worker.
Stay home. Stay home. Just stay home. Please stay home. Stay home. Just stay home. Don't even think about going to a store.
Hashtag Black Friday.
No!
From Bad Jokes by Jeff. Look in the mirror. The funny thing to me would be if this was the one Jeff's been saving for years as their send-off. A final epithet. Look upon your own face and despair. Kind of insane how many sports revolve around throwing a ball around in various ways. It's like humanity collectively decided at some point that a large portion of our entertainment needs to revolve around watching round thing go. And we've been figuring out new and increasingly convoluted ways of making round thing go ever since. Real tool using primitive behavior right there. Bro, this is not basketball.
This is literally the 92 Bulls.
Michael Jordan did not have death rays coming out of his hands!
It's called a fadeaway jumper.
I'm constantly torn between the be kind to everyone and the everyone you owe them nothing mentalities. Do no harm, but take no shit.
Do no harm, but take no.
My mom told me to stop vaping in the house, and my dad just texted me this.
They're conspiring against us. Vapors rule, stay strong.
Update.
This is the Vape Lord. Puff, I'm your mom. I am your father.
I like my whiskey like I like my men. Twice my age and from Scotland.
Smoky, full-bodied, and leaves you gasping a little. Left in an oak barrel for at least 3 years with very little oxygen. It's weird to think horses were ever prey animals because what f***ing predator looks at an 8-foot-tall enormous beast with pitch-black devil eyes, terrifying teeth, and extremely powerful legs and thinks, yeah, let's attack that one. Well, moose are still prey animals, so...
That's up. A moose is like a horse with extra weapons.
Wouldn't you rather they be predators? I went to my first physics lecture this quarter, and the professor literally told us,
I wrote the textbook for this course, but I'm going to pirate it for you guys because I hate my publishers.
It's hilarious that this post I made in freshman year is blowing up now because I, a senior, just got a job at the academic press that published that professor's book. United States average gene color per state. 2018.
How the heck do you even get data like this?
If you click through the source, which is Reddit, you can see that in many cases you don't need
any data at all.
You can just retitle a population map and delete your account when people ask for a source. Hope this helps. Me fills a water gun with printer ink. Me, I don't even need a Wii U to have fun.
If you bought a 60 milliliter cartridge of ink at $18 and 2500 milliliter Nerf Super Soaker Barrage at $15.99, it would cost about $2,828.49 to fill it with ink once.
When you shake laminated paper and it does the thing.
Oh, you mean...
Exactly. Favorite slang term for Kikiwiki 1602, Long Plum 1613, Bald Plate Fryer 1656, Silent Flute 1720, Gaying Instrument 1811, Liver Disruptor 1888, Master of Ceremonies 1890, Father Confessor 1890, Quimstick 1896, Patootie 1927, Cutie Patootie, Ambassador 1927, Kidney Buster Double Yikes 1935, Dingle Doodle 1935, Dingle Wallace 1951, Snorker 1963, Corned Beef Torpedo 1975. All selected from the timeline of slang terms for...
What the hell happened in 1888 and 1935?
I'm noticing a distinct lack of the word chungus.
Remember when you were 10? And you would hang out with your friends in order to look at the computer together, like you went to their house and experienced the information highway together, and then leave.
How f***ing old are you people?
Normal amount. Starry Night this, Cafe Terrace at Night that. When are we going to talk about Two Rats by Vincent van Gogh?
Oi mate, why's this guy with no ear painting us eating this f***ing coconut?
One of my favorite things to see in random people trying to interact with unfamiliar outdoor cats. Just standing there with their hand out, making kissy noises, maybe meowing at the cat while it ignores them. Mankind at its best and least dignified.
Hey! Stop calling me out!
I love that mayhem is a legal term, like you can be charged with mayhem. It's like arresting someone for funny business. The jury finds the defendant guilty on all accounts of tomfoolery, japing, and general taking the piss.
Causing a ruckus!
The trick to a good insult is sort of talking around it and making them think so that it hurts harder when they realize what you're talking about. You look like a minotaur. Whatever. You look like you have a bull's head. Slightly funnier.
You look like you should be imprisoned in an underground labyrinth for the safety of Crete!
There we go.
Fathers casually drop the craziest lore of their lives in the middle of a conversation. My brother and I trying to piece together our dad's life based on random info he casually brings up once and then never mentions again.
What do you mean you met the Pope?
Yeah, I met him on my way to have breakfast with Billy Joel.
You met the Pope and Billy Joel on the same day?
By the way, that's an actual story from my dad that actually did happen. What if vampires aren't affected by the sun? They all just heard the stories and decided not to push their luck.
What if you can eat asbestos and construction companies have been hoarding the delicious, delectable asbestos for years?
You get it! You just hear the Minecraft munching noise and then violent coughing. I see Hollywood is now very into the idea of buying something once and then owning it forever and being able to make infinite copies. Which isn't quite the message they imparted upon me in my childhood. And the spirit of their own long-held stance, you wouldn't download an actor. Shout out to SAG. 2001, 2007, 2010, 2012. Halo is a very precise and thrifty marksman, having used only 59 bullets throughout 11 years. Oh my god, this guy is referring to Master Chief as Halo. Who the f*** is Master Chief? Master Chef is a Food Network show where people compete to win $100,000 as startup money for their own restaurant. Not sure what it has to do with Call of Duty. Crying does not indicate that you are weak. Since birth, it has always been a sign that you are alive. Charlotte Bronte, Jane Eyre.
Compliment me. Barbecue sauce.
Oh, thanks. None of y'all know what propaganda actually is, do you?
It's when a British person takes a good look at something.
This is legitimately the absolute funniest thing anyone has ever added to one of my posts. Thank you for your service. Oh, propaganda! Generation 2, fire breather Generation 4, fire breather Richard.
You cowards!
Alright, we're gonna pause here. This guy's name is Hideo Kojima's piss. Alright. I think that's enough internet for me for today.
Goat cat.
A coat.
A gat.
A friend. All around me are familiar faces, worn out places, and worn out faces. I find it kind of funny.
I find it kind of sad.
Crystal baptism.
Why is it always Sonic?
What does this series do to people?
My first day at the gym. I've seen everyone bring drinks, so I brought my strawberry milk. Reblog this fat happy boy for a good night's sleep tonight. Nothing bad happens if you don't. Just a cute good luck charm.
He brings no harm, only good fortune and good dreams. Ding Dong, Texas is a real place. Look it up, libtard.
So, my daughter got a yogurt this morning and learned something new.
Guys, I just realized they meant there's a city in Texas called Ding Dong. I thought the people at Go-Gurt would really like, Ding Dong, wake up, sheeple. Big government doesn't want you to know. Texas is real. Look it up. Get this to the people.
Like some big exec at Yo Plate is ready to lose his life over exposing a national secret through the medium of children's yogurt snack tubes. Let me be clear. I'm not telling you to lie to adults about your opinion on children in order to, blend in with society. It's perfectly acceptable to tell other adults you'd rather not spend time with kids because you find them annoying or even just don't understand them and their needs. But you absolutely have to lie about it when you're around children. You can't let children know you don't like them, alright? This isn't hard.
You don't have to like kids, but you do have to be kind to them when the occasion arises. Everyone has a story about an adult who was mean to them when they were a kid. Don't be that adult.
The vet needed to shave my baby's legs for the anesthesia, and now she has little boots on. Met Gala invite when? I guess you could say she got the boots with the fur.
When you realize you have no photos to commemorate memories because your body dysmorphia and hatred of general appearance kept you from taking pictures. I see we're no longer being subtle. This post just shot me between the eyes.
Just
ordered DoorDash for the first time and I'm nervous. I don't think it's coming.
Hey, this is your DoorDash. I've been arrested. Can you contact support to let them know about the situation so they can sing you another dasher?
Hello? Hey gang, I'm ordering $14 worth of soda and nothing else from my local Domino's. I'm thirsty.
He better not have.
Your order is in the oven.
Snuggles, get you in the f***ing game!
His favorite hobby is napping? Ha! Ha! There's this wasp whose species name is just Ahahaha. Ahaha is a species of Australian wasp named by entomologist Arnold Menke in 1977. He's a joke.
Yes, best known for their classic chart hit, Take On Me.
My boyfriend just told me that he wouldn't want to be with me if I got a nose piercing. He thinks they're ugly, so he told me to choose between him and getting piercings. And that if I loved him, I'd choose him. But if he loved me, he wouldn't beat me down like this.
So, when you get your nose pierced, make sure to clean it with non-iodized sea salt and distilled water.
Not to sound too millennial here, but it annoys me so much when I'm at a restaurant and someone I'm with will complain about the service being slow. Like, buddy pal, it's fine, it's not that important.
You didn't wait 40 minutes for a dinner before, have you?
I have, but I also have, real problems.
Huh! Mac and cheese!
What?
Yeah, mac and cheese!
That's an egg.
That's an iPad!
Do we panic now?
Skeleton of Cave Bear in Bear Cave, Romania.
Wonder why it's called that.
This sent me down a massive historical rabbit hole, but long story short, it's called Romania because there were once
Romans there!
the majestic Manta. Half man, half another man.
Hi, hello.
I hate this so much, and I want everyone to see it. My dad gave me a USB drive with hundreds of pictures he has taken since the 70s. This pictures of the Snuggle Bear playing Uno is undoubtedly the best picture he has ever taken.
This pig feels like I'm playing for my life.
Ad staff. I have to know if the important blue internet check marks are permanent crap randomizers. This is very important information. Also, can you gift important blue internet check marks?
You can stack them?
Green check mark is something unhinged, I promise.
Look at my 10 check marks
If you're on web.
and tell me this is not unhinged! How do you get so many check marks?
For anyone that missed it, Tumblr is now selling 2 blue check marks for $8, and they're stackable. Somebody spent $600 plus just to see how many they could get, and apparently it doesn't stop. You can never be.
I shall be the check mark king! It is I, Hush! Behold my 7,000 check marks!
Therapist, you're a nice person. Friends, you're a nice person. Family, you're a nice person. Me, yeah, but what if I'm actually shit? Me, oh fuck, I tricked so many people into thinking I'm nice. That's just how shit I am.
This post is, it's very loud.
China!
Advisors vow to gamer. Did you play this game as a kid?
Me, no.
Gamer. I must be way older than you. Me.
Actually, I was just poor.
Thank you for this.
Really important PSA. The 52 Hz whale has a friend. He is not the loneliest whale in the world. Marine scientists have heard 2 52 Hz calls within 10 minutes of one another off the coast of California. I repeat, he has a friend. Someone called back.
Oh my god!
Obama!
Soup fans be like, not quite. Water, meat, vegetables, salt. This is soup. It's too cold. Gazpacho. No tomatoes in it. There's at least 1 tomato.
Your soup hubris shall damn us all to hell!
Googled Tony Hawk to see what everyone was talking about, but accidentally typed Tiny Hawk. That's my little brother Mike. Oh my god, it's Anthony Hawkins!
You're thinking about me.
Oh my god, Luigi!
Bears have absolutely no right to be as cute as they are. I want to hug them and pet them. Big fluffy dogs, supersized. This thing is one of the most dangerous predators in North America. Is bulletproof and could kill me in a millisecond without breaking a sweat. And just look at this big old paw and his big old nose and his little ears. I love him. Human brain. Bear will kill you. Monkey brain. Hair fluffy.
Hey, what's Winnie the Pooh's favorite color? Yellow. No, it's red because of his shirt. No, it's yellow because he loves honey. You have no idea what you're talking about. Then Pooh says,
Yellow is like honey, my favorite color.
Things are heating up in the Winnie the Pooh fandom.
girl, you are glowing. Girl, you are radioactive. Girl, it's fatal.
When your bestie works in the wristwatch factory.
Wait, hold on. I gotta look something up.
Google search.
What the
You guys, I'm in Disney World, and this afternoon my blood sugar dropped so low I got separated from my family and somehow bought an ice cream and then blacked out and woke up on a beach with chocolate sauce all over my arms and Mickey Mouse putting a cold towel on my head. This is truly a magical place.
I just saw a guy using a flip phone. You just saw a dealer.
My sister uses a flip phone instead of a smartphone, so she pays more attention to people around her instead of staring at a screen all day. People don't realize how much they actually use their smartphones instead of listening and talking to people around them.
I hate to break it to you, but your sister's a dealer. I'm not sure what to focus on. Her hair, her clothes, her shoes, the fact that her hair kind of looks like the tree in the background. I don't know who this is, but I will marry her one day. Went kayaking with my girlfriend, and we made the cutest friend. Excuse me. Why are his hands up? I can't handle this.
Pick him up.
Me when I'm with my 7'8" goth GF.
Uppies now, mommy!
Hey, put on a coat. It's like 20 degrees outside. Aw, someone made snow angels.
What a cute picture.
Can you believe last year I accidentally manipulated one of my teachers into thinking I handed up my project and she was like, oh, yeah, Alana, I remember reading yours. It was really good. I think I gave you a 90% for it. And I literally said, I'm pretty sure it was higher than that. And she ended up giving me a 96 for a project I never did.
Take notes, Gen Z. Remember to gaslight your teacher. My sister's friend brought brownies and cupcake wrappers to my house, and I picked one up and I turned it over and noticed there was Oreos baked into the bottom, so I gasped and said to my dad, "These are not regular brownies!" And my dad's eyes went so wide, and he whispered, "Pot." My dad accidentally threw a cheese grater at me, so I left the room, and he yelled, "Come back here, you ungrateful child," while laughing hysterically. Update, my mom just told me that if I had even a shred of decency, I would go back in there. Update number 2, my dad apologized and told me he had only done it for the greater good. I like having my own apartment because it means when my family comes to visit, I can just say, "You're under my roof," and they can't protest shit! Update, my dad is grounded. My cat has been staring at this gopher for like 10 minutes. I think he's waiting to kill him until he finishes digging. How polite.
He's letting him dig his own grave.
Oh. Next time a block number calls you, answer like this.
Jim's whorehouse, you got the dough, we got the hoe.
Why does this not have any notes? Lol note.
Nashville sperm bank, you squeeze it, we freeze it. How may I help you?
Henderson's morgue, you stab 'em, we slab 'em. This is A-Ball speaking. Texas crematorium, you come, we grill 'em. How may I direct your call?
Fun fact, little listeners, I just got recently called by these guys during this recording, and I did the exact same thing, and it works. You get blacklisted from any of these scam call sites from India as soon as you start fucking with them. So, make sure to always answer scam calls. Tofi was mad that he couldn't fit in the kitten house, so he squished it. The second cat looks at the camera like, "Do you see this bull?" I punched a guy because he was making jokes, and one of the things he said was,
"What's the difference between yes and no? Nothing."
So I asked him if he'd care if I punched him in the face, and he said yes, but did it anyway since there's no difference between yes and no. And that's the story of how I gave someone a bloody nose. Can we all just applaud this person? As a bar goer, I can only recommend that you don't do that because there's only one type of person who says that horrible type of joke, and it's the most horrible person at the bar. Like, that man is like one Tucker Carlson episode away from stabbing everyone in the bar. Like, he's the most violent, angry person in the bar. Do not try to fight him. He will kill you, and then he'll say a racial slur directly after it. You don't need to have fun. Don't tell me aren't involved in this. I feel like this is another thing. I feel like this is just like the Wonder Bread thing, and I just don't get it. And you know what? I'm just gonna end my contact with it here. Why can't I be born with an older brother who is my best friend and has hot friends that flirt with me and drives me places like McDonald's when I'm sad and punches rude boys in the face for me?
My brother once sat on me and farted until I passed out.
My brother duct taped me to a treadmill and turned it to the highest setting once. Oh my God! I walked into health and screamed, and the teacher goes, "You're the 7th person today! They're CPR dummies!" Jesus Christ. They're calling to mother for food. Feed! Okay, that one just scared me. Who said Ferraris on family cars?
Because air from the grill is diverted out of those channels. That baby would be launched out at sufficiently high speeds. Average Italian moment. Ah, fantastic.
When I was 14, my teacher made fun of my pimples in front of the whole class, and my best friend was furious. So whenever she saw the teacher, she's like, "Oh, you got new crinkles today. Did you lose weight? Because apparently you didn't. Hey, ma'am, is that your or is this your belly? They look the same."
She got detention almost every day. Even I told her to stop. She still did it anyway. If you don't know what golden friendship is, it's this. You could search for thousands of years and not find a better textbook definition of chaotic good than this woman.
Sometimes I'm confused by Canadian stereotypes, but then I realize that we literally dump maple syrup onto the snow, wait for it to get gooey, then scoop it up with a stick and eat it.
You better not be f***ing with me, Canada. Is this for real?
Oh, it's all too real there, bud. There's a very drunk man down my street who has been flirting with a tree for 20 minutes now. He's on his knees now. I think he's proposing. Drunk man currently walking away from the tree shouting, "You're all the same."
If I were a murderer, I'd be the Febreze murderer and lead my victims blindfolded to the undisclosed location, and I'd ask them what they smelled. And they'd be like, "Oh my god, ocean air and tulips." And then I'd rip off the blindfold and it would be a pile of the bodies of my previous victims. My mom made me go to a therapist because of this post. Once a girl in my biology class asked if the sun had bones. Once a girl in my Spanish class asked if fish was a dairy product.
Once a girl in my biology class exclaimed,
"I didn't know you breathed when you were sleeping." Once a guy in my health class argued with the teacher for an entire period that peanut butter was a meat. Once a girl in my world history class asked me if England was in China.
"Oi, bruv, ever heard of Tiananmen Square?" "No fucking clue, lad."
There were these 12-year-old boys hanging around. As I got my food and left, they were all checking me out like prepubescent lemurs, and one of them said, "Can I get your number?" And I turned around and said, "Why? You need a babysitter?" Family Christmas photobomb. Why y'all photobomb the dog, huh?
The loaf has fallen.
When you trying to fit in. On my first day of work at Disney World, I went into the bathroom and accidentally smacked right into Snow White, and she went, "Oh, and almost dropped her Red Bull, and that was the beginning of the best job I've ever had. On my first day, I was walking and ran into Ariel drinking Starbucks, and she said, "What's up?"
I want to work at Disney. Gamers, I'm gonna keep it 55th Street with you. You do not want to work at Disney.
So today, I was thinking how overlooked boys' body image issues are. Guys have standards society try to tell them that they have to reach in order to be attractive. Dear boys, you don't have to have the perfect V in your hips, washboard abs, big great biceps, or any arrangement of physical qualities to be hot. Seriously, just don't be a dick and smile a little. You're handsome. Keep it up.
Wow, I still can't make eye contact with women. Today in the park, I was walking my dog, and there was this other girl walking her poodle. She was really pretty and very nice. Our dogs played for a little while, and then her poodle squatted and when she leaned down to pick up, a dude started yelling obscenities about how he'd like to put his dick in her. She got up and literally threw the bag of warm at him. It hit him in the face. I got to witness that. This might be the best day of my life. I thought he was doing a handstand on his cat. I spent too many hours crying over that.
I thought he was doing a handstand on his cat too.
Wait, he's not doing a handstand on his cat?
No, he put his cat up to the ceiling.
No, he's doing a handstand on a cat.
There was this teacher in high school who was very awkward and told us he killed his cat accidentally by sitting on it. So the rest of the year, every time he sat down, everyone would meow
violently. That's dumb. That is, dude, Gen Z is cruel, dude. Imagine having braces during the apocalypse. No one can take your braces off, and you just have to accept that you'll have braces forever.
I want a novel focused around a character with braces during the apocalypse, and the entire plot of the story revolves around their search for an orthodontist who is still alive, and they sort of accidentally save the world in the process.
Titled, Brace for It.
The best kinds of laughter. Laughing so hard that your laugh becomes silent and you sit there clapping like a fucking seal. Feeling a six-pack coming up. Tears coming out of your eyes. You know you're f***ed when it's a combination of all three. I feel really called out right now. Listen, guys. Just because I do... No! I'm doing what?
I wish I cried macaroni because I would get free macaroni and that would make me so happy that I would cry from happiness and make more macaroni.
Are you okay?
Yes. My mom ordered 2 different pizzas from 2 different places because she had coupons and they both got here at the same time. So we had a Pizza Hut delivery guy and a Domino's delivery guy both standing by our front door, and the Domino guy looks at the Pizza Hut guy and proceeds to sing, "Why can't we be friends?" while the Pizza Hut guy just glares at him. He likes to hunt leaves.
He is successful. I am so proud.
I feel bad for teachers because I distinctly remember my mom bursting into tears when she was grading a paper and she was just mumbling, "They're so goddamn stupid," over and over again.
Every time I read this, I laugh a little harder.
If I was a famous author, I would publish a book with 10 different endings which all went to print with varying degrees of rarity, but not tell the fans about it so that I could watch their confusion as they disagree over how the story ended. Then, when they figured it out, I would come clean telling them I had released 11 alternative endings and watch them panic again as they all try to find the last ending.
Think about the first person to have twins.
How freaking confusing do you think they were? Oh my god.
I ordered 1, but they gave me 2.
I spent an hour planning this wedding and I accidentally shed a tear when it was over because I remember raising both of them like they were literally just born yesterday, and now they're getting married, and then my mom made me get off the game because she was concerned for my well-being.
The guy died of old age today. I accidentally cried and my mom confiscated the game, so no more Sims for like a week.
Oh my flippin' Jesus with a G! This girl just asked me Harry Styles' number, so I gave her my number instead, and she rung it 3 minutes later and I played a sound clip of Harry singing "Hi," and she started screaming and crying and she was like going crazy, but I had no other sound clips, so I just had to keep playing that one that said "hi," but she kept screaming and crying and kept saying "oh my god" for like 5 minutes. Then I hung up and blocked her number. By the way, guys, I did all that in one take. Eat it. I remember once I was walking to class near this group of guys, and one of them saw his girlfriend, and one of his friends was like, "Come on, man, bros before hoes." And the guy looked him dead in the eye and said, "She's the bro and y'all are the hoes," before going to talk to his girlfriend. And I have never seen a group of guys in sagging jeans and ridiculous shoes look so offended. Bro, you just dissed Oliver Tree. I don't know why, just the image of him in his like fucking bullhead, bro. I'm like, dude, what the fuck? My mother's grandmother hated my father so much that she literally woke up from a coma at the sound of his voice, yelled at him for waking her up, and then died. Kid fell asleep on the couch one night, so we gave him a pillow and a blanket, which we made out of a Kleenex because we always have those around on our coffee table for when we watch feely stuff.
My heart!
Doesn't even go with my blog, but I can't scroll past this without regretting not reblogging it.
Hashtag!
How does a cat with a Kleenex pillow not go with your blog? What are you
Doing!
I don't want to go to college, but I also don't want to not go to college. What I really want is to stop existing, but you can't do that without dying, and I don't want to die either.
This is the most accurate post I've ever seen.
There is a book in front of you, and it contains all the bad things people have said about you behind your back. Would you open it?
Hell yeah! Read it so you can find out what people really have to say about you and how you could change your character to be a better person.
Read it so you know what order to murder people in.
2 kinds of people.
Innovative doorknob. Even doorknobs can be improved upon. If a door is locked, it should not be available to even try and open.
No, you may not enter my room. This doorknob says you're not even allowed to try.
This is my answer to This is my answer to privacy now.
I kept bugging my mom about not buying me my favorite popsicles, and she kept saying,
"Lacey, I wanna buy them. I will buy them. Relax."
And I came home one day and my mom was like, "I bought popsicles." So I go to the fridge and I open the freezer. Oh my god!
Why? Why did you do this? Mom, I know you can hear me. Why? Why? Tell me! How did you even find this many to buy at one time? Oh my god!
If you ever feel bad about yourself, just know that I tried to order food, but I was so nervous that instead of saying I would like 1 small pizza please, I accidentally said I would like 1 small please, and the guy on the phone responded with, "I only have a large, is that okay?" And now I have to find the nearest cliff to jump off.
Bye! The catastrophe that is my life, part 2. My mom made me go in with her and help carry a bunch of pizzas she ordered for a party. And when we went in, the guy looked at the address number and screamed, "Yo, dude, it's the girl!" Fun fact, I knew this girl from camp who had a British accent, but she wasn't from England, and then one day I went to her house and her parents didn't have a British accent either. So I asked her where she got it from because I was really confused, and she told me her parents faked it until she was 7 because they wanted a child with a British accent. Fun fact, I one time convinced my 8th grade teacher I was British, and she only found out at the parent-teacher conference when she met my very not British parents. Please wake me for snacks and drinks. Thank you.
Me. What is America's obsession with Bill Nye the Science Guy? I once said in class that I had never seen it, and this girl yelled, "You never watched Bill Nye?" And in 5 seconds flat, half the class was screaming, "How could you never watch Bill Nye?" While the other half chanted, "Bill, Bill, 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 Bill Nye the Science Guy."
Science rule. 2010 was a simpler time.
Oh my god, planking! I completely forgot about that! Flynn Rider admires Rapunzel with love while a young boy with churros stares in disdain at Disneyland.
One day, you will find love too, churro boy.
Student, can I borrow a pencil? Teacher, I don't know, can you? Student, yes! And might I add that your colloquial irregularities occur frequently in any language, and since you and the rest of our present company perfectly understood my intended meaning, being particular about the distinctions between can and may is purely pedantic and arguably pretentious. Found this up unicorn at work, and I showed my dude, and he said, "Oh wow, it's a unicorn," and I had to put real effort into not slapping him for that joke.
Look at their little legs. They barely know how to stand. They're so excited for food. Oh my god!
The first and fourth ones aren't even standing up.
Aww.
Once I was little, I claimed it was teacher's workday, so I wouldn't have to go to school. And Mom's not an idiot, so of course it didn't work. But when we got to school, we found it was teacher's workday, and that made me think I had superpowers. So I started trying to kill classmates with my mind to confirm the theory.
You thought you had superpowers, so you immediately attempted to murder everyone.
Go big or go home! For Chinese New Year's, they get all these famous actors and comedians together and they do a little show. And one of the comedians was like, "I was in a hotel in America once, and there was a mouse in my room, so I called the reception, except I forgot the English word for mouse, so instead I said, you know, Tom and Jerry. Jerry is here." Jerry is here. I'm saying excuse me, but I mean, excuse me.
What the f*** are you and your friends standing in the middle of the hallway blocking everyone? What the f***, you f***er? I'm gonna rip your spine out! I'm gonna rip your eyes out!
Sorry, Cindy, what was that? I didn't hear you.
Oh, I said, excuse me.
Iceland! Where's the fucking ice?
In Greenland. I still believe Iceland and Greenland sat down in a meeting one day, and it started with,
"You know what the people oof?"
That's actually not too far from what actually happened.
This is a picture that someone took who works on an oil big rig in Texas. He wanted to get a shot of the lightning that was flashing by. He was unaware of the tornado until the lightning. I swear people get 500 times cuter when they talk about what they're passionate about. Unless it's... Then it's only 9 times cuter.
Alright, I'm done.
Was it something I said? God damn it. I'm concerned about the blueberries. Okay, so in my city, there's this billboard, and nobody knows what it's about or who it's from. It's just here. There's no name. And all it says is, "I'm concerned about the blueberries." That's it. I'm concerned about the blueberries.
And now the weather.
Nintendo DS's Imagine Fashion Designer by Ubisoft.
My little brother looked at my outfit and asked what I even thought I was wearing. Then he walked away and came back with this and said I could learn a thing or two. I can't even believe.
Listen, all you guys always say I laugh like a Joker villain, but that's not true.
He laughs like me. I'm the...
No! I am a tiny cactus, and I believe in you. You can do the thing.
This motivated me to study. Thanks, Tiny Cactus.
The tiny cactus is back, baby.
If I were a magic wizard, I wouldn't harm people if they me off. I would just put these really
up random curses on them, like every time they saw a school bus they would their pants, or every time someone said the word Thursday, they would pretend they were a dragon for 20 seconds.
I think you would be a very good wizard.
Oh my French God, I just ordered pizza, and as I was about to hang up, I said, I love you out of habit, and the guy said it back, and after a whole minute of dead silence, he just tells me that he hopes that I'm not expecting a discount on the pizza just because we confessed our undying love for each other.
You can't beat Costco customer service!
I've been singing the I Will Kill You in Your Sleep song, so you'd better try to keep awake in the air vents for the past 5 minutes, and my mama's going crazy because she can't find the source of the creepy music. Update, she called her neighbor over to help her. Okay, so I'm recording my voice singing it and putting it in the air vents as to keep playing. Okay, final update. I'm grounded. My mom told me to put the dog to bed, but didn't specify which bed.
Oh, look at him, he's all tuckered out.
I'll never forget when my 8th grade English teacher wouldn't let a girl go to the bathroom, and he saw the tampon in her hand and goes,
"Oh, so you're trying to eat candy without sharing with the rest of us. Go ahead, open it and share with everyone."
And she looked so embarrassed, so she responded with, I can't open it now and share the candy because it's a tampon for my bleeding. And my teacher just stared at her in horror as she left the room. We all remember that one teacher that wouldn't let us go to the bathroom, and yes, they do deserve every bad thing that's ever happened to them ever. So one time this was harassing my French, and he gave her a note and said, hey, pretty, wanna date me? Yes, smile, no, backflip. And like the badass she is, and because she's a gymnast, she got up and did a backflip in the middle of class.
She got a gold medal and you. Teacher, who haven't I called on yet? Me. I had a nightmare about, being back in high school last night, and it chilled me to my core. It has ruined my day. That's how bad it was. How teens and adults text. Expectations, teens. What is up? What are you doing today? Want to go and do some stuff? Adults. What are you doing today? Want to hang out? Reality teens. Hey, what are you doing today? Want to go hang out? Adult. What is up? What are you doing today? Want to go to do some stuff? My mother. This is actually true.
So true.
We live on a floating rock in a giant space that has no real end, and you want me to memorize vocabulary words?
It's posts like these that make me want to go outside and freak out sometimes.
When you have to make your own food and you've been watching too much Food Network lately? What you have before you are deconstructed rustic chicken breast fritters, coated lightly in breadcrumbs and toasted until crisp and golden. The sauce is a tomato, Worcestershire, and vinegar reduction, with the vinegar for some brightness and brown sugar for sweetness to offset the umami of the chicken. I present to you Dino Nuggies.
My kinda boyfriend person, okay that's cold, took me to a Build-A-Bear today for my birthday. Wow, you're cold. And he chose a sound to put in it, and he wouldn't let me know what sound it was, and he said I couldn't listen to it until we got in the car. So I was kinda worried because I thought it was gonna be super vulgar or sappy and gross or whatever. But we leave Build-A-Bear and I press my bear's hand and it just makes this super loud velociraptor sound.
And you call him your kinda boyfriend? Your kinda boyfriend! That's husband material! Husband material!
Keep him. Bad girls suck, good girls swallow Kuzuma. Oh my god, this JPEG has been shared more times than gonorrhea. Jesus H. Christ. A kid was walking around school wearing this today and didn't receive a single comment from administration. Meanwhile, I was pulled over twice by them to mention how incredibly short my bottoms were. Last I checked, my shorts don't reference job.
A white girl is lost in the woods and is about to be attacked by a bear.
Why can't we all just be friends? Bullying is so stupid. Stop bullying, heart emoji.
She says to it. The bear stops. He is confused. How the hell did she just say heart emoji out loud?
Less than 3.
One more person adds this Greek-ass comment, I will make sure you have less than 3 seconds left to live.
In 9th grade, I was getting picked on in class, and this girl was like, "F you guys, leave him alone,"
and called me over to her seat, and I was like, "Thanks, lol."
And she was like, "I have something special to show you. Don't tell the teacher."
And I said, "Okay," and she pulled a guinea pig out of her purse. And yeah, that's how I met your mom. Hanging out with friends means sitting in my living room and asking each other, so, what do you want to do? For a few hours, and then it's 11 p.m. and it's too late to do anything. I also have lived with stoners. I don't know what I'm laughing at more. The ostrich, the girl that looks like she's crying in the other car, or the llama in the mirror. OMG. So I just figured out the word hurt is past, present, and future. You will be hurt. You are hurt. You were hurt. Because if something truly hurt, it never really stops.
You poetic little shit. It's because, it's an adjective.
You will be stupid. You are stupid. You were stupid.
I was watching Friends and there's a f***ing potato in the cake stand. Oh, look. There it is. She's chilling there. A woman and her grandmother, both at age 20.
If she's her grandmother, how are they both 20? Nice try.
Oh my god. I stubbed my toe and I naturally screamed, "Mother!" And then my dad poked his head out of the living room and said, "You rang!" Hats off for the ultimate dad joke. Have you ever talked to someone that you're completely comfortable with and you could just tell them anything you want and they won't judge you for it, or they'll actually make an effort and try to make an interesting conversation about it, like you could talk about different kinds of sauces or pastas with them for an hour and the conversation will never get boring? Nah, me neither. I hate myself. I was at Target. I know. Yesterday, and this little girl wanted to buy Halo 4, but this lady came up to her and said video games are for boys. This lady had a box of tricks in her cart, and so the girl grabs the box and said, "And tricks are for kids," and ran off with the cereal and the game.
Small child 1, lady 0.
This child wins in life. The best superpower ever has to be the power to refill things. Think about it. Your glass is empty. Refill it without getting up. Your bank account empty. Power to refill it. Your bed is empty. A person of your preferred gender. Refill it and have some fun.
At first I was all, well, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. But then I was like,
Genius! Pure unadulterated genius!
Person annoys you?
Refill their bladder.
Oh my god.
this one's different. He's honest and sweet and wouldn't do anything to hurt me.
He's a guy!
I love watching Disney movies when you're older and come across scenes like this. I laugh for 5 minutes. Hades was the original sassy friend. Right, so when I started my sociology course in college, my teacher stated us off with... God, I hate typos.
Well, I guess I have to do icebreakers. I'm John and I fear bears. Why do I fear bears? Because bears can run at 30 miles per hour and Chester Zoo is 30 miles away. That means a bear can be outside this door in an hour. Why would a bear be here? Because they can smell fear, and I fear them.
Oh, I guess this post is in all caps.
My mom told me she would buy me grapes, but she lied to me and bought me cherries, and I hate cherries, so I poured some of them down the ice dispenser, so when she goes to get ice, the fridge will lie to her and give her cherries instead, like she did to me!
When I was little, I thought food poisoning meant that someone had literally poisoned your food, and one time my sister got food poisoning from McDonald's, so I told everyone at school that the drive-thru guy tried to kill my sister.
This picture makes me cry every time. He's so happy. Oh, and he's even got his vegetables. He's going to eat his meat and vegetables. Oh, God, he's so happy.
So they brought an ice cream truck to school, and the ice cream man saw my hair and was like, "Oh, I have something for you!" And he gave me this crying emoji. A guy is taking his girlfriend to prom. He waits in the ticket line for a really long time but gets them. He goes to rent a limo. The rental line is really long, but he eventually does it. He goes to buy her flowers. The line at the florist is really long, but he gets the flowers. At prom, she asks him to go get punch. He goes to the refreshment table, and there's no punch line.
You've gotta be kidding me!
I'm in physical pain!
So I was in psychology, and we were talking about how 55% of Australians are overweight, and someone in the class yelled, "Crikey!" And my teacher is so done and is just staring at his desk.
Update, cunts! The people in the front of me had to leave because they were laughing so hard! It just...
I have 2 neighbors, and they're married, and they gotta be like in their late 30s, and I'm making dinner, and I look out the window, and they're running around outside in their pajamas and barefoot with a water pistol, soaking each other and laughing so loud it made me realize I'm wasting so much time trying to make relationships perfect when all that's really needed is someone who will laugh with me for the rest of my life. I'm waiting for the funny haha to come in, but I know it never will.
My crush asked me to hang out with him the other day, and so I went over to his house, and he asked me if I wanted to do something fun, and I was like, sure. And he suggested that we make an entire box of taquitos and a bag of pizza rolls and see who could eat more. I think I'm in love with him.
I have just ordered this mane hat for my cat, and I have absolutely no regrets.
The old razzle-dazzle, yeah!
Every time I see this post, I laugh for about 2 hours. My brother's toothbrushes over the past month. Why is he so angry?
Does dude even still have teeth?
Does you even know sentence structure? How does she know this is even aimed at her? This is a public restroom. The real question is, why is she wearing a tank top over a long-sleeved shirt? The other real question is why is this fucking 240p image on my goddamn timeline? Stop resharing JPEGs!
My strangest legacy in high school, for one reason or another, I can't remember, my friends and I wrote 34 days until March 2nd on the whiteboard in the drama classroom. It was completely arbitrary, but we kept it up. 30 days until March 2nd, 23 days until March 2nd, etc. It spread around enough that the entire school is buzzing about what's going to happen on March 2nd. We figured we should think of something and decided to bring in cake. There, we were about 13 of us in total committed to bringing a cake. On March 2nd, during third period lunch, we all entered the cafeteria in a line, the parade of the cakes, and laid them out, a grand cake buffet for everyone in the lunch period. We did it the next year, and after we graduated, it kept going. This past March 2nd was the 9th year they've done it. It's become a school-sponsored event. There are t-shirts for this thing every year. March 2nd is Cake Day. Once when I was 9, my teacher told me to write the most beautiful love story I could imagine, and I wrote a story about a shark and a horse who fell in love, and the horse jumped into the sea to be with the shark, but it drowned and died, and the shark was so sad that it also died. The teacher called my parents.
Defibrillator toaster. My mom will be so annoyed. Every morning I would run into the kitchen screaming, "We're losing them! We're losing them! Don't you die on me, damn it! Nurse, we need 12 cc's of cream cheese stat!"
He's bread, Jim.
Time of deliciousness, 7:15 a.m. If we don't restore his heart, he's toast!
Jesus Christ.
Damn it!
I put so much... Why do I do this?
I'm so fucking weird. It's like I'm the nicest rude person you'll ever meet. I don't give a about anything, but at the same time, I care about a lot. I hate people, but I develop crushes easily. I hate myself, but I'm completely fabulous. I need help.
My entire existence in one post. Bless this post, I'm a walking irony. Forest puppy.
That's a deer. It's a forest puppy.
If someone ever cheats on me, I'm going to invite them for a romantic candlelit dinner in a deserted area, and then I'm going to tell them stories about how I killed my ex-boyfriend in the woods because he cheated on me, and then I'm going to point to the trees and say, actually, those woods right over there, and then I'm going to blow out the candle and laugh.
I wish I would have found this before.
An Englishman, a Frenchman, a Spaniard, and a German are all standing watching a street performer doing excellent juggling. The juggler notices the four gentlemen and have very poor view, so he stands up on a large wooden box and calls out, "Can you all see me now?"
Yes!
Oui!
See!
Yeah! What? Took me 10 minutes to finally understand this stupidest, most awesome joke ever. Trampoline tent for summer sleepovers.
Think about all... If you want to eat somebody, you could put a fire under it and slow roast them.
Three types of people.
Kanye sleeping. Shh, Kanye rest. In his Kanye nest. When he wakes up, he's gonna be his Kanye best. This is the tale of Kanye West, who is snuggling in his Kanye nest, having himself a Kanye rest, for he must be at his Kanye best, before he's off on a Kanye quest, where he'll be put to the Kanye test, in hopes to retrieve the Kanye chest that is distinctly marked with the Kanye crest. He shall return to Kanye nest, and have himself a Kanye fest, where he will welcome many Kanye guests, but first he must be rid of Kanye pests, before he can put o'er his Kanye vest, and dance at the party with such Kanye zest.
Did you just? Yes, I did that all in one take, and y'all can eat it, because I'm a
real voice actor! Rah!
So there's a boy at my school, and I see him a lot, and he stares at me really weird, but I didn't get it, and today my friend asked if I know him, and I asked why, but apparently in 6th grade, he asked me out, and I told him I would answer in high school, and he's still waiting for the answer!
Either get married or a restraining order.
My brother and I begged my mom to buy us one when we were little because they were horribly overpriced, of course, and she finally gave in. He got Jolteon and I got Mew, and we spent few hours trying to chew the toy out of the ball, and it turns out the little are actually tiny, and the ball just magnifies them to look big. And my mom walked in and saw the chewed up mess and spanked us. One time in 8th grade math class, my asshole teacher who didn't like me goes, Erin goes to the store to buy a new personality because hers sucks. The one she wants is... And I cut her off and I say, I wanted the personality, but you took the last one. They never bothered me again.
2,400 Krispy Kreme donuts, perfect for every occasion. The donut chain created the special double 100 dozen as a part of a new occasions offering, which caters to a large-scale events and parties.
Hello, yes, I would like 2,400 donuts.
Okay, sir. What event are you hosting?
The event is called I'm Going to Eat 2,400 Donuts. I love you more than pizza. Don't tell pizza. This is my kind of
Pizza would not approve! I am offended! It is I, the embodiment of pizza. Gabagoo!
If Mario Kart was about pure driving, I would win every race. But unfortunately, my competitors insist on engaging in a great deal of unsportsmanlike behavior. Hashtag this is what competitive Smash players sound like when you play with items on. Breaking Bad, Fight Club, Rick and Morty, Clockwork Orange, and The Catcher in the Rye are all arguably good things. But if a man says they're his favorite book / movie / TV show, run. Can someone explain this to me? They're all works that are examinations of compelling but deeply flawed, usually narcissistic and violent men. People rightfully like all these works because they're good, but the implication of the original post is that if a guy says that they're his favorite work, he is probably misunderstanding the point of the work and instead idolizing the male protagonist and is unable to recognize their flaws. Didn't even the creator of Fight Club advise against relationships with anyone who said it was their favorite movie? Not just that, he also started refusing to sign for folks at book signings if they express admiration / admonishment of Tyler. At least one person he straight up asked,
You know he's the villain, right?
One time, this man approached me in a bar talking in Spanish, so I assumed he was Spanish and we started speaking. We had a whole conversation, and at some point he was like, So, what part of Spain are you from? And I said, Well, I'm Italian actually. What part of Spain are you from? And he was like, I'm Greek. One time, I was in Argentina, and I was so tired of trying to speak Spanish because I'm not very good at it, LMAO, so I broke into an exasperated English, and the retail seller girl quickly understood me and engaged me in conversation. We talked for a while, she introduced me to a makeup brand, and then I decided to buy it. Whilst she was packing the purchase, she asked me if I were from the US, perhaps the UK, and I just said, Oh no, I'm Brazilian, haha, and she looked me straight in the eyes and said, in clear Portuguese, I'm Brazilian too. The real innovation of Musk's car tunnel is that it's so tight you can't open your doors, you can't pass anyone, and there's no way for an ambulance or fire engine to get in. He has created an LED-lit celebrity death tube. Great stuff, IMO. Are we sure this isn't just the wall painted by Wile E. Coyote? Now that you mention it, it does look very flat. My biology professor has such a chaotic energy about him. Last week I went to his office hours and somehow we ended up on the topic of gay marriage. He said that when he lived in Texas, they changed the law to define marriage as between a man and a woman in a house of religious worship with the intention to have children. So he filed his taxes as single, and when they called him up like, You filed marriage last year, he was like, You changed the law. I was married by a judge in a courthouse and I have no intention of having kids. And they told him, You know who the law is for. And I guess he hung up on them and did not, in fact, pay taxes as a married man that year. Chaotic good.
No, this is lawful good. He's following the law. Chaotic doesn't just mean cheeky.
This is like how Sweden stopped classifying homosexuality as an illness because people started a campaign of calling in gay to work. Malicious compliance is one of the best tools in the arsenal of civil rights activism. That's awesome. Vine's entire concept was show don't tell, while TikTok's entire concept is tell don't show. Might risk sounding like an old fart, but I want to elaborate what I mean. Sometimes I will see TikToks that are just people talking to a camera about a thing that happened to them, and then at the end,
won't even show the thing they're going to talk about. They're just talking to a camera. That, or the few staged jokes, take way too much time to get to the punchline. And the punchline isn't even that funny. And the acting is bad. Meanwhile, on Vine, you only have 7 seconds, and in 7 seconds, you can have anything happen. And a dude said, "Back at it at Krispy Kreme," and did a backflip and kicked out the sign in his final flip. And the video just cut with no explanation. And it was the greatest Vine on earth. It's 2007. You're working on a PowerPoint for school. It's about Egypt. You select papyrus font. Yes. Perfect. Punjab Chief Minister openly drinks glass of polluted water to prove water is clean. Admitted to hospital. Know you what? Respect. He put his mouth where his money is and experienced consequences immediately. Every American politician should be taking fucking notes and opt out of government health insurance. Out of pocket, you entitled fucks. The Punjab Chief Minister is more committed than you ever were. Damn. Forum. Help! Hey guys, I'm experiencing this problem running my game. Same here. 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 The thread has closed. Never mind, fixed it. Hey, I got this same problem. Can you tell me how you managed to make it work? Sure. I PM'd you the fix. Last reply, August 3rd, 2002. The radio channel I listen to has a guy who does the traffic report every morning. He got so fed up of saying basically there's no traffic because everyone is at home that he started getting listeners to message him with traffic that's in their home. Like, in Steve's house in Surrey today, there's a massive delay between the bedroom and the dining room table. That is where Steve is working because the dog is lying in the doorway. The current recommended diversion is via the kitchen for a cup of tea. That's adorable and very funny, and oh god, we're all going insane. The fun thing about English/literature class is that no matter your feelings towards English/literature as a subject, there is always that one fucking short story that you remember decades later because holy hot dogs, that was a fucked up thing to make a 10th grader read. The notes are enlightening. Hey, George, why don't you look off to that bunny field there? Yeah, just keep looking over there. Oh, God, mice and men. You ever cycle through the same 4 apps on your phone over and over again and feel like a tiger pacing in a cage at the zoo? If you're doing this, it's because you, like the tiger, need enrichment and variety in your life. May I suggest cramming just a whole bunch of raw hamburgers into a pumpkin and rolling it around your enclosure. Asterix pupils dilate. Apparently no one was paying attention in middle school language arts when we learned what a fucking protagonist was. Hashtag the protagonist is not the good guy, the protagonist is just the guy the story's about. The only high school heterosexual romance I want to see is Jock Girl x Nerd Boy. Sorry, the other ones have been too overdone. Give me a super confident basketball player girl and a guy who's a little terrified of her. Nerd Boy. Asterix is scrambling for books at his locker. Basketball girl. Asterix leans on the locker next to his like jocks do in high school movies. Let me guess, no other guy wants to go out with her because she's too tall and intimidating. Actually, no. All the basketball dudes think she's super cool, but she wants the calculus loser. Why does the entire rest of the internet think your Tumblr is dying or dead when I have seen absolutely no drop in activity level on here ever? Would you rather Twitter and Reddit people move back here? I think it's good people think we're dead. Reddit, Twitter, Tumblr. My friend's little brother, nonverbal, used to hide people's shoes if he liked that person, because it meant that they had to stay longer. The more difficult it was for you to find your shoes, the more he liked you. One day my cousin came over and she was a bitch. When it was time to leave, my friend's brother handed her shoes directly to her, and she went on and on about how he must have a crush on her because he only helped her.
Oh, aren't you sweet? You got me my shoes.
Get off of my property. Man, I couldn't do Twitter. On Tumblr, nobody gives a shit if you bully celebrities. On Twitter, it becomes a fucking national conversation for 3 days. Each day on Twitter, there's one main character. The goal is to never be it. 5 stars, 19 reviews. 4.6 stars, 2,280 reviews. Hashtag I think this meme demonstrated the importance of sample size better and more efficiently than any science class I've ever taken. I am what they call a conflict escalator, a trained specialist in escalating even the most minor disagreements to the brink of all-out violence. https://www.cia.gov/careers. Oh, all the Americans get this one. The funniest H.P. Lovecraft story is the one where some guy's family offended an evil wizard who then cursed his entire family, saying that all the men would die before they hit like 30. The protagonist is going crazy trying to find a spell to break the curse, and then the big reveal was that the wizard was literally just breaking into their house and killing them himself. Pinocchio could tell us so much about the universe. He could randomly claim things like the Big Bang happened, and his nose would confirm or deny our theories. Pinocchio's not omniscient, you stupid fucking Redditor. His nose grows when he's intentionally being dishonest.
Things are heating up in the Pinocchio fandom.
I hate being high. Why I keep hearing footsteps? Emoji. Are you walking? Oh shit. European culture is hating all other European nations. Like, yeah, we're at peace, we're cooperating, no tensions or anything, but if I ever have to talk to a goddamn Belgian, waffles are greater than windmills.
I will annex you!
I have a very annoying neighbor. Can someone teach me trumpet?
That's the best part. You don't need to learn to play the trumpet to annoy them. Just try your best and have fun.
Oh wow, you're so right. Thank you. Just saw people on TikTok being like, if you have to hide your likes on here, I assume you're a freak and a bad person. I'm so tired of social media. Stop. Maybe you don't need to know exactly which chicken recipes I'm liking.
If you haven't done anything wrong, then you have nothing to hide.
Honey, do you think I locked the bathroom door because shitting is against the law? Literally the only way DJs lose fans is by saying dumbass stuff. How do you think Daft Punk has been famous for 24 years? They don't talk. He makes a serious point here. Great. Sometimes I go to myself,
you know, I don't understand what NFTs are.
And then I go look it up again and discover, yes, actually I do know what NFTs are. It's just that every time I read about them again, I'm left going, this can't be it. There has to be something else to make this make sense. And the answer is always no. It's a real-life plot hole. Can they please make a dishwasher with a transparent door? I want to see what's going on in there. Washing machine, open, on this shows you how it's cleaning your clothes. Dishwasher, mysterious, untrustworthy, keeps its cleaning methods a secret. Conversation in a group home kitchen. The new girl. Hey, what are you cooking? Me. Chicken bacon, new girl. Huh? Weird. Is that actually good? Does it taste like real bacon? Me. It's good. I wouldn't know. I don't eat pork. New girl. Oh, are you Muslim? Me. I'm Jewish. New girl. Oh! But why is pork unclean anyways? Pigs are really neat and tidy animals, actually. Me. That's not what it means. I was told that they used to feed corpses to pigs during the wars, and then fed the pigs to soldiers. I just don't eat animals that would eat a human corpse. My roommate walking in. I only eat animals that would eat a human corpse. New girl. Ew, why? Me. Because he's disgusting. Roommate. It just feels fair. Like I could look at my dinner and think, yeah, you'd have eaten me too if you'd had the chance. We're equal in this. Me. I've seen you eat chicken. Roommate. A chicken will eat anything that moves that's smaller than a chicken. They'll eat a mice, other chicken. If there was a chicken that was big enough to eat you, it totally would. The conversation went on, and now I have to find a rabbi to ask him whether a man eating giant chicken would be kosher, if one existed and you managed to slaughter it properly. Has anyone else noticed how successive governments' war on teenagers, homeless people, and other undesirables have left us with basically zero public seating? Or water fountains, public washrooms, outdoor tables, etc., etc.? Look at this and just try and tell me that all three of these women don't look exactly the same. Try and tell me that Disney isn't lazy when it comes to creating women. Wow, two sisters and their mom? You're right. Why on earth would they look the same? People whining about the Queen being a colonizer are full of shit. Name one country hurt by the Queen.
Oh, United States, Canada, Mexico, Panama, Haiti, Jamaica, Peru.
Do you ever start bullshitting a paper and then look over it halfway through and think, wait a minute, I could be onto something here. This is the definition of college. Literally. I was writing a paper on Asian saltwater crocodiles, like a simple about them paper for a college class. And I started noticing some inconsistencies in the scientific papers I was sourcing, and I accidentally discovered that the crocodile has been misdiagnosed as the least concerned on the endangered species list when they should be classified as endangered. And now my professor is having me write a formal report to the International Red List to have them reclassified, and all I want to do was write this paper on an animal I thought was cool, and now I'm considered an expert on this species. European comics. Well, there's two guys who have been friends for 20 years. One of them writes the scripts and the other one makes the art. American comics. The publishers want us to crank out a new chapter every month, so we have one dude who writes it, another one who plans the page layout and sketches, a third person inks the page, and the fourth one colors it. And the fifth one is on the payroll just to fight the publishers about the requests, edits, and corrections. Japanese comics. The publisher wants us to crank out a new chapter every month, so we have just one dude doing the whole damn thing on his own in a tiny apartment while slowly going insane. Cell phone doesn't like water because it's a combination of the three elements. It is a rock, earth, that we fill with lightning, fire, that can control radio waves, air. If it contains water too, it would be too perfect. It would be like a god. To prevent this, the universe kills that would be the uniter of the elements. It's basic science. Hey, OP, Google what LCD stands for. I took an oath in 3rd grade to never do drugs. I feel compelled to share one of my favorite bits from The Martian. Each crewman had their own laptop, so I had 6 at my disposal. Rather, I had 6. I now have 5. I thought a laptop would be fine outside. It's just electronics, right? It'll keep warm enough to operate in the short term, and it doesn't need air for anything. It died instantly. The screen went black before I was out of the airlock. Turns out the L in LCD stands for liquid. I guess it either froze off or boiled off. Maybe I'll post a consumer review. Bought a product on the surface of Mars. It stopped working, 0 out of 10. TLI, parasitus, was an accepted role in Roman society in which a person could live off the hospitality of others in return for flattery, simple services, and a willingness to endure humiliation.
Bring this back for real.
Question mark, we still have Twitch streamers. XQC is like, okay, then I'm not a parasitus. Me, how old were you? American, oh, I was a freshman. Me, a European, I still have no idea how old you were. Someone from the UK.
I'm in 6th form, bruv.
Me. How many regenerations do you have left? Starting a fight, petting a dog, consoling a child. Hey, buddy. But what are the orange, green, and purple ones? Orange. You want to go outside? Purple. Shushing noises. Green. Do you want to call your mommy? Thinking about the time I was struggling to open my water bottle in class, and a girl that I had spoken to maybe 3 times came up to me and went, "Let me help you, baby," and then proceeded to struggle to open the bottle. I would have fallen in love right then and there, not gonna lie. Gamer boyfriend yells, "God damn it!" from the other room and throws his headset, and you walk in and it's all, "What's wrong, babe?" and he's playing a story-driven indie game. I can't believe that the pioneer women used to churn butter for hours without even listening to a podcast about Bigfoot. Historically, when performing long, repetitive tasks like churning butter or weaving cloth, people would sit together and tell stories, folk stories, fairy tales, and even stories about mysterious ape-like figures living in the forest. So yes, pioneer women did listen to podcasts about Bigfoot while churning butter. Therapist, you're a nice person. Friends, you're a nice person. Family, you're a nice person. Me, yeah, but what if I'm actually shit? Me, oh fuck, I tricked so many people into thinking I'm nice. That's just how shit I am. This post is very loud. There was a big drug problem at my school, so they hired a police officer to supervise students. But now he's just playing Magic the Gathering with the video game club. Police got behind me and my next left was the cemetery. So I turned into the cemetery and he turned in too. I went to a guy named Jerry's grave and broke down crying. I'm sorry, Jerry. I was in a jam. I give anyone reading this permission to use my grave to lie to the cops. Kids these days are so cringy with their Fortnite dances. Are none of y'all going to acknowledge the shit we did? Are we not going to acknowledge Gangnam Style? What does the fox say? If we go older hamster dance? Crazy Frog, the fucking duck song, the llama song, Charlie the Unicorn. Let he who is without sin throw the first stone. As a shaman kid, I used to wonder why our radio stations would play the American national anthem so much, until a friend explained to me that Country Roads Take Me Home is not, in fact, you guys' national hymn. You know what? I wouldn't mind if that changed to it. Buy 365 near identical solid color shirts, but range through the entire color spectrum in a loop. It will appear as though you wear the same color shirt every day, but in photos from previous months, you'll be wearing a completely different color. I'm so in! There's a tortoise at work, and he's 30 years old, and I love that he's 30 years old because I can look at this animal that is 3 years older than me and go, does the man want his appy slices? And he hustles over, cause the man do want his appy slices. I want to run away, but like in a Ghibli movie. Like I take a block of cheese, a loaf of bread, and some apples and wander through the flower-speckled mountains wrapped up in a shawl, and I happen to wander into a moving castle and fall in love with a cute wizard. Me, deep in the woods, dragging a duffel bag of craft singles and hopelessly lost. Where's Totoro? I don't think the Joker chemicals really did all that when he fell in. I think he just wanted an excuse to be that. Joker.
The Joker chemicals made me crazy!
The Arkham Doctor. That was a mild detergent. The Joker. Adults pretending to be teens in US shows. Adults pretending to be teens in European shows. Hashtag Europe scouted in spades. Hashtag look at the bafflement. Hashtag the dishevelment. Hashtag the utter chaos of the group energy. Hashtag they know. Hashtag they remember being a teenager. At 40, Franz Kafka, 1883 to 1924, who never married and had no children, walked through the park in Berlin when he met a girl who was crying because she had lost her favorite doll. She and Kafka searched for the doll unsuccessfully. Kafka told her to meet him there the next day and they would come back and look for her. The next day, when they had not yet found the doll, Kafka gave the girl a letter, written by the doll saying, "Please don't cry. I took a trip to see the world. I will write to you about my adventures." Thus began a story which continued until the end of Kafka's life. During their meetings, Kafka read the letters of the doll carefully written with adventures and conversations that the girl found adorable. Finally, Kafka brought back the doll. He bought a new one that had returned. "It doesn't look like my doll at all," said the girl. Kafka handed her another letter in which the doll wrote, "My travels have changed me." The little girl hugged the new doll and brought her happily home. A year later, Kafka died. Many years later, the now adult girl found a letter inside the doll. In the tiny letter signed by Kafka, it was written, "Everything you love will probably be lost, but in the end, love will return in another way." I am so sad I've never heard that story up until now. Was just remembering how you'd be out with a friend and you'd each order a different cocktail and you'd ask, "What'd you get?" And they'd read the description off the menu and you'd be like, "Ooh, that sounds good." And then they'd say, "Try it." And then you'd have a little sip of their drink and they'd have a little sip of your drink and you'd decide which one was the best. And you wouldn't give each other a life-threatening respiratory infection. Oh, they're talking about like e-cigarettes. Oh, I get it. A girl whose tummy is sore because she ate dairy is a bit quiet. A guy.
She was perfect, pure maddening sex, and she knew it, and she played on it, dripped it, allowed you to suffer for it.
This reminded me of an article I read years ago covering some Lolita event. The reporter wrote something about how Lolitas claimed Lolita fashion was non-sexual, but he found it hard to believe after seeing the way they seductively nibbled on cookies. I don't remember what the article was or what event it was covering, but I remember that one line because it's just, filled me with so much rage. Goddamn, maybe they just want to eat some fucking cookies. It's not their fault you got a boner over it.
It's not their fault you got a boner over it is such an important statement in a way too many contexts. Time I learned F. Scott Fitzgerald, author of The Great Gatsby, once showed Ernest Hemingway his penis and confessed his worry that it was too small to satisfy his wife Zelda. Hemingway kindly reassured him it was okay. Just kings being kings. Just Ernest Hemingway just chugging down like copious amounts of alcohol, has a rifle in his head.
Whoa, nice cock.
Me as my laptop finally suddenly becomes louder. What is it? What program? Who is doing this to you? Asterisk opening task manager.
Who do I need to kill?
They need to redo Twilight by just having the actors go back to the filming locations and try to recreate it from memory. Anna Kendrick couldn't even remember being in the movie. This is an amazing idea.
Holy shit! I just remembered I was in Twilight!
We've bought a new house, and our new next-door neighbor, two delightful gentlemen, will not stop being nice. They bought us a seagull-proof refuse bag, yes, they are actual things, loaned us garden tools when we didn't have any, invited us around for Friday night drinks so that we could meet other people on the lane. One of them brought me a bunch of sweet pea flowers that he'd picked from his garden, and tomorrow he's coming to cut our hedges for us with his electric hedge trimmer thing, I don't know, and all I have to do is hold the ladder? Basically, I am unsettled, and I am now having to enter into an arms race of niceness, and I'm already so behind, oh god. Long story short, I just baked a lemon drizzle cake, and it looks great, but I can't even eat it because Mr. and Mrs. Nice must receive an offering.
Absolute crisis, I gave them the lemon drizzle, and they invited me in to have a slice and coffee with them and give me a tour of their house and let me hold their puppy. And then they came around to help me bag up the hedge clippings. These men are niceness pros, and I cannot win.
Help! We had an hour-long power cut on the street, and in that time, the other Mr. Nice came around with matches and candles, just in case you didn't have any. It was barely dark! Bastards! I'm going to have to host a dinner party, aren't I? The gay agenda, everyone. Young Chinese are too fat and masturbate too much to pass army fitness tests. 77% of young Americans too fat, mentally ill, on drugs, and more to join the military. Pentagon study finds.
One struggle.
We're more alike than we are unalike. If you could delete one mainstream media, movie, /book, /series, /intellectual property from existence, entirely removing it from everyone's memory and cauterizing the timeline so it cannot remerge, what would it be? Mine would be Minions. Answers more interesting than JKR /Star Wars /MCU /GRRRM are more fun. What personally just makes you furious to have to look at? Hashtag either Samurai Jack or Avatar The Last Airbender. Hashtag Samurai Jack because it's genuinely one of the worst pieces of media I have ever seen. Hashtag but Avatar The Last Airbender is the new Harry Potter these days despite being painfully middling. I wouldn't usually do this, but holy fuck! How does it feel to be the only person with objectively wrong opinions? Everybody lied to me when I got engaged. Being married is fucking great! There's a whole other person in my house and they love me.
There's something inside you. It's hard to explain.
What is your coming out story?
I told my mom, and she cried, and then she told my dad, and then she cried for the rest of the night, and in the middle of the night. I heard my dad yell,
God damn it, Lori, who cares if he likes it up the ass? Alright, now let's get back to the pegging session.
Why do animals get zoomies and we don't? It was beat out of you in elementary school. Cars have windows and can move. Houses have windows and can't move. So it's not the windows that make the car go, it's something else entirely. This is what ancient Greek philosophy is like. Ha! Diogenes driving a mobile home into the symposium to ruin Plato's day. Behold, a van. Our dwarven engineers came up with a new armor design protecting against the typical injuries sustained by warriors returning from battles in the netherworld.
Ah, yes, the old B-17 survivorship bias lesson.
Okay, but this is a hilarious explanation.
Sometimes I blow on my ice cream before I take a bite. Have no idea why.
Brain, food is very temperature. Also, brain, don't worry. Learn from soup, know what to do.
This is the tone in which my brain talks about everything.
What does it mean when someone says they're pescatarian and vegan? Land animals are innocent of crime, but the fish have sinned. Well, if Jesus said it's okay, it's time to go goblin mode and kill some fucking fish! Out of boredom, I decided to scan a stuffed shark. Here are the results. Your work is appreciated. OP, I spent entirely too long on this, and I'm sorry. It's 1:30 a.m. I'm cackling like a deranged twitch. People talk about the surprise albums from people like Taylor Swift or Beyonce that drop with zero warning, but I have just been existing in this world where every album I've ever heard in my life has been a surprise album because I didn't know that musicians had schedules and that we could see them.
Joe is Biden?
Fuck, I meant Joe is Presidente. I guess you could say that's a certified CNN moment. I have a friend who wears a mask, and if he were here, he'd narrow his eyes and lower his voice and say, I wear a mask each night so that you won't have to. Petition to DC to add the little bat ears to the speech bubble every time someone imitates Batman. One time in driver's ed training, we stopped in the middle of nowhere off the highway at a combination of KFC and Taco Bell. Guy at the counter was wearing a Taco Bell hat and asked, KFC or Taco Bell? Before I said anything, so I asked, KFC? And this fucker dipped behind the counter and reappeared with a KFC hat on instead. Wait, there are no baggage fees before 9/11? For 20 years, the nation has been paying the temporary baggage fees first billed as a way to help airline industries bounce back after September 11 attacks. No baggage fees, no TSA line, no removing shoes. You could bring water on the plane. Hell, you could bring a whole meal. If you didn't, they'd give you one for free, whether you ordered it or not. I guess you could say that's another capitalism moment.
Capitalism. I'll never own a house.
One time, I was in a pub in London and saw lemonade on the menu, and I was like, lemonade! But I had just been to Australia and been tricked before, so I was like, hey, is this actual lemonade or is it just Sprite? And she was like, it's actual lemonade, mate. So I ordered some, and she brought it back to me, and it was Sprite! I hate England! If George Washington had an anime origin story, it would be this. Romeo, I dreamt tonight. Mercutio, and so did I. Romeo, well, what was yours? Mercutio, that dreamers often lie. Romeo and Juliet won for William Shakespeare. Translation: Romeo, I had this intense dream last night, bro. Mercutio, oh yeah, oh so did I. Romeo, oh yeah, what was your dream about? Mercutio, that you're full of shit. It's only funny because it's literally a direct translation. Which is sexier, a werewolf or a vampire? Depends if you find it sexier to submit to the will of charismatic evil or to be overwhelmed by animalistic powers. And that's not a decision I can make for you. Finally asking the important questions, I see. I'm done gardening for today. I'm not even killing him. It looks like he fights back.
Hashtag bro fell for the mockings. Hashtag oldest trick in the book.
Today, my psych professor said you'll never truly know someone well enough to marry until you've seen them struggle financially, grieve a lost one, or witness them while they're sick. And that just really hit deep. Truly amazing advice. First date ideas: freeze their assets, kill one of their loved ones, poison their fucking dinner. I have a friend who's a history major who has only played one game in the past 2 years. He spent almost 2,000 hours on Crusader Kings 2, and that's all he plays every single day after class. When I tried to recommend Titanfall 2 to him, he said, no thanks, I already play a video game. Me, whenever I go back to playing Skyrim for the 50th time.
Deer season is upon us. 1. Wear your seatbelt. 2. If your choice is to swerve at high speeds or hit the deer, you plow Bambi's mom like you're an IT specialist with a secret Twitter account, and it's an AnthroCon weekend. Deer are softer than trees. Deer are softer than you rolling your car 8 times.
Swerve for moose. Moose are harder than trees. Moose are harder than rolling your car 8 times. Moose can take the top half of your car clean off. With sincerity. I love it's just Canadian versus American debate.
Oh yeah, I'm surviving in the wild right now. What do, you piece of sissy Canadian?
It was so cold last winter, my dick fell off. Oh, fuck. Game has any kind of element-based fighting system. Me. Okay, apply Pokemon logic. To be fair, Pokemon element logic is rooted in normal logic. Yeah, everyone knows a wrestler's biggest weakness is the local pigeons. Have you ever tried punching a bird?
When I was a kid, my grandpa was a Great Depression survivor, and he wouldn't waste any amount of food. So he taught me I had to eat the apple core, and I started eating the whole apple in grade school, and the kids called me Horseboy Perry the Platypus.
Nothing quite hits like a Doofenshmirtz backstory, bro. His parents weren't at his birth, dude. Why is a dead wife so common as a backstory for male heroes when divorce exists and it's 10,000% funnier? Superhero. Ever since I lost my wife, I swore I would push myself to become the greatest hero the city has ever seen. Voice from the crowd. Still not taking you back, Jared.
Well, fuck you too, Stacy.
The Flat Earth Society bought a $20,000 super accurate laser gyroscope to prove the Earth doesn't rotate 15 degrees per hour. And they kept getting results that proved it does. So they kept altering the test to try to make it not drift 15 degrees, but it didn't work. So they just said, well, we still don't believe it. We have other stuff that proves it, so whatever. Every day I realize flat earthers exist, and it just makes me feel a little bit smarter. Love folklore so much because depending on the location and era it comes from, it's either the most terrifying concept or the dumbest thing you've ever heard. Mexican folklore. You think this place is a normal location? You fool! Everyone knows this place is the scary location. British folklore. There's a little beast in your house, isn't it? Make sure you give it a necessary porridge, otherwise it might turn to mischief. German folklore. For the love of God, do not trust hot people, do not trust babies, do not trust short men, do not trust Christmas, do not trust sausages, and do not trust the elderly. And US folklore. Yeah, the giant boy from Texas is God's favorite. Social media is just oscillating between cringe culture is dead, enjoy your interest without shame, and we should bring back bullying and social ostracization every couple of months. New type of parking enforcement on my campus replacing the boot, appropriately named the barnacle. Listen. Police, if you're listening to this, FBI agents, I know you are. If you barnacle my fucking car, I'm gonna buy 17 of these off Amazon and place them all around the metropolitan area. Perry the Platypus, I barnacled the tri-state area! Kids these days will never know the struggle. Saving from not.com. 39 years? This is not an exaggeration. Your download speed would slow down to the point where Windows would make the kind of absurd estimate and you'd sigh and leave the room for a while because you couldn't use the computer while it was doing this for fear it would crash and lose all your progress. And you'd come back 40 minutes and maybe it would say 52 years or maybe it would say 3 minutes. Who knew? Not Windows. Hey, I was there on those hard times too. I also watched Sasuke Works at Burger King at 140p in 2004. Beast Boy's powers would be so much funnier if he didn't turn green. Imagine you live in the Teen Titans Tower and one day there's a pigeon sitting on the breakfast table. It's probably just Beast Boy. Probably. But it just sits there pecking at cereal and you're left grappling with the suspicion that someone left the window open again. Alternatively, Beast Boy adopts an aquarium full of green frogs and lets them wander around the tower for this exact purpose.
The Antichrist!
Came and went, but no one noticed because he wasn't worse than the current state of the world already is. The rapture followed, but no one went to heaven, so we didn't notice that either. We've been living in hell for the last 5 years and no one has noticed yet. Oh, I didn't realize this was writing prompts. Oh my god. I love how hyenas still have the winter coat gene. Like, if you keep hyenas in cold climates, they just do this. It's so silly.
Evolution is so silly. Adaptation so silly. Charles Darwin, you goofy little goose.
Ebenezer Scrooge goes outside. 500 Muppets.
There goes Mr. Asshole. There goes Mr. Bitch.
I want that twink obliterated.
This is how the movie went. Kronk, by whom though? I might be your classic hunk body type, but I'm not exactly a top. I have a couple exes I could call that might be his type. Do you want someone who would take him out for dinner for
I want you to kill him.
Right. Total pelvic destruction. Yeah, right.
I should start posting Franz Kafka-style diary quotes, but it's from my journal when I was 11 and a half and obsessed with Naruto.
I failed at forcing myself to eat ramen. I hate it. But because Naruto likes it, I have to eat it and like it. But it isn't working. Saturday 2nd, October 2011, 8:45 p.m.
I like how the idea is just like the Twilight Zone. It's just like
A small boy hated by the town, becoming Hokage.
vampire. What do you call the land that meets the sea? May I come in?
Me? What? What was that?
Vampire. What do you call the land that meets the sea? May I come in?
Sure?
You fool! I've been laughing at this all day. Me, beach. Vampire, disappointed vampire noises. Blah, blah, blah.
You've been hit by.
Ow!
You've been struck by
Ow!
a Roman senator.
Ow!
I feel like practicing any skill would be way more fun if I could have a little level increase thing that pops up in front of me every time I do a little good, like in Skyrim.
Push-ups increased to level 5. Writing dialogue increased to level 37. Coping mechanism healthy increased to level 18.
Earlier, Air Force planes formed 69 to mark the 69th PAF anniversary, photo by Trisha Mostoles. To be honest, Americans are so funny. They're like,
Oh my god, there's a concert near my house. It's like a 3-hour drive.
and Europeans are like, what the fuck, a 3-hour drive? Are you kidding me? I'm going to France for that. Australians crying in the distance.
Allow me to introduce you to James.
Listen up, James. I hope you're good because I'm not going to carry you.
No one carried me since my mama.
And then they proceeded to be the worst at their jobs for the next 20 years. When I reminded my mom about what she said to me in anger years ago, she was shocked. I was 16 at the time, and over a decade later, I still hadn't forgotten. The person saying the word always forgets. It's the person the words are spoken to that's burdened with the memory.
The axe forgets, but the tree remembers. This is a huge thing, especially with kids. To the parent, they lashed out when they were mad and forgot about it, expecting the kid to forget it too. To the kid, it was a big moment that defined your relationship with your parents. Stuff your parents don't remember doing or saying were things that Stuff your parents don't remember doing or saying were things that to me spoke very, very loudly, that I was not safe to be open and honest with my parents. The axe forgets, but the tree remembers indeed.
I just ordered apple juice at Grand Walk, and the waitress said, apple juice for babies.
Listen, don't put apple juice on the menu and then belittle me for ordering it!
What do teens like? Is it memes? Memes about skeletons?
Communism?
This post is 20 times funnier if you imagine a CEO shouting it at his board of directors.
In Old Norse, men didn't say I love you. They would say Por gitter lift hamanumrun minum haivaner sen if pu vist havau eg miana, which loosely translates into you're my Valkyrie and I would follow you across the 9 realms and into eternity. And I think that's beautiful. You can lift my hammer at any time if you know what I mean. Me, coming home to my gamer wife and children's greatest of keks, everyone. Score any sick headshots today? Okay, thank you, honey. I love a bowl of soda pop. Please don't get triggered if I don't like it this time. Zelda, sweetie, you've hardly touched your Doritos. What's got you so pet?
This post is cursed.
Me,
At work, ringing up 2 parents and their toddler who's sitting in the car trying to get their attention. Toddler quietly waving hands around. Incomprehensible. Mom, what? Toddler, even quieter. Incomprehensible. Dad,
you gotta speak up, bud.
toddler at full volume.
Try a tasty cookie warmed in Owen.
No thank you, Owen. Fucking superb, you funky little death omen.
Walk! Well, you can tell by the way I use my walk. I'm a harbinger, and it's time to stalk. People's corpses on the ground, I'll be pecking it. It's time to bark. I go bark every day. Look at the walls, it is so plain. I'm a crow.
The tree that owns itself. The tree that owns itself was a white oak tree, widely assumed to have legal ownership of itself and of all the land within 8 feet of its base.
My parents live in this town, and the city legally can't tear the tree down to build or anything because the tree has its own legal rights and they can't do anything about it.
How does this happen? How did this happen?
I love this story because the guy in the early 1800s had so many great childhood memories of this tree. I wanted to make sure it was protected no matter what. So he deeded the ownership of the tree to itself, and everyone just went with it. Then in 1942, this intense windstorm came and knocked the tree over, and the people were bummed. But someone had saved an acorn from the original tree, so they planted it, and now the son of the tree that owns itself is over 50 feet tall. And since this new tree is technically the offspring of the original tree, it's considered to have legally inherited the plot of land it's inhabiting. 2 generations of trees owning land is amazing, and if you don't think that is the coolest thing, get right out of my face.
You know what? Q replaces all boards and ships with different boards until you aren't sure whether it's the same ship anymore.
You know what? Q back.
Builds exact replica of the ship with the discarded original boards.
Huh, you just got Ship of Theseus dead.
So today as a prank, I made a sheet music print out of Miley Cyrus's Wrecking Ball, but replaced the name with Christmas Time Meditation and deleted the words. And I'm gonna put it in the church music and see if the pianist notices. He noticed, and I can now add yelled at by 2 priests at once to my list of accomplishments.
My stomach growled super loud in French. Oh my god. I would like to clarify my stomach did not speak French, it growled in French. Class, I apologize.
Bonjour, les gros. Oh, feel me a baguette.
Why do I even go to this website?
Kids these days have it a lot easier than we did growing up.
That's the goal, right? Word, like, why are people mad children are growing up with way less traumas and headaches than us? If you want your children to suffer how you've suffered, please don't have any children.
There are a lot of I had to go through these situations so my child should go through it too
people in this world, and I just don't understand it. Heal yourself before you have kids, like, please!
Windows 8 can suck my...
I can't believe how far technology has come. That's a double entendre there, gamers. I'll let you figure that one out. The mediocre Gatsby, the decent Wall of China, the okay Depression, alright Britain, the mildly interesting Barren Reef, somewhat fulfilling expectations, Alexander the Good Enough. My favorite how up as America story. So I had this internship in India. While there I got sick. It wasn't for a big deal, just needed an IV and some antibiotics. In and out like 3 hours. I go to pay my hospital bill, which was like $70, and the receptionist person asked me what I do / why I'm in India. They find out that I'm a student in America, and they gave me a discount because they know how poor American students are. A discount on my hospital bill. The fact that he got like an IV and antibiotics for like $70 is mind-blowing as an American. I mean, like, that shit would probably run you like out here like $10,000 minimum.
Have you heard of writer's block? Get ready for reader's block.
You want to read? You have time. You know what to read. How have a pile of books ready to be read? You cannot sit still and focus enough to do so, or you can't even open the book. I think that's just called having ADHD, dude. Like, you know, that's just my snap childhood, if you understand. Do not touch my body, good girl, Anna. The type of mother I'm trying to be, not just encouraging bodily autonomy, but reward displays of it, even when it might make someone else in the room uncomfortable.
I made so many people uncomfortable in supporting my daughter's personal space. People will try to hug her. She'll sometimes say, "No, thank you,"
and the adult will look at me to make her do it, but I just say, "It's okay, honey. You don't have to hug anyone you don't want to." It makes people irrationally huffy, making me feel even more justified in supporting my daughter's choices. Creeps.
Stop talking trash about Greek gods. Athena is wise, Hephaestus is productive, Dionysus is sexual icon, Demeter is generous, Zeus, okay, yeah, Aphrodite is bad, Hades is efficient.
The impulse to just make weird noises for no reason is something I have to ignore 24/7.
Don't ignore it, because if you don't, then you can become a YouTuber like me. Call out post, my wife somehow played 200 hours of Donkey Kong 64 and only finished 26% of it. To be fair, I did put like 400 hours into my first Skyrim save on PS3, and I didn't know you were supposed to level up the damage of like any of the things you had to do, so I was like a two-handed 100, but like I had like the base damage. I never fucking put any points into the fucking damage.
Remember this: left, right, left, down, up, down, left, right, down, right, up, left, right, up, down, right, left, up, down.
I'm only 9, Claire Fairy.
No excuses! Ha! I'm a piece of trash. As somebody who cares deeply about the environment, I am obligated to pick you up. Is 7 okay?
You smooth. Why does Hot Topic have a military discount? Who returns home after killing people in Afghanistan is like,
whew! Now I get 20% off on my Todoroki merch.
Listen, as a manly man myself, I can say that My Hero Academia music has helped me achieve wonders in the gym, I will say.
FAA changes astronaut definition, disqualifying Jeff Bezos and Richard Branson.
Not gonna lie, this is kind of hilarious.
Hopper!
I don't understand it, but yes. A darkened auditorium with 264 silent people in the seats. On the stage, me sitting on a stool, lit by spotlight. The only light in the theater. I hold up a photo of my cat. 10 people applaud. 2 or 3 hold up photocopies of the same photo. The rest do nothing. Watching. Waiting.
I love this description of Tumblr.
I was worried my cat is dehydrated because I never see him drink water, so I've started leaving a cup of water that's mine, aka he sees me drink out of it once before he does, in my room, so he thinks he's being rebellious and naughty by drinking out of it, but really he's just following my plan and being hydrated.
God in the Garden of Eden, absolutely obsessed with the implications of that comment. Alexa, release the serotonin.
Releasing neurotoxin.
Alexa, no! Portal 2007. Being distracted from sadness doesn't count as happiness. Too bad I have lust and I will sin. I had a dream last night that they made a new Bond movie, but they didn't say who was playing Bond. Throughout the movie, you have no idea which character is really Bond because he's undercover, duh. And every single character, no matter how minor, was played by somebody famous, so they could all conceivably be Bond. And at the end, it turns out Bond was Leslie Jones. 10 out of 10, greatest spy movie of all time.
Take my money!
Girls don't like boys. Girls like Halloween and Mark Ruffalo's Tumblr account.
I like Halloween and Tumblr too.
Thank you, Mark.
Heavy is the chest that wears the or whatever.
Heavy is the class that has the minigun.
Shout out to all the people who identify as gifted kid burnout syndrome, who are probably just neurodivergent but weren't diagnosed as a child, who used to devour books like it was nothing and never really understand why the protagonist would leave their cool fantasy world behind to go back home at the end of the story, and who are now extremely disappointed in reality and use escapism as their primary coping mechanism. How's that by deep-rooted anger at the school system going for you?
Wow, excuse me, I didn't expect to be mentally stripped like a chicken in this corner of Wendy's, excuse me.
He won. I'm happy for him. He got 6 paychecks.
He won!
Guess who just found out the difference between wax paper and parchment paper the hard way? Wait, what's the difference?
One you can use in the oven safely, and the other you can also use in the oven if the thing you are trying to make happens to be fire. That awkward moment when your keyboard smashes and you still get cuff name right.
I hate that I still know who you're talking about. So I went to the eye doctor, right? And I sat down to fill out the paperwork like you do. And the lady was like, "Thanks, Doctor. We'll be out with you in a moment." And I was like, why did she say doctor twice? That's weird. But then I looked at the business cards on the table, and his name was actually Dr. Chad Doctor. And I looked around, and the other assistants caught my eye and just nodded like, "You just had the moment, didn't you?"
Chad saw his chance, and he took it.
When I was a child, my cat died, and the only way I could rationalize it was by drawing her being crucified because I went to a Catholic school, and I thought that would just happen to everyone when they died. I can't comment on this, just look at it. This local woman, who was a tomboy kid, reached out to my butch group to see if a few of us wouldn't mind having a brunch with her family and a couple more of the girls' tomboy friends, because she read that it's important for your development to have adult versions of people like you in your life when you're growing up, which is definitely true, so we're going over tomorrow. Can you believe that? Like, I'm going to cry.
Friend, you can't possibly guess a Wheel of Fortune puzzle with no letters. Oh my god. Wait. Fuck, I'm not that terminally online. What is it? Who would you prefer patrolling your neighborhood? Crime Frankenstein, without a doubt. Next question.
Yeah, first of all, Frankenstein's bulletproof and he won't shoot you for having a child in your hand.
We drink boba tea to satisfy our ancient and innate urge to slip up tadpoles from a puddle through a reed.
No, we absolutely do not.
Yes, we do.
Once my boyfriend told me, you're not a burden. A burden is something you're forced to carry against your will. I freely choose to be part of your life, and that means you aren't a burden to me. I'm passing it on in case some of you need to be reminded of that.
You know what I want? A vampire comedy where at one point a vampire goes,
your father would be spinning in his grave, and then there's a quick cutaway to a dimly lit gothic boudoir where a coffin is rattling at an incredible speed. Someone get this post to Taika Waititi. Oh yeah, he would totally pick that up. Piece of media. Here's a female assassin. Me. Nice. Piece of media. She kills her march by seducing them and... Piece of media. She kills her marks by seducing their wives and convincing them to murder their husband. Go on. Wasn't Azula being fatphobic when she called Iroh Uncle Fatso? You're right. Let me add fatphobe to the list of why Azula is problematic right underneath her multiple war crimes.
Oh, I can't believe this legitimately evil character is problematic in some ways.
I rewatched Lord of the Rings the other day, and you know what I really appreciate? The men are so tender. They cry and kiss each other's foreheads and hug and call each other my friend and my dear. They're respectful to women and faithful to their partners. They have banter without being creepy and sleazy, and literally none of that stops them from being considered manly. More Lord of the Rings men, please. Yeah, babe, I totally listen to dwarven rock metal. Anyway, would you like to come back to my place where I can listen to you about your feelings and how you're feeling, but respect your boundaries and not make any sexual advances towards you because we have just met recently, and I don't want you to feel uncomfortable.
I was walking through a mall and I headed into a Barnes & Noble and Barack Obama was for some reason signing books there. So I walk up like, he wrote a book, some biography. When I got up to the desk, all the books were just lizards and Obama replied to my inquiries with a simple,
they may have no names, but that's an identity to be acknowledged.
And he smiled as he signed another lizard, and then there was something about a surprise dragon, and then I woke up.
Babe, wake up! New Dream Obama quote just dropped!
Evil scientists all think they're hot shit for their human experimentation or whatever, but look at those fucking sample sizes. N equals 6? Fuck you! Get like 200 mice and achieve statistical significance, you cowards! Evil scientist 1. No, see, I did the power calculations. I can get significance with just 10 subjects.
Oh, nice! I just kidnapped the whole town and used everyone there.
What the f***?
Evil scientist 3 sewing two birds together.
What the hell are statistics?
Why divide people by unrational things when you could divide them by whether their word for cotton candy is valid or not? Examples. American English, cotton candy, good. British English, fairy floss, not valid. Spanish, German, sugar cotton, good. French, daddy's beard, not valid. I'm sorry, the French call it what?
Honestly, what is it with the STEM field and turning every man who majors in one to look like this? My father used to be a frat boy who went to parties and got drunk as hell, but every pic of him post-graduating in chemical engineering looks like this. What happened?
STEMboification is real and it happened to me.
Priest. It be like that sometimes, congregation.
And sometimes like that it be.
On this bitch of an earth as it is in heaven, let's get this daily bread.
Pog. I can't honestly be the only one who gets really disappointed if their calendar picture for the month of their birthday is rubbish, right?
I've been waiting for this post my whole life. Q is too high up in the alphabet. I respect it, but it has no place between P and R. Should be at the end with weirdo goth letters.
You know, I have always felt this in my bones and never thought to say it, but it's true.
Apparently, evangelical cartoonist Jack Chick passed away last night. Let us remember him by taking a moment to laugh once again at this classic.
There's no God, right, Mama?
True.
So how do I know what's right or wrong?
It's up to you, Tyler. Evolution does away with morals.
Wow, anything goes. I can lie and cheat. What's to keep me from becoming a god?
That's the ticket, Tyler. Become your own master. Girl, help, I'm having creation ideas about my skill level. Girl, help, I'm having creation ideas about my motivation level.
Girl, help, I'm having creation ideas about my free time level.
Girl, help, I'm being called out by these 3 statements.
Garfield.
Did you whistle at my girl?
No, sir, I didn't. Rawr. It was my kid! It was my kid! Well, I hope you're happy.
I want to be the guy to beat the crap out of John.
This is amazing. I love that Garfield is clearly whistling at couples in order to punish John for whistling at the girl in the first panel. Garfield taking action against misogyny and adultery in society. If you add 2 pounds of sugar to literally 1 ton of concrete, it will ruin the concrete and make it unable to set properly, which is good to know if you want to resist something being built. French anarchists used to resist prison construction in the 80s.
I'm just gonna go ahead and reblog this for purely educational purposes.
I went to go pick up my
hormones
from the chemist today, and the guy was quite sweet and very well intentioned, but clearly way out of his element. When I was leaving, I did the standard, "Thanks, have a nice night," and he responded with, "You too, enjoy your," very, very quietly, obviously realizing what he was saying was highly insane gender.
And to be honest, I haven't stopped thinking about being a gender choice. Why did that get me? Are you okay, babe? You hardly said cows when we passed that field of cows.
When I don't yell dog when I see a cat and cat when I see a cat, please send help.
My next $1 million idea. Reluctant exercise video of people who aren't perky. Just 5 more minutes. I know I can't afford to die right now too, but let's just power through it.
Okay, no yoga pose. It's gonna ache like a bastard until your hamstring release. I'm not gonna lie.
Stretch a little deeper.
Oh, it's okay to yell at this point. I won't tell anyone.
Yes, there's literally a hit video I watched where it's just a British guy going, "Oh, guys, can one last rep, guys? It's so hot," and it does make me feel better. I unironically adore weird teenagers who don't know exactly what the hell is going on yet. The kid came in for a job interview at the grocery store today wearing very nice slacks and suspenders and a bow tie with his little pink hair all done up. And I'm just like, oh, we gotta hire this kid. He kicks ass. Going to groceries prom, and we couldn't stop him if we tried. He's my manager now. I only answer to grocery prom kid. It's my grandpa's birthday next week, and he said, "I don't want to be 85. And my grandmother, his wife of 59 and a half years, said,
"Well, your only alternative is to die."
I can't believe how affectionate they are. I was having lunch with them today, and my grandpa started throwing napkins at my grandmother, and she balled it up and looked all set to throw it back, but then she put it down and said,
"I will not throw it because I was brought up properly. You were dragged."
She spent 3/4 of her life with this man. I love to be paid in a leather pouch heavy with coin that makes a satisfying clink as the mysterious stranger sets it down meaningfully on an oaken table.
As a Target cashier who had a guest pay $53 all in quarters yesterday, no you don't.
Look, you set up an oaken table at your register in Target. You take your chances.
Anyone else get embarrassed when their self-indulgent daydreams are like too self-indulgent? Like, oh geez, the telepaths are going to judge me. Ah, so when you're not Catholic, you think it's telepaths, lol.
Sentences that explain like 70% of America. My family usually eats bagged cereal, you know, the off-brand kinds that taste like deceit. And today my mother came home with 15 plus boxes of sugared name brand cereals, dumped them into my arms and said, "I can't eat lies anymore, Caroline."
I call both on your cereal post.
Wow, she really got the mother load. That is a face of a tired woman right there. Help me, I'm trapped in a haiku factory. Save me before they.
I got your message, and I've snuck my way inside. Oh my god, what the?
Haikus were the first poem I've ever learned, and they're probably the last.
Fact!
Birds have an instinctive urge to feed their young, and sometimes some birds in captivity feed fish because they're open mouths, and the act of feeding them feels very similar to feeding young.
Wrong and boring take. This bird is too fucking stupid to tell apart a fish and its own young.
Alternative take. While birds lack the cognitive skills for the kind of introspective required to wonder why they derive enjoyment of something, this bird is having fun.
Additional take. Despite having a brain exponentially bigger and more complex than that of a bird's, you also enjoy feeding the fish.
The Alien franchise, but all the characters are astrobiologists who are so
fucking excited
about discovering an extraterrestrial species that they don't even mind being hunted down and murdered. My dad has 84 pairs of socks.
Why did you count the amount of pairs of socks your dad has?
I didn't count, he did. Then he came downstairs and announced it to our entire family. Tumblr blew through the years.
Computer illiteracy pride flag.
You have no f***ing idea what you're up against.
I thought I was trying to get this on a shirt a couple of years ago, and the company called me to say, as funny as it was, they can't because of the copyright.
Still thinking of a TikTok I saw a year ago where a girl with a shellfish allergy got a crab tattoo on her thigh with one of the claws exactly where her EpiPen should be stabbed into her so she'd be able to wheeze out, "Stab the crab!" If someone else needed to use her pen on her. Absolutely obsessed. The epitome of work smarter, not harder. Scientists and media. We have engineered a brand new sentient life form in our lab, but we treat it like an object with cold attachment and refer to it as Specimen 1A and subject it to horrible tests without remorse.
Scientists and reality.
We built 2 robots that will leave Earth and will never return, and their names are Percy and Guinea, and we gave Percy a family portrait of all of other Mars's robots to take along with it, and when the anniversary of its landing comes around, we're working on teaching it to sing itself happy birthday, like we did for the other robot.
The thing about, like, specifically astronauts and engineers in, like, NASA, there's something that chemically changes in your brain when you look down on Earth from space. You just gain more empathy for every single life form ever. Your first instinct is to call someone who spells their name Greg with 2 G's, but it has 3. Little bit of Greg trivia for you.
I knew a Greg in high school who called himself Greg with 3 G's, and you can bet everyone was like, Greg! All the time. I think Greg lived for the chaos and confusion.
Today, my girlfriend said,
When Donkey asks Shrek what his name is, Shrek pauses for a moment and he says, Shrek. I'm convinced he came up with that on the spot.
We weren't even talking about Shrek! I can't stop thinking about it. Or about how lucky I am to be with her.
Do your eyes ever randomly go out of focus and then you're too lazy to focus them back in and just stare at nothing for a while? In Bavarian Germany, that's called Gulga. I'm not going to try that, which translates to stare of a goat. I love that there is a word for this. Lin-Manuel Miranda said in an interview that he wrote the song You're Welcome for Maui once he knew the character would be voiced by Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson because he thought that Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson would be the one person on earth who could sing something so egotistical and have us completely convinced we should be thanking him. And honestly, he's not wrong.
This just further proves my theory that he added in the Maui can do everything but float line, knowing that people will make the pun about the reason floating is the only thing Maui can't do is because he's the Rock.
Say what you will about The Rock, but he has the ability to ruin every single franchise he's ever a part of. He's not the best. I love how the devil went down to Georgia, which either implies, 1, the devil is a northerner, 2, that Georgia is lower than hell. Hey, I've been to Georgia, and I will say, they are really nice. I don't get it. They're, like, shockingly nice. It's, like, kind of weird. I was at a gym one time, and this guy was like, "Hey, buddy, you want some steroids?" And I was like, "No, kind sir. I'm okay. I promised my mummy I would never do such things."
I love my mama too. Well, if you ever need any, let me know.
He was so nice about it.
We'll never forget when I worked in a fast food joint, some customer wrote like 86 cherries on their mobile order as like a pretentious way of saying no cherries. But the store was run by a bunch of high schoolers who were working their first job, so they collectively went, "Why the f*** does this guy want 86 fucking cherries?" And like piled them onto his milkshake. Frat boy vampire training someone while his bros chant chug, 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 chug in the background.
Mutuals, this could be us.
Opening up a boy with the cold ones.
Time I learned that a horse actually has up to 15 horsepowers. These powers include horse levitation, horse pyrokinesis, and the scunge.
We detected signs of Luigi in this galaxy.
What are signs of Luigi?
Signs of Luigi, biscuit crumbs everywhere, distant sobbing sounds of someone falling over in another room.
Mario's making a call-out post on Twitter.com, Luigi.
People shouldn't have to pimp themselves off to the military to afford college. What the f***?
They don't, lol. Actually, almost every teacher I've ever had has suggested joining the military because they'll pay for college, and almost half of my class is either doing it or considering it, but I hope that rock you live under has air conditioning. In order to lead a happy life, I'm going to have to disappoint my parents a bit. Not to be dramatic, but this post genuinely made me consider my priorities in life and the choices I need to make for my own well-being. Celebrities used to be so cool, man. Jane Fonda still gets arrested at protests. Marilyn Monroe was under investigation by the CIA for being a communist. Hedy Lamarr invented Wi-Fi. What happened? Like, honestly, what is a celebrity anymore if not an Instagram influencer with a movie deal? Hello? Can you go back to being socialist by too famous to be assassinated again? Lol. Look what happens when you ring up Land O'Lakes butter on a grocery store cash register. Also, Land O'Lakes omega-3 eggs ring up as lol OMG eggs, which is quite possibly the best thing ever. Me, wow, I actually don't feel so bad. Maybe I'm getting better. Me 2 minutes later.
From Tumblr, beep beep, hashtag mental illness is here.
Why is this so funny? Sometimes I just want to laugh at how absurd everything is. Like, Jeff Bezos has enough money to literally end the war in Yemen. He could literally end it. Nearly any celebrity in the world has the money to fix the Flint water crisis. Like, there's a handful of rich people who, if they just put their money where their mouths were, could solve so many problems. But they don't. They just buy another house or a car or a company where they don't pay their workers fair wages so they can get richer. It's just, sometimes I want to laugh because it's just so absurd. And that is why we say eat the rich. Stop telling yourself that the grass is greener on the other side, because it's not. It's greener where you water it. So take control of your life and start watering your own pastures and grow your own greener grass. Grass, clover is a nitrogen-fixing legume, and dandelions are super useful. Be the weeds. Grow the concentrated defiance of those who would thwart you. It's also greener where you bury the body. This post really goes for a ride.
That's because the grass is always greener with the sunshine of a woke sky, right in?
Senator Armstrong, the dictionary called "You're making no sense again."
Capitalism at its...
Serotonin? In this economy?
This is it. We found the ultimate specimen of millennial humor. I think my least favorite heterotrope is when the girl eats a burger or whatever, and the dude is like, wow, I like a girl who can eat. Like, what the did your last girlfriend do? Photosynthesis?
Trope only available in girl sizes 0 to 4.
Support your local thick with 2 C's mama today. I feel like this is what would happen if Pokemon gym leaders were real.
Today I had a man tell me in all earnest that I obviously wasn't very good at my classical studies degree because Zeus only had one son, Hercules. His source was the Disney movie Hercules.
It would be easier to list the son Zeus doesn't have.
My autonomy used to be so good. What happened to me? Oh, this is about your art. I thought you were lamenting over your up irradiated body.
Could be, you never know.
So I was writing a small paper in Microsoft Word and the program suddenly crashed. I saved a couple minutes before, thank God, and I get this message in the corner of my screen 2 seconds afterwards. Microsoft Word is now playing The Elder Scrolls V Skyrim. What the f***? A whole new level of procrastination where the paper itself is procrastinating. Time I learned the reasons why we view Neanderthals as hunched over and degenerate is that the first skeleton to be found was arthritic.
Way to f*** it up for your whole species, you
idiot.
Hey, I've been really good about recycling and using reusable water bottles instead of disposable ones, so why is there still an oil fire in the middle of the ocean?
You need to take shorter showers.
I forgot about the showers. I'm so f***ing sorry.
Transformers had a lot of quotable lines, especially from the animated movie, but
I've heard it said that we only gain wisdom through suffering, and tonight I intend to make you very wise.
It's so f***ing raw, it needs more appreciation. I just realized the first Cars movie and the first Thor movie have the same exact plot. I want an explanation. A man on the road to greatness ends up lost in a small desert town with seemingly no hope of getting back to the life he knows. Over time, he falls in love with someone there and learns to be humble. With this character development complete, he is able to return to his life, never forgetting the people in that desert.
Wait, Hogwarts was established in the 10th century, but sinks were not invented until the 18th century. So how did Salazar Slytherin mark the Chamber of Secrets with a form of indoor plumbing which would not be invented for another 800 years?
Asterix looks for historical inconsistencies in a book about wizards.
Once in kindergarten, a girl asked me to write Supergirl on her arm since I was the only kid who could write, so I wrote on her arm, and I hid under a table for like 30 minutes. Then the teacher found me and yelled at me and called my parents, and my dad laughed so hard he cried.
Starry night this, cafe terrace at night, Dad. What are we gonna talk about? Two Rats by Vincent van Gogh.
I know Komodo dragons are extremely powerful and dangerous predators, but I
Just can't take them seriously because when they open their mouths, they look like goddamn sock puppets.
I love Vines and super short videos because it's like, man, this video is only 4 seconds. How much could happen in 4 seconds? So much, man. So much. Pride is almost over, and now it's time for straight people who refused to support us during Pride and just kept complaining about having a month dedicated to us.
Me on July 1st.
Is it me, or does laughter feel too much like showing weakness? Probably just a thinker thing. What the f***? Me, feeler, chuckles at a meme, me an intellectual.
You fool!
Reblog if you understand this inspirational message. Beautiful. Time I learned about the Kids for Cash scandal where 2 judges were paid by profit prisons to send kids to jail.
Good thing it was just those 2 judges.
Man, I'm glad they didn't do that to any adults either, haha. Man, I'm glad they found those 2 judges who are the only ones doing it and no one else will ever do it or has ever done it ever. Morning shift. Customer's angry that we disabled his card. Calm him down because it is a security measure. We had to block his card because he spent $5,000 on Genshin Impact at 4 a.m. and almost drained his entire bank account. The instant we unblock his card, he spent $200 more on Genshin Impact. This guy's jacked up for reals.
I wanna know what the f was up with this dude from Ratatouille that this rat could just up and Jaeger pilot his ass by pulling his hair.
He's a bottom. So we're really going to expose Linguini just like that, huh?
You take one look at the girl he ends up with and tell me he doesn't break out the strap-on every night?
Well, they're French, so you know. Congration! You done it! You done it! Congration! So, my boyfriend doesn't know a lot about Lord of the Rings and was asking why it was so hard to destroy the ring, and I said it corrupted the ring bearers and made them evil. And even proximity to the ring can turn you evil, as it did briefly with Boromir. And after some careful thought, he decided that the 9 members of the Fellowship should each have a super long string attached to the ring, and they could drag it behind them from really far so it won't affect them. And then make Legolas always watch it with his elf eyes to make sure it's okay back there, and like, that might work! Did he solve it? I'm so mad! Reading about ancient Greece is like listening to a professor go, actually, up thing you may have heard was not broadly true of classical Greek society, and the inhabitants of most city-states would have found the idea disturbing. And then a voice from the back of the room calls out, except for Athens, and the professor just sighs and is like, yes, thank you, Timmy, except for Athens. Ancient Greece was very up. Factoid actually just statistical error. Average ancient Greek person only somewhat fucked up. Athens Georacles, who lived in Athens and was unfathomably fucked up and was an outlier and should not have been counted. As a clown, I refuse to do stuff in my real actual clown outfit because that is for the kids, but I have a separate clown outfit for stuff. You're a role model and a legend. Separation of church and state. Time I learned that each degree of temperature rise, violence increases up to 20%. Fight crime by reducing Earth's temperature to 0 Kelvin. Time stops at 0 Kelvin. Crime stops at 0 Kelvin. I was applying for Australian citizenship, and the interview asked, do you have a criminal record? And I said, no, is that still required? And
Oh my god, Jeff, I swear.
does a weak peace sign. Yeah, collapses and dies. This post is just the bottom version of this tweet. So long, suckers. I rev up my motorcycle and create a huge cloud of smoke. When the cloud dissipates, I'm lying completely dead on the pavement. Oh, wind. Drama kid this and band kid that. Where's the love for us kids that did absolutely nothing in high school? Show them how quickly someone in the going home club can leave school. That was me. I was that kid. Women want me. Fish fear me. Mermaids are conflicted.
Swamp creatures are down to clown, but it's purely physical.
The doctor just walks around like I'm a slut.
I'm a war criminal. I'm so sad. I put on funny outfits.
I honestly forgot about Doctor Who and had a horrible several seconds of deep concern about your primary care provider. That's Doctor Who. I was so confused. I had no idea what the fuck was going on. My friend works 2 jobs and doesn't tend to specify which one he's talking about, so he'll say stuff like, a lady died at work today, and the rest of us have to play a fun little game called Nursing Home or Yankee Candle. Oh no, not another dead grandma on Yankee Candle. Today he goes, someone threw a candle at me at work, and I think I can finally reliably pin down one of the anecdotes, but nope, it was the wretched nursing home. Oh my god. Lots of adulthood is shouting,
Ugh, my laundry!
hours after you put it in the washer/dryer and running to go fetch it. Oh my laundry. Replug to save someone's laundry.
Radiation is insane. There are rocks out there that will pull the seams of your organs apart if you stand too close to them.
Hashtag some rocks really do have auras. Unfortunately, the aura is eat shit and die energy.
What kind of power move could I make towards my new therapist?
Aesthetics takes a notepad and takes notes whenever they take
Notes. Eats the paper at the end of the session.
This is why y'all are in therapy?
Wait, I just realized that my mom gave me new stuff for my keyring the day after she complained that I kept accidentally sneaking up on her because I don't realize how quiet I am. My mother belled me like a cat, and I didn't even realize it.
Cat boy!
Everyone is so mean to me all the time. I make my ramen the way a friend taught me in the 11th grade. Every fall, I listen to a playlist made for me by a boy I drove across a border to hook up with. I eat sushi because a girl who won't talk to me anymore made me try it. And Indian food because my best friend's parents ordered for me before I knew what I liked. There are movies I love because someone I loved them first. I am a mosaic of everyone I've ever loved, even for a heartbeat. Man, the Britney Spears testimony is chilling. She can't drive, can't choose her therapist or any person around her, is forced to perform and train or she'll be put on meds and restrained at home, can't see her kids or even have a new child, was forced to get an IUD which she can't have taken out, can't even choose her own food and bedtime. It's very much institutionalization, except she still has to perform to make money for her family. The same that claims she shouldn't have autonomy over her own life, and can't even change a single dance move in her choreography. It's just Christ. You know, we laughed at them. We laughed at them for so long. Leave Britney alone. Isn't that so funny? This person online's crazy. No. They knew from the start. They knew before any of us could have possibly known. Not to get too deep on Maine, but did anyone else have such deeply rooted issues with self-worth for so long that they thought as a kid/teen that their only redeeming feature was being low maintenance? And now as an adult, you give yourself guilt pangs asking for any more than the barest minimum in virtually any relationship because asking for things might negate your only good quality, which is just doesn't ask for things. You don't believe you can be liked, so you settle for being useful. I've read this post twice now, and it still hits just as hard as I read it the first time. Last year, a big group of girls in my class were all talking, and this one girl was like, I'm bisexual, and all the girls stared at her, and then the girl goes, don't worry, I'm only attracted to pretty girls. And I was like, did she just burn every girl in here? I think she did! Back when the PewDiePie controversies were going on, I often saw people saying, who's PewDiePie? And I always thought that was weird because who the fuck doesn't know who PewDiePie is? You have to be aware of his existence, not even by watching his content, just by being on the internet. He was famous as shit, but now I get it. I have no idea who or what Dream is, and I want to keep it that way. People say phase like impermanence means insignificance. Show me a permanent state of the self. Holy This quote changed my life about 4 years ago. So crazy that it just resurfaced. I'm really happy.
Why do humans get such lame differences in appearance? Like, there are a bunch of different species of dogs and turtles and birds. Like, why couldn't we get cool stuff like spikes coming out of our heads, or giant fangs, or the ability to spray acid out of our mouths? No, we got different fur colors.
We can't even handle having different skin tones without f***ing everything up.
Where did you learn to fight like that?
I have 3 older brothers.
Really?
Yeah, Wilson played first table on the chess team. Chester used to start crying every time he heard a sad song. Dan can really rock a cocktail dress and 6-inch heels. And I wasn't gonna let anyone give them any for any of that. So I had to learn how to beat up bigger people than me pretty early
This is
on.
my favorite post. Whenever there's a female character who fights, it's always because she learned it from an older male relative. I'm going to print this post and put it on my wall because it gave me new hope for humanity.
At my school, the cop from Dare passed around 3 joints to show everyone, and he said, if I don't get all 3 of these back, this school is getting locked down and everyone's getting searched till I find it. And like 30 minutes later, when everyone got to see him and they got passed back, the cop had 4!
Back in Jesus' time, that would have been called a miracle.
Who's smoking fat doinks on the Dare assembly? Jesus H. Christ!
My favorite relationship is between humans and dandelions. In childhood, we instinctively blow on its fuzzy little seed carriers. We take the role of the wind. We help the dandelions in a crucial part of their lives. And in return, we get a wish, a moment of happiness. This is how nature is meant to work. We are just as unaware of our goodness as the honeybees are pollinating the flowers.
When I was a little girl, I convinced most of the girls in my grade to fill up a Ziploc full of dandelion fluff at home and bring it out to the recess. I told them we were obligated to do this because dandelions are created by God, and it's our moral obligation to spread the seeds. We went to a Catholic school, so this argument was infallible. At recess, we all stood like 3 feet apart from each other in the soccer field and dumped out our seed bags. It was chaos, especially because the teachers had no idea it was happening until it was too late. Long story short, there were about 1,000 more dandelions that year, and we had to bring home little mementos on bright orange paper that children were not allowed to bring dandelion fluff to school in Ziploc bags, which my mom looked at when I brought it home and said, did someone actually do this? Completely unaware that it was her own daughter who started the riotous seed bombing. Less lawns, more dandelions. That is definition of chaotic good. I don't trust Reddit because it's the only social network whose users don't hate the website they're using. Twitter users hate Twitter. Snapchat users hate Snapchat, but Reddit users will get a fucking neck tattoo of a goofy little alien friend and name their firstborn son r/gaming.
OP has never used Reddit.
No, they hate it too. Broke. Midsummer is a girl power movie. Woke. Midsummer is a horrifying movie about a manipulative cult.
Bespoke.
Midsummer is a litmus test to tell how easily you could be indoctrinated into a cult. And if your first thought after watching it that it was a girl power movie, you're very susceptible to cult tactics, and you should be aware of that.
I don't zone out. Being zoned out is my default state. I occasionally zone back in to check in on how things are doing.
Reality is one of the 100 or so tabs I keep running at any given time. You get it.
I am no fan of Cristiano Ronaldo, but him wiping $4 billion off the market value of Coca-Cola overnight by refusing to drink it at the press conference, moving the bottle away from him, holding up a bottle of water and telling people to drink that instead is the most hilarious and iconic thing I've ever heard, and I've never had more respect for him than I do right now.
Goalkeeper Sam Bartram alone on the pitch, not realizing the game had been abandoned 15 minutes earlier due to heavy fog.
My last brain cell. He's holding the line.
Clyde, do you do lemonade? Me, do we do lemonade? Yes, I was told you do that here.
I'm sorry, this is a graphics and print shop.
I know that, I'm not an idiot.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
Look, if you can't lemonade these papers for me, then I'll go somewhere else.
Do you mean lemonade?
Retail.
I've never laughed harder in my life. Platypus? An ordinary platypus? Batty the platypus! Just because you don't look like somebody who you think is attractive doesn't mean you aren't attractive. Flowers are pretty, but so are Christmas lights, and they look nothing alike.
I don't think anyone could have said it in a better way.
You don't have an angel or a devil on your shoulder. You have an angry Viking and 50s housewife.
Both are telling me to solve my problems with murder.
The debate is over. The method.
All right, you're gonna need to stab him in the neck now.
And make sure not to use the nice knives that your wife graciously just bought you.
This morning at brunch, the server came out and he was like, "Unfortunately, we don't have ice right now because a server just broke a glass in it." And we were all like,
No, that's fine. I think an element of danger at brunch is sexy and fun.
and he was like, "No, absolutely, I get that, but I still can't let you eat glass at my job." Yikey! Just don't do that.
I spent entirely too long on this.
I'm decayed. My lungs are full of thorns and mildew. My bones are held together by vines. I am fragile. Be gentle with my cure.
Get out of bed, you're going to school whether you like it or not.
I refuse.
I tried to order a BTS meal with V-Bucks and the cashier sicked his Dalmatians onto my aging mother. What the fuck is going on?
Serial killer. I lured you all to my lair because I crave the deadliest game. Gen Z nodding. Knife Monopoly. Every other generation. What? I was actually going to hunt you all for sport, but now I'm interested in whatever knife monopoly. Once I was babysitting my neighbor's 6-year-old, and she asked me why I was so ugly. And without thinking, I said, "I'm you from the future." And she cried for like 30 minutes.
Yes, make the child cry for its sins.
Policeman. Name, please.
Cheryl Crow.
Your full name.
Chernobyl coleslaw.
That Southern girl, Chrissy May, Christmas mayonnaise. Turnoffs, historically inaccurate cosmetics in period dramas. Yeah, but I feel like forcing actors to wear lead and or bird on their face qualifies as hazardous work conditions.
I was talking more about sparkly eyeshadow in like 1311, but touche. When will Tumblr give us color-coded text? I wanna talk pink.
Mobile takes long enough to load. I don't want to wait till next Ice Age because y'all are aesthetic posting and chartreuse comic sad. So, you know how like in 90% of zombie fiction, it's bite that kills you and makes you a zombie, right? Okay, so I want you to get anything denim from your house and just fucking bite it. Bite it as hard as you can. Chances are you can't bite through the denim very well. So, here's what I'm thinking. Zombie apocalypse, all denim outfit. The anti-zombie uniform.
Even in a zombie apocalypse, you're not catching me wearing double denim.
Captain America wears the American flag and fights Nazis. Spider-Man is a working-class guy who struggles with money. Wakanda is an African country that didn't suffer from colonialism. Iron Man was a war profiteer that saw how his weapons were being used to kill civilians. The X-Men are a marginalized group of people that struggle with prejudice and persecution. But please, tell me how comics aren't supposed to be political.
The best gorilla joke of 1897. Gorilla. Did you hear about the gorilla who escaped from the zoo? Zookeeper. No, I did not. Gorilla. That is because I am a quiet gorilla. Muffled sounds of gorilla violence. The people in 1897 were mentally in 2030. Having been told that it's rude to call dinner gross, our 4-year-old is finding creative ways to express himself. This tastes unlucky to me. This sends my mouth into outer space. That's bad. Cauliflower is, pinch his fingers together, this much delicious. You told your toddler not to be rude, and so now he's developing an incredible skill with sick burns. Europeans are so funny, literally, like, I can't believe Americans don't have fresh bread. What the f*** are you talking about? I can't believe Americans think their store-bought sliced bread is real bread. There are bakeries in the United States, LMAO. I'm not gonna argue with a mother about bread. In 20 years, you won't remember the time your kids didn't finish their dinner, but they'll remember how you freaked out and yelled about it. Last year, I was talking with my mom about parenting, and she said, well, at least I never made you feel like I didn't love you. I proceeded to tell her about a time when I was a kid, and she was yelling, screaming, and throwing things, and I said, I love you, in that small, timid kid voice, and she said, well, I don't love you right now. Our relationship was never the same after that, and she didn't even remember that it happened. The axe forgets. The tree remembers. You remember that? It was a formative experience of my life. For you, it was Tuesday. My dad whistles a specific melody when he comes to refill the bird feeders. The birds have started singing it when they're empty. Have any of you heard of the Harvard-MIT pigeon prank? An MIT student dressed in a black and white striped shirt went to the Harvard football stadium every day of one summer, blowing a whistle while scattering breadcrumbs or birdseed to coax neighborhood pigeons down to the field. At Harvard's opening game of the season, upon on the referee's first whistle, it said that hundreds of pigeons descended onto the field, causing a half-hour delay, putting a different country's flag on my lawn to make it harder for GeoGuessr players to guess where they are. Lawn, United States. Anyone who thinks children will socially distance at school has never met children. Anyone who thinks children won't purposefully lick their hands and chase each other yelling, "Corona!" has never met children. Seriously, let's say you have a bad job, a great job. You make $100 an hour. You work 10 hours a day, $1,000 a day, 5 days a week, $5,000 a week, every week, $20,000 a month. That's $240,000 every year. It would take you 4,167 years to make $1 billion. Why do paintings of people centuries ago never show pimples? You're telling me these people who drank water and took baths 2 times a decade had clear skin? They had this amazing filter called "I'm the one paying you." Which would you rather find living in your attic? 1,000 roaches or a person? This is truly, on God, the first would you rather that I've ever had to devote significant thought to. Neither of these answers feel good. I remember the first time my dad asked me to sign something for me in high school. He shook his head and said, "If I sign this, you're gonna have to learn how to forge my signature. You sign it from the start, you'll be able to sign whatever you want and they'll never know." I don't know whether to award him Dad of the Year or not. My neighbors are hosting some sort of charity event thing and they've got a live band going on and they're pretty good. So when they finished a song, I yelled out a "woo!" And then I just hear, "Is that a neighbor?" over the microphone. "You're really good," I say, because, well, what else do I say when I'm yelling over 4 acres of bushland during the night? Then I just get a really awkward reply of, "Thank you." And now I'm just sitting outside in the cold listening when the last song comes up, and this one is dedicated to the random neighbor that's hopefully still listening to this for free. Sometimes people use respect to mean treating someone like a person, and sometimes they use respect to mean treating someone like an authority. And sometimes people who are used to being treated like an authority say, "If you won't respect me, I won't respect you." And they mean, "If you won't treat me like an authority, I won't treat you like a person." And they think they're being fair, but they aren't. And it's not okay. This is so well put, I am stunned. The other day, I answered the door to my postman. I was signing for stuff, like you do, when my kid comes downstairs with only his underwear and a t-shirt on. Now, the postman couldn't see him from the front door, and I scribbled my signature and said to my son, "You need to put some trousers on." My postman, very slowly, looked down at his trouser-clad legs with a mixture of confusion and horror, and then looked back up at me. When I explained I was talking to my little boy out of his line of sight, he gave a very solemn nod and said, "I thought I'd put my trousers on this morning, but suddenly when you said that, I really wasn't sure." Years after this, I still have the same postman. He still always wears trousers, but every time I enter the door, I'm pretty sure we both remember this incident. One time this man approached me in a bar talking in Spanish, so I assumed he was Spanish and we started speaking. We had a whole ass conversation, and at some point he was like, "So what part of Spain are you from?" And I said, "Well, I'm Italian actually." "What part of Spain are you from?" And he was like, "I'm Greek." One time I was in Argentina and I was so tired of trying to speak Spanish because I'm not very good at it, LMAO, so I broke into exasperated English, and the retail seller girl quickly understood me and engaged me in conversation. We talked for a while, she introduced me to a makeup brand, and then I decided to buy it. While she was packaging the purchase, she asked me if I were from the US or perhaps the UK, and I just said, "Oh no, I'm Brazilian." And she looked me straight in the eyes and said, in clear Portuguese, "I'm Brazilian too." It's 2007. You're working on a PowerPoint for school. It's about ancient Egypt. You select the papyrus font. Yes, perfect. Little girl came up to my door dressed as a shark, and I gave her M&Ms, and she said, "Thank you, I love you." And her mom said, "You're supposed to say Happy Halloween." And the little girl said, "She gave me Nem-Nems. I love her." The radio channel I listen to has a guy who does the traffic report every morning, and he got so fed up of saying basically, there's no traffic because everyone is at home, that he started getting listeners to message him with the traffic that's in their home. Like, in Steve's house in Surrey today, there's a massive delay between the bedroom and the dining room table, that is where Steve is working, because the dog is lying in the doorway. The current recommended diversion is via the kitchen for a cup of tea. That's adorable and very funny. And oh god, we're all going insane. Shout out to the literal fan fiction happening a few blocks from my apartment. There's been this halal meat market on the corner for like 19 years that the owner's son just inherited, and directly across the street, this woman opened a kosher grocery store. And since day one, they've had this very friendly fake rivalry, playing it up for the customers. It's always been super goofy and lighthearted. So, turns out last night, she proposed in the middle of the afternoon rush in the meat market, and he said yes, and she's moving her store to the adjacent empty storefront on the left so they can have a joint grocery store. It is so cute. I wish them the happiest marriage ever. You ever cycle through the same 4 apps on your phone over and over again and feel like a tiger pacing its cage at the zoo? If you're doing this, it is because you, like the tiger, need enrichment and variety in your life. May I suggest cramming just a whole bunch of raw hamburger into a pumpkin and rolling it around your enclosure? Pupils dilate. NYPD out here protecting the Wall Street bull. We deserve more elegant metaphors. My friend's little brother, nonverbal, used to hide people's shoes if he liked the person, because it meant they had to stay longer. The more difficult it was to find your shoes, the more he liked you. One day, my cousin came over, and she was When it was time to leave, my friend's brother handed her shoes directly to her, and she went on and on about how he must have a crush on her because he only helped her. Aw, aren't you sweet? You got my shoes. Get off my property. Man, I couldn't do Twitter. On Tumblr, nobody gives a shit if you bully celebrities. On Twitter, it becomes a fucking national conversation for 3 days. Each day on Twitter, there is one main character. The goal is to never be it. I'm what they call a conflict escalator, a trained specialist in escalating even the most minor disagreements to the brink of all-out violence. Pinocchio could tell us so much about the universe. He could randomly claim things like, "The Big Bang happened," and his nose would confirm or deny our theories. Pinocchio's not omniscient, you stupid Redditors. His nose grows when he's intentionally being dishonest. Things heating up in the Pinocchio fandom. We're watching Big Hero 6 in my class, and we're at that part where Hero and Baymax were in the portal, and everyone is so quiet, except for my teacher who mumbles, "If that robot dies, I'm burning this movie." A girl's voice in game chat is more powerful than any US Marine. Fun story, maybe. When I was younger, my brother was super duper into COD, and he's actually really freaking good at it. So one day, he gave me his mic headset and told me to talk while he was playing, and it was wild. The levels of salt that young men produce when under the impression that a little girl is destroying them in COD is a beautiful thing. You ever see a fully SFW artist draw a weirdly detailed armpit, and you just know they just flew too close to the sun? Trying to draw good feet, but not so good that people think I'm into it. Don't date people who make you feel like you have to hide your stuffed animals. This is, without exaggeration, probably the best dating advice I have ever seen. Nemo Bear was here before you, and he'll be here after you're gone, my dude. Can they please make a dishwasher with a transparent door? I want to see what's going on in there. Washing machine, open, honest, shows you how it's cleaning your clothes. Dishwasher, mysterious, untrustworthy, keeps its cleaning methods a secret. Conversation in a group home kitchen. The new girl, "Hey, what are you cooking?" Me, "Chicken bacon." New girl, "Huh, weird. Is that actually good? Does it taste like real bacon?" Me, "It's good. I wouldn't know. I don't eat pork." New girl, "Oh, are you Muslim?" Me, "I'm Jewish." New girl, "Oh, but why is pork unclean anyway? Pigs are really neat and tidy animals, actually." Me, "That's not what it means. I was told they used to feed corpses to pigs during the wars and then fed the pigs to soldiers. I just don't want to eat animals that would eat a human corpse." My roommate walking in, "I only eat animals that would eat a human corpse." New girl, "Ew, why?" Me, "Because he's disgusting." Roommate, "It just feels fair. Like, I could look at my dinner and think, yeah, you'd have eaten me too if you had the chance. We're equals in this." Me, "I've seen you eat chicken." Roommate, "A chicken will eat anything that moves that's smaller than a chicken. They'll eat mice, other chickens. If there was a chicken that was big enough to eat you, it totally would." The conversation went on, and now I have to find a rabbi to ask him whether a man-eating giant chicken would be kosher if one existed and if you managed to slaughter it properly. Look at this and just try and tell me that all 3 of these women don't look exactly the same. Try and tell me that Disney isn't lazy when it comes to creating women. Wow, 2 sisters and their mom. You're right. Why on earth would they look the same? High school teachers. If you don't show up with a dress and full makeup or a fitted tuxedo to class every day to college, your professors will execute you. College professors. I once had a professor slam a thermos down on his desk and say to us, "There's more pressure in my sinuses right now than there is at the bottom of the sea. This thing's full of NyQuil. I'm gonna drink it while I teach, and when your heads are replaced by swirling rainbows, I will cancel the rest of class." The class ended up being 17 minutes long. The axe forgets, but the tree remembers. This is a huge thing, especially with kids. To the parent, they lashed out when they were mad and forgot about it, expecting the kid to forget too. To the kid, it was a big moment that defined your relationship with your parents. Stuff my parents don't remember doing or saying were things that to me spoke very, very loudly, that I was not safe to be open and honest with my parents. The axe forgets, but the tree remembers indeed. Historical footage of the last T-Rex serving his country in World War I. But isn't that a Jeep? And the T-Rex is holding a Browning M2, which wasn't used until 1933. So I think this footage is actually of World War II. What happens to all your teen angst when you're 20? Like, where does it go? They diagnose it as anxiety. Yeah, she's good looking, I guess. Not really my type. Like a bigger wingspan. There we go. Page 236. Look at the plumage on that one. I don't know what I'm laughing about more. The ostrich, the girl that looks like she's crying in the other car, or the llama in the mirror. Oh my God, I just figured out the word hurt. It's past, present, and future. You will be hurt. You are hurt. You were hurt. Because if something truly hurt, it never really stops. It's because it's an adjective. You will be stupid. You are stupid. You were stupid. I was watching Friends, and there's a potato in the cake stand. I stubbed my toe, and naturally I screamed, "Mother!" And then my dad poked his head out of the living room and said, "You rang?" Hats off for the ultimate dad joke. Have you ever talked to someone that you're completely comfortable with and you can just tell them anything you want and they won't judge you for it? Or they'll actually make an effort and try to make an interesting conversation about it? Like you talk about different kinds of sauces or pasta with them for an hour and the conversation will never get boring. I was at Target yesterday and this little girl wanted to buy Halo 4, but this lady came up to her and said, "Video games are for boys." This lady had a box of tricks in her cart, and so the girl grabs the box and said, "And tricks are for kids," and ran off with the cereal and the game. The best superpower ever has to be the power to refill things. Think about it. Your glass is empty, refill it without getting up. Your bank account empty, power to refill it. At first I was all, well, that's the stupidest thing I ever heard. But then I was all like, genius, pure unadulterated genius. Person annoying you? Refill their bladder. Right, so when I started my sociology course in college, my teacher started us off with, well, I guess we have to do icebreakers. I'm John, and I fear bears. Why do I fear bears? Because bears can run at 30 miles per hour, and Chester Zoo is 30 miles away. That means a bear can be outside this door in an hour. Why would a bear be here? Because they can smell fear, and I fear them. My mom told me she would buy me grapes, but she lied to me and bought cherries, and I hate cherries, so I poured some of them down the ice dispenser, so when she goes to get ice, the fridge will lie to her and give her cherries instead, like she did to me. So they brought an ice cream truck to school, and the ice cream man saw my hair and was like, "Oh, I have something for you." And he gave me this. A guy is taking his girlfriend to prom. He waits in the ticket line for a really long time, but gets them. He goes to rent a limo. The rental line is really long, but he eventually does it. He goes buy her flowers. The line at the florist is really long, but eventually he gets the flowers. At prom, she asked him to go get punch. He goes to the refreshment table and there's no punch line. You've got to be kidding me. I've just ordered this Maine hat for my cat and I have absolutely no regrets. My brother and I begged my mom to buy us one when we were little because they were horribly overpriced, of course, and she finally gave in. He got Jolteon and I got Mew, and we spent hours trying to chew the toy out of the ball. And it turns out that the little fuckers are actually tiny and the ball just magnifies them to look big. And my mom walked in and saw the chewed up mess and spanked us. One time in 8th grade math class, my asshole teacher who didn't like me goes, "Erin goes to the store to buy a new personality because hers sucks. The one she wants is," and I cut him off and said, "I wanted the asshole personality, but you took the last one." He never bothered me again. One time we got a new kid in 5th grade and he walks right in and sticks his hand under the stapler and staples his hand and just looks at the teacher and goes, "I'm going to the nurse," and leaves. So every morning I get off the train and start my 20-minute walk to work, and there's this guy who's always like 3 steps ahead of me and always beats me to the street corner because I get stopped by the light and he passes it. But today I was ahead of him for the first time and he runs in front of me, turns around and goes, "I've been winning for 2 months now. Can't stop now. Have a good day. See you tomorrow." Tomorrow, I swear, I'm wearing running shoes to work. I took my girlfriend to an improv show the other night, and during intermission, we were passionately arguing over whether half a 5-hour energy shot would give you 2.5 hours of energy or 5 hours of half energy. So we turned around to ask the opinions of the 3 people behind us, and one of them said, "Are all your arguments like this? Because we heard you in the lobby earlier fighting over the right way to pronounce egg." I'm laughing so much. A group of really loud boys sat down next to us at McDonald's, and one of them just picked up his burger and said to his friends, "I bet I can put this whole thing in my mouth." And my mom turned to me and said, "We know who the gay one is." And they heard her, and none of them have said a word since. I woke up in the middle of the night because I thought of a text post, so I drafted it half asleep, and all it says is, "Scooby-Doo 25 to life." I don't understand myself. If you're awake right now, what time is it there, and what are you thinking about? It's 1:46 and a boy, 1:46 and my ex, 4:09 and my wife, 4:31 a.m. and my depression, 4:44 a.m. why I'm young with ear problems, talking to someone with the same interests as you and realizing they're a casual enjoyer while you're deranged. One time a casual hockey fan tried to convey this experience to me from the other side as, it's like, okay, imagine that you like donuts and you meet a guy who also likes donuts. And you're like, hey, cool, we both like donuts. But this guy, he built his house out of donuts. Why does having my TV on make me feel safer? The backdrop of human voices and noises make you feel like you're in the company of a big group, so you can let your guard down, because it's unlikely that a threat will sneak up on you. I always put the TV on when I'm alone at night. It makes me feel safer. This would make sense. I spent the first 3 years living on my own, listening to the audio commentary for Futurama in order to sleep at night. Shout out to water for keeping my throat sufficiently lubricated for optimal yodeling techniques. That literally got weirder and weirder with every word. Why does liking someone have to be this big secret? Why doesn't everyone in the world just make it really clear? Why can't we make t-shirts with the names of who we crush on? Why don't we throw pianos at people and yell, "Hello, you are very attractive, sir!" Do you want to avoid people? Drink water. Not only will you be hydrated, you don't have to talk to people while drinking water. Then later you'll have to pee, which means you get to avoid people even more. Today, I learned why we think we look good in mirrors, but not in pictures. In the mirror, your perception is opposite and your face looks different. Whereas in pictures, your features are exactly how you appear to others. So I'm really ugly. That's great. Oh my God. My grandma bought my grandpa new pants and my mom asked him how they felt and he goes, "Like a cheaply made castle." And we were like, "What?" And he goes, "No, ballroom." Grandpa, no. Have you ever gotten to a point in a text conversation where suddenly everything is caps lock and you're both just screaming at each other for no reason? That guy in the class. So let me get one thing straight. Everyone else, including the teacher. Does anyone else constantly get the feeling that you're running out of time? And for no reason? I could be lying in bed in the middle of summer vacation and my mind is like, hurry up before it's too late! And I'm just like, hurry up and do what? Leave me alone, what the f? Multiverse theory doesn't cover paradoxical situations, except in the universe where it does. The woman I'm planning to marry showed me this pebble that looks like a guitar pick and with an entirely straight face said, "It's for rock music. Marry her faster." Why does every person at the grocery store feel like my enemy? If you run into someone you know and they say, "We should hang out sometime," just say, "I'm ready to hang out right now," and watch them panic. I used to drink tons of Diet Coke, but it's been 1 month since I've had a drop. I want to share some of the changes I've observed in myself over that time. My health is unchanged. I'm less happy. My one source of joy is gone. Thanks for encouraging me on this journey. This is a boss fight, but I don't know which one the boss is. When I was like 10, I learned that splitting an atom will make a nuclear explosion, and for a long time I got really stressed out whenever I had to cut anything because like, what if I hit an atom at just the right angle? This is how I felt about the Bermuda Triangle. I thought one day I was just gonna fall into it on accident for no reason. I have an uncle who responds to text messages after 2 months. No one knows where he lives exactly, and he shows up when he wants to. He is one of my role models. I just got laughed at during a meeting for raising my hand to ask a question. Sorry for being polite and applying a technique that was forced on me for 12 years. Just heard my roommate yell, "You used me!" from the living room, and I'm sitting here like 2 seconds later my rat comes running into my room holding a french fry in his little baby mouth. Mr. Rogers gave me unrealistic expectations for the relationships I'd have with my neighbors. Asked my dad and uncle why they weren't chatting, and my uncle goes, "We're done chatting for today." My dad nods and they continue watching TV in silence. The older I get, the more I realize that everyone is just winging it. Everyone. No exceptions. Miles Teller said he got sick while shooting Top Gun Maverick. He learned he had jet fuel in his blood. When Cruise learned what happened, he told Teller, "Yeah, I was born with it, kid." Some people in Kansas believe when the tornado sirens go off, you are supposed to run outside and find the tornado to add to your Snap story. Please don't. I could never be a movie critic because almost every time I see a movie, I'm like, yeah, that was fun. And it's usually because I got popcorn and a big soda. I saw Troy in theaters, and when Achilles gets hit by that fatal arrow at the end, someone in the row in front of me groaned, "Oh, he gets hit in his Achilles heel? Come on!" I still think about that. This girl in my bio lecture fell asleep, and the guy beside her took her clicker and answered all the questions so she still got credit. I hope they get married. My friend got a tattoo on his arm that says, "Comparison is the thief of joy." And I'm really debating getting the same tattoo on my arm, but a little bit bigger. Men really live like this and see no problem. Today I had 800 milligrams of caffeine, exercised for 2 hours, ate literally 80 pizza rolls, and did a face mask. The line between self-care and self-destruction is a fine one, but God do I walk it hard, brother. I've CC'd in my boss. Professional. Corporate. Mildly threatening. You want to say that in front of Greg? Threat level 9,000. Who is Greg and what is he capable of? I had a crush on this guy, and I decided to pull a Pavlov on him by offering him, whenever I saw him, this brand of candy he seemed to really like. And after a while, whenever he saw me, he got excited for a second. Then you could see his expression shift to wondering why the hell he was so happy to see me. And I swear it was the evilest thing, but also the most hilarious. I made a guy like me by conditioning him into associating me to a candy he liked. This, my friends, is the reason why people study and bear with psychology. Story time! I taught my little cousin her first longer word when she was very young. I taught her to say tax benefits. And to this day, my aunt still doesn't know where she got it from. But it was a hilarious sight to see a little toddler waddling around the house, wearing a big diaper, all the while yelling, "Tax benefits!" My parents did this with me and nuclear disarmament. I taught my little brother to say microsurgical vasectomy reversal. Saw it on a billboard, on a road trip. And he didn't stop saying it for literal years. Guess who just found out the difference between wax paper and parchment paper the hard way? Wait, what's the difference? One you can use in the oven safely, and the other you can use in the oven if the thing you are trying to make happens to be fire. Someone in my Norwegian class didn't know the word for cowboys, so called them American horse pirates, and I've been laughing about it for about an hour. When I was growing up, my parents were quite poor. They kept a small stash of cash in a particular spot for emergencies. My grandfather used to come over while they were at work and sneak money into it. He would also bring a case of Coke/Pepsi and leave it on the counter quite openly. In case any of the neighbors mentioned seeing his car in our driveway, he would say, "Oh, I was just dropping off a case of soda as a treat." I caught him doing it one day when I was homesick. Fast forward 25 years. My grandfather's been dead for a long time, but my parents are still rather poor while I married into money. Every time they're working late, they ask if I can go over to let their dog out. While I'm there, with no witnesses, I carry on Grandpa's tradition. I think my dad might have caught on, but my mom still has no idea. Where do daytime animals go at night anyway? I've never seen one. The fear I would feel if I was outside after dark and a duck walked past me is indescribable. I just heard two kids playing outside and one goes, "I do not fear the dark side." And then another kid goes, "You should." And then I hear a whack noise and then crying. At 40, Franz Kafka, 1883 to 1924, who never married and had no children, walked through the park in Berlin when he met a girl who was crying because she had lost her favorite doll. She and Kafka searched for the doll unsuccessfully. Kafka told her to meet him there the next day, and they would come back to look for her. The next day, when they had not yet found the doll, Kafka gave the girl a letter written by the doll saying, "Please don't cry. I took a trip to see the world. I will write you about my adventures." Thus began a story which continued into the end of Kafka's life. During their meetings, Kafka read the letters of the doll, carefully written with adventures and conversations that the girl found adorable. Finally, Kafka brought back the doll, he bought one, that had returned. "It doesn't look like my doll at all," said the girl. Kafka handed her another letter in which the doll wrote, "My travels have changed me." The little girl hugged the new doll and brought her happy home. A year later, Kafka died. Many years later, the now adult girl found a letter inside the doll. In the tiny letter signed by Kafka, it was written, "Everything you love will probably be lost, but in the end, love will return in another way."
What's the nicest thing a complete stranger has ever done for you? After my husband was deployed to Afghanistan, I moved out of state to be with my parents to help me with our 2 sons. A few weeks he left, found out I was pregnant. We all knew the risk, and as a military wife in 2003, it was difficult knowing we are prepared for the worst. After giving birth, I was notified by an officer. My husband passed away after serving in Afghanistan. So much pain I had to go through because nothing is more painful to go home and explain to your kids that their dad passed away serving in the country. Few weeks he was scheduled to arrive at the airbase where we lived and stationed. I was at the airport with my 2 kids and a newborn when a nice stranger sat next to us. His name was Richard. He started a conversation until I bursted in tears and shared to him about where we are headed. He left and gave me a space to cry after sharing my story. He knew I needed that conversation after weeks of doing my best to stay strong for our kids. Before boarding, one of the airline employees assisted me to the boarding desk, and Richard was also there next to the gate. The lady told me that they are upgrading our seats to first class, and Richard will be paying for it, and we will always remember him for his kindness. cried, and we all gave him the biggest hug we could give. What is the most bizarre issue you've seen a patient trying to mask? I used to work for a hospital in Kansas, and we had this particular patient who most of the staff in the hospital knew. She would visit, schedule herself for a checkup almost every month. One time she talked to one of the doctors in the hallway saying she was pregnant. The doctor said, "Do you think you are pregnant?" She replied, "Yes, I am pregnant. I have been carrying this baby for 2 years now, and I can feel it moving. I want to see its heartbeat." The doctor responded, "Well, why don't we take a pregnancy test just to be sure?" And she happily said, "You know what? I can use that as a damn proof to my family who thinks I am crazy. None of my family believes this baby is growing inside of me." They did the ultrasound and found nothing. I later found out she lost her baby in a car accident and has been going to this hospital since. It is sad, but then she stopped coming to the hospital. We heard that her family admitted her to a mental facility. What's the most unprofessional thing a doctor has ever said to you? This was my first pregnancy in 2012, and my husband and I were excited that I am pregnant. It was a big deal for us as we have been trying for over 5 years. This was our rainbow baby. Our general doctor did my blood work and said everything is fine and I shouldn't worry about anything. She referred me to see an obstetrician. I was 13 weeks pregnant when I went to do my ultrasound checkup when they told me that my baby has a defect. And I was like, "What do you mean? The baby has some extra chromosomes. It will have Down syndrome." She said the baby won't and look normal like we do. My husband and I were confused because no one in our family carries it. Then she told us that if we don't want it, we have an option to get rid of it, like an abortion. My husband was fuming when the doctor told us that no sympathy or compassion at all. Straightforward suggested to abort it. It was our baby. Fast forward, if you are wondering what we did, we kept the baby. We're blessed to have one, and to our surprise, I gave birth to a perfectly healthy baby girl. She didn't have Down syndrome. I was misdiagnosed. How did you realize that your partner was the one? I got laid off from my job of 5 years during the pandemic in 2020. It was a difficult time because no one was hiring despite my credentials. I've applied countless times and none got back to me, or I wasn't chosen for the interview. At that time, my boyfriend encouraged me to start the business I always wanted. Told him I have bills to pay. He laughed and said he will cover for me until my business takes off. I was selling crocheted dog clothes. He helped me set up my business, supported me, and paid for all of our bills. Took 3 months to get the first sale. I was losing hope until I got my first sale. I got excited, then I got more and more each day. I was busy and tired, but that defeated everything because he believed in me. My boyfriend did all the logistics stuff and I focused on the rest. After a year, my business took off. I sold on Etsy and have grown into a full e-commerce store. I also grew thanks to TikTok. A year and a half later, he took me to a dog shelter and told me besides the other orders I received, the first 8 months of my business, he was buying each week and donating them to the shelter. They showed me photos of the dogs wearing my crocheted dog clothes on the day they get adopted. A few months later, he proposed to me with a Labrador from the shelter. I knew he was the one. Am I the bad guy for causing my parents to divorce after telling my mom that I caught dad cheating? I'm an only child, but my dad always wanted more kids. But my mom got traumatized after giving birth to me. My dad initiated to adopt, but my mom said it is not theirs, so it was just me. He is a loving dad, and I understand his frustrations because my mom requires her to be at work most of the time. Unlike my dad, who owns a mechanic shop downtown, they have been going through rough years until I moved out for college. I visited for Christmas and asked to borrow the computer to print something for school. Closing the tabs, I didn't mean to snoop his inbox when I saw emails of my dad between someone else who I ended up knowing. It was not friendly emails. It was more than that. It was mom's friend. I jumped out of the seat and called my mom to come to the room. I don't know what I was thinking, but I showed her the emails. Dad came home and it was a war zone. I left that night and didn't want to be in the middle of it. I felt bad. But what's worse is when my dad texted a few hours later saying mom wanted a divorce and that he is thanking me for doing that because he had been unhappy for many years. I don't know if my dad said that to make me feel better, but am I the bad guy for saying the truth? 5 years ago, I did a full day wedding coverage as a videographer for this couple in San Francisco. The wife wanted to do a same-day edit of their video to be presented at the end of the reception. We started filming at 3 p.m. and the reception was at 9:30 p.m. I was able to edit all the footage to show to their guests. My assistant placed the mic on the bride and groom before the ceremony to better capture their vows. I was able to deliver the video after a few days as I was cleaning up the footage to give more extra snippets or behind the scenes of their wedding. I accidentally caught the conversation of the groom about how he just slept with the bridesmaid 2 days before the wedding and that they are planning to see each other before the honeymoon. He is also marrying her for money because her family is well off. The bridesmaid is the bride's best friend. The audio was explicit and told about what happened that night. I thought it would end there until I saw the drone footage of behind the church where I caught the groom making out with the bridesmaid. I sent her an email and gave her the copy. The groom found out about it and tried to sue me after the bride filed for divorce. Family of the bride gave me a check to thank me for protecting their daughter. Then the groom threatened to burn down my studio, so I filed for a restraining order. Those who have been to a ruined wedding. What happened? I worked as a wedding planner for this lakeside wedding at her dad's house in September. Bride wanted a dock wedding ceremony where she will walk down the aisle on a dock. Initially, when I visited the dock, it was a bit concerning because there were gaps in between the planks and worried her heels will slip through. She told me to not worry as she will wear flats, just to be safe. She mentioned she wanted her 2-year-old niece to be the ring bearer. I told her that it might not be a good idea as she is too young and will be walking on the dock alone. She said she will be fine. I suggested that someone could hold the ring for her and she can just carry an empty box. She got irritated because I was trying to change so much of her wedding tradition. Fast forward to the wedding ceremony, the kid walked down the aisle, had a surprise tantrum, started crying, and threw the open ring bearer box into the lake. Everybody panicked because the kid just casually threw $5,000 worth of wedding bands. Did someone jump into the lake to save it? Yes. Did they retrieve the box? Yes. Was the ring inside? No. They continued the ceremony after 40 minutes of chaos. Brides was heartbroken and cried the entire ceremony. I just wish she'd listened to me. Who is the most insane person you've ever known? My dad is definitely the most insane one. One night, our elderly neighbor's house caught fire. She had left the stove on after cooking and went to bed. My dad noticed the flames and rushed over without hesitation. He managed to rescue the elderly woman who could barely walk and brought her outside. My dad already got burns from saving her. As soon as they were out, the old lady begged to save Chi-Chi and Lola, her 2 senior dogs trapped inside. My mom tried to stop my dad and literally yelled at him, "Are you actually sane?" insisting they wait for the firefighters to rescue the dogs. But my dad, being the selfless, stubborn hero he is, simply said, "If that was Bruno, our dog, would you not want to save him?" He just told us with confidence, "No dogs are dying tonight, not on my watch." My dad went back inside. He found the dogs and fought through the thick smoke and flames to bring them out. He suffered 3rd-degree burns in the process, but he saved Chi-Chi and Lola. Half of the house was severely burned down. While my dad was in the hospital recovering, the elder lady visited him every day, grateful for his bravery. Sadly, a few months later, we heard the news that she had passed away. With no family left to care for her beloved dogs, my mom and dad decided to adopt Chi-Chi and Lola. What is the creepiest DM you've ever received? I started receiving messages from a guy on Instagram. He keeps telling me things that I don't know about, and I guess he thought I was someone else. He would message me every day. I assumed it was harmless and that he would go away if I don't entertain him or give him any attention at all until he starts to send me creepy messages, so I blocked him. But a few minutes later, another account messaging me, it was the same dude. He kept telling me how much he likes me and how he sees our future, begging to stop blocking him because he will buy SIM cards, create multiple accounts, and do everything to have me. I got chills when he told me that he knows where I live, who my parents are, where I work, etc. If I don't reply to his messages, I will regret it. I replied that he needs to stop with this prank. Then he replied with all of my personal information. I immediately went outside, and as I was driving, he sent me a message saying where I was going, like, "Hold on, my body froze, but my brain didn't." So I went straight to the police station. I reported him, and they were able to track that guy through IP address, street cameras, and my apartment's camera, then filed a restraining order. How did that one family vacation ruin your family? family. This happened 10 years ago when my mom invited her best friend's family for a vacation in Tulum. Her husband passed away, and the husband was also my dad's best friend. We were a total of 9 on this trip, so my dad booked a villa for all of us to stay. My mom was the one who spent her time alone in the villa to prepare us food and take care of my younger sister, while dad and her best friend were the ones on the beach that looked after us. On our 3rd day, when we went for a swim and the others laid in the sand, my younger brother screamed, calling for help when the sand they were digging collapsed. My dad was not on site, and all of us just tried our best to ask her help. My mom came in running, screaming, and tried to rescue the kids. The rescuers were too late to take the kids out. 2 of them passed away, and it didn't stop there. We also forgot that other kids swam and was old and rip current. All 3 kids that passed away were the best friends. When they were questioned by the police, my dad and my mom's best friend confessed they left us unattended so they can spend time alone together in another house my dad rented. Then my mom found out that my dad has been cheating on her with the best friend for 3 years after her husband passed away. Last time we heard was that the best friend got admitted to a psychiatric hospital. What made you fall out of love with your wife and pushed you to a divorce? I am a male, 30 years old, got married in my early 20s. I used to work at a tech company in California. I make $150,000 a year and lived in the financial district until I met my wife, now ex. It was going well. We used to travel to Europe and enjoy our time right before we got married. She openly shared about her childhood trauma and how she has been a troubled teenager, causing her to be alcoholic like her dad. I wish I took this as a red flag, but I didn't budge because maybe she will get better. She got really toxic, tiring, and unsupportive to the point that she brings me down while in the midst of my career. I stayed with her hoping she will get better, but she didn't. I decided that I no longer want her in my life because she is hopeless. Using her childhood trauma to navigate her life and discuss it on her social media to make her life interesting, she likes to be the underdog and gathers pity party from her friends. I didn't want that. Fast forward, she decided to leave the US to be with her cousin in Mexico. I am disgusted, but she never really made any good decisions in her life. Anyways, I am now happily married, running my own businesses with my newfound wife. What was the gut feeling that you listened to that saved your life? This was 7 years ago. During the 2016 creepy clown sightings, after school, I let my new friends stay over the night because we got messages of armed clown sightings in our area. I let them sleep over to act cool because I just got into their friend group. My parents went to bed and all of us stayed in the living room. At 10 p.m., 5 of my friends wanted to go around and see the clowns in our area. I told them no because it's dangerous and there was already one student in our school that got attacked a few days ago. I felt the pressure and they just threatened to kick me out of the group. I wanted to go and prove to them that I wasn't scared, but my stomach was telling me to not go. I just felt like something bad was going to happen that night. They all left and didn't come back. The next day I went to school. There were a bunch of police and took them away for questioning. Rumors spread quickly, so apparently the night after leaving my house, the other new boy that joined the group was dared to get out of the car and yell at the 2 armed clowns to get its attention. The clowns started running towards him. Instead of taking the new boy back in the car, they drove away and left him. He was in the hospital in critical condition after the clowns got him. Good thing I followed my gut because I knew it could have been me. What started off as a small lie, but then snowballed into this is my life now. I joined Tinder after I moved from New York. I wanted to go back to dating and meet new people in town. I have no expectations at all. I was just having fun, really. One thing I did was sometimes I would lie to impress the guys I meet because I won't be seeing them anymore. Me thinking it'll just be a one-time thing or a one-night stand, who knows? Anyway, I met a cute finance guy who is a runner, basically does marathons. I don't know what I drank that I blurted out that I run too. The moment that sank into my head, I was like, oh God, I don't run. The last time I ran, I was probably in 7th grade. He bought my BS. And he was just shockingly impressed, and I loved the compliments, so I kept going. I guess I said things that sound believable? Well, that backfired when he invited me to San Francisco Marathon. Like, wow, perfect timing, right? I prepared myself for 4 weeks to run 26K miles. He bought the tickets and handed me over a matching shirt on our 5th date. I thought I was gonna die, but lo and behold, we both finished the marathon together. Now we run every morning with our 3-year-old in his stroller, and next month we will be celebrating our 7th wedding anniversary. What is the most disastrous wedding you've ever seen? It was my cousin's wedding, who lives in Mexico. This is a long story, but I will try to make it short. It was going well until the half of the reception when a couple of old Mexican guys barged in and was looking for someone. They started a crowd, so I went close to see what was happening. A couple of uncles blocked them and told them there's a wedding and is probably at the wrong address. The old man kept yelling the groom's name, and the groom came forward and asked them who they are and what they want. He told the groom he is the father of Natalia. Bride was confused. Who is Natalia? The groom said he doesn't know any Natalia. The old man tried to get the groom to fight after denying it. He said he is a monster because he left his pregnant daughter alone and he is now getting married to someone else. We were all shocked. Then the bride started panicking. The uncles told them to leave and they will take care of it. They started throwing in chairs. I guess he messed with 2 wrong families. We went back home to the US the next day because my mom was trying to avoid the drama. What is something your ex did that backfired on them horribly? My boyfriend of 5 years and I decided to live together after having a baby. Right after that, I rented a Dodge Hellcat to surprise him and also for us to use. Since he didn't want to use this car, he used the Hellcat most of the time and I used his old Honda. After being together for 5 years and him not having plans to marry me, I gave him an ultimatum. Sadly, he didn't propose to me. We have a 2-year-old, and he just left us. He told me he won't pay child support too. After just 5 months, I learned he proposed to a girl who he said was just his friend. When he moved out, he took the car with him and said he would return it after he moved all of his stuff. He texted me saying it's his car, and I can keep his Honda. He blocks me everywhere, so I told my friends who works at the rental company that my ex stole the car I am renting. So she filed for a police report. Good thing before we broke up, I took the papers from the car. So when the police caught him on the freeway, he had nothing to show proof. So he was arrested. Went to jail for 7 months. Then was charged with felony auto theft. Then I hired a lawyer for child support. He was ordered to pay $700 every month. Never imagined I would do this, but glad I did. People who separated divorced within 1 year of getting married. When did you know it was a mistake? Getting married again wasn't the option for me until I met my ex-wife on a business trip in Miami. She is from Russia, and she is 10 years younger than me. I extended my stay when she agreed to have lunch with me. Things got really good that we stayed connected until I left back home to New York. On the 3rd trip back to Miami, I made her meet my kids. I thought everything was fine, but my kids kept telling me that she is a gold digger. That time I was alone and my kids are in college. My ex-wife was keeping me busy and happy at the same time. I liked the attention, so I brushed it off. When we got married, we were doing great, thinking it will last until she started demanding to buy a bigger house in Miami. My credit card bills started to be absurdly high. She also got her family move into our home when I visited my kids in New York. My kids and I came home to Russians yelling in my home. She moved my kids' stuff in the storage and moved her brother's stuff in. I was furious and told her she crossed the line. I filed for annulment after 2 months of marriage when she told me that I should put her in my will as a 100% beneficiary and write my kids out. Good thing I let her sign a prenuptial agreement. She is not getting anything from me. What's the best Christmas present you've received? My parents were just growing up, so obviously my little brother and I never celebrated Christmas, never received gifts, and never experienced Christmas dinners. My parents never cared because they were busy doing their business inside our home. When my parents are away, we would go to Melissa's house, our neighbors, to eat and hang out with her kids. They treated us like family. Well, it didn't take long when police officers and CPS came to our home. I cried hard that time, screaming, not wanting to be taken away. Melissa ran to the street in her pajamas, barefoot, held one of the officers, and told them that they will take us and that we will be safer in her home. The CPS told her that they will need to go through the process. Few months passed, and Melissa successfully became our guardian. On Christmas Day, they gave us Christmas gifts. I opened it. It was a teddy bear alongside a certificate saying that they officially adopted us. I burst into tears and hugged Melissa. They all cheered, cried, and I have never received that much love. It was the best Christmas gift I received in my life. Am I the bad guy for getting my boyfriend arrested and deported because he cheated on me? I, 25, female, got my cheating boyfriend arrested. We live in an apartment, and since I make more than him, I trusted him to take care of anything around our home, including paying the bills and doing grocery. He lost a good-paying job because of the pandemic, and I stepped up to provide for both of us because I loved him. Anyways, my boyfriend has been cheating on me for 5 months with his coworker. I found out through a secret account he made on Instagram where they message each other and share explicit images. It honestly broke my heart. But one thing that caught my eye reading their texts, she is thanking him for gifts he can't afford. That's when I found out that he has been stealing money from me by buying gifts for his side chick. I have a decent job, and I don't normally look at my bank account unless it's a big purchase. I confronted him, got into a big fight, and I didn't feel safe and wanted him out of my house. He was refusing to leave, so I called the police on him and he was taken to the police station. He was held for a long time, and I was notified that he received a removal order because he is not legal in our country. So am I the bleep calling the cops on him? And yes, I knew he was illegal, but I didn't know he would be deported. What's the most unexpected request you received from a customer? I run a small flower shop in our town. In 2015, John was one of my loyal customers. He and his 2 young daughters would stop by every other Sunday to pick up a bouquet for his wife. He did that consistently for 3 years until he passed away after losing his battle to cancer. Well, he handed me a check and a big box of handwritten letters. It was a lot of money. And when I asked him what it was for, he told me that when his time comes and is no longer around, he wants me to send flowers and deliver the message to his wife every birthday and Valentine's Day and the graduation of his daughters. I honored John's request every year, and it still touches me every time I have to fulfill his order. During the pandemic, my shop was forced to close down, but I made arrangements with my supplier to deliver flowers to me for John's wife's birthday. Unfortunately, a week before her birthday, John's wife, Betty, and their daughter passed away from COVID. I delivered her last flowers to her grave and continued on delivering it to her daughter who survived. What's the biggest lie you ever told as a child? After my sister passed away, my dad disappeared. My mom told us that he will be gone for many, many years, but will eventually come back home. She said that Dad got a special job offer in another country. We were patient in waiting for him until I started to believe that he had abandoned us. Over time, I stopped longing for him and accepted that he was gone from our lives. She tried her best to keep our dad in our hearts, but days, months, and years passed by where we turned sour. One night, my mom revealed to all of us that Dad had not left to work abroad, but had spent all those years in jail. The real story was far more heartbreaking. What's the worst thing that happened on your wedding day? 2 days before our wedding, we dropped off my fiance's 6-year-old daughter at my parents' house. We needed someone to look after her. His daughter is mixed and had black curly hair. The day of my wedding, my mother tried to call me many times, but I was too busy getting ready. I listened to her voicemails and she expressed her frustration doing the daughter's hair. My mother is white and never had an experience with taking care of black hair. I called her back to ask if everything is fine, and she said she took care of it. My family almost missed the ceremony. Before I even walked down the aisle, my maid of honor told me to see my mother. Then I saw my fiancé and mother got into a heated argument. He explained to me that my mother shaved the head of his daughter. His daughter was crying nonstop because she was so upset. My mother tried to defend herself, saying doing her hair was too complicated. My fiancé didn't like it and couldn't take it to see his daughter cry and bald. His daughter had a beautiful hair, and my mother, out of stupidity, just shaved everything. He didn't like how she treated his daughter. He backed out of the wedding after my mother refused to apologize. What's the most disrespectful thing someone ever did in your home? My dad's friend asked to rent our beach house in Florida. He said he wanted to take his family for a quick getaway. My dad, who was too nice and can't say no to anything, happily said, sure. He even requested to turn off the Ring cameras so they can have privacy. When they left, they didn't bother to text my dad until we got a call from our neighbor asking if we were moving out. My dad was confused and asked more. The neighbor said he saw my dad's appliances being loaded in a truck yesterday. My dad immediately told my uncle to drive to the house as soon as possible, and the neighbor called the police. My dad called his friend about what happened to the house, and turned out he rented our home to someone else. My dad was furious, and the friend even charged those people. My uncle arrived, and he said they destroyed the place. He said the house was almost empty. They took some of the furniture, and worse, they messed up the bathroom floors and all the rooms. They took our expensive appliances too. There was no way to track the people who did it, so my dad took his friend to court. Good thing the neighbor's front camera caught all of their acts and is going to be used in court. What's the dumbest rule your school ever enforced? The high school girls' room was going through too much toilet paper, so the dean, a woman, stood outside the door and distributed a few squares of one-ply toilet paper to us as we went in. If she noticed toilet paper on the floor, our ration got cut down. There were several episodes of girls stuck in stalls until friends could beg for more toilet paper because of period messes or unexpected bowel incidents. The dean wouldn't even hand it over, so she would go in the bathroom and pass it, a square at a time, over the door. If you didn't catch it as it fell and it landed on the floor, well, that's your fault, and you're not getting any more. If you used more than she thought necessary, tough luck, go to class with bloodshed on your body. It took about a week of extremely angry parents coming to the school and calling both the school and the school board, but we finally got our toilet paper back. Unlimited. How did we celebrate? By wrapping toilet paper around her car, of course. She eventually resigned due to the students' endless bullying. What is one secret you have never told your parents and still don't plan on telling? I left the Philippines for work to provide for my family. I have been working here for almost 10 years. Within those years, my parents and my whole family thought that their son is a respected surgeon in Spain. I brought my whole family to Spain for a vacation and gave them the best experience I could ever give. I splurged most of my savings just to make them happy, give them designer bags so they can show it off to their neighbors and to relatives. In my country, I used to work as a surgeon at one of the country's best hospitals. My parents spent a fortune in order for me to go to medical school and helped me to migrate to Spain. And if I tell them my secret, I know they will be disappointed. My parents always show me off to my relatives that I am successful in Spain, when in reality, I am actually a hospital janitor. I clean floors, bathrooms, old patients' rooms, you name it. I work 2 jobs here in order to provide for myself and my family. People treat me differently here because I look different regardless of how fluent I am in Spanish. And even though I am a doctor in my country, I break down into tears every time I hang up on our calls. I'd rather keep the secret to my grave than tell them that I am a failure. What did you find out about your ex-husband only after you got divorced? My husband and I got married in our early 20s. I struggled during the first year of our marriage due to some childhood trauma related to my mother's death. I thought getting married early would fix that internal issue, but it got worse. Just 6 months of marriage, it was already falling apart. Throughout those times we were apart, my ex-husband joined Tinder and was sleeping with a few girls every week. He was going on dates, too. Throughout our marriage, he was able to keep 2 girlfriends at the same time. None of them were able to track me because I never carried my husband's last name in my socials. Marriage lasted for 2.5 years. Just 3 months after getting divorced, I learned from a mutual friend that he had 2 girlfriends and told him that we were in an open relationship. He also told me that he married one of his girlfriends, and that mutual friend met the new wife months before we got divorced and were already planning to get married while he was still married. No wonder he was halfway committed to our marriage until we stopped trying. I watched it fall apart while he was already building a life with someone else. 3 years after the divorce, I am still dealing with my childhood and my... What's the worst gender reveal party you've been to? I was hired to photograph a couple's gender reveal party at their home. It was last minute, but made an exception since she was the daughter of my mom's friend and she lived 20 minutes away from me, so I put her on my schedule. This is their second child and they wanted to capture the moment and make it special. She invited my mom and we both got there and I talked to the couple for a bit. Wife wanted a girl and dad wanted a boy. They shared to me how they wanted it. They had an interesting and the most unsafe setup I've ever seen. The plan was for the wife to assist the soccer ball filled with color for the husband to kick. The wife threw it, then the husband accidentally kicked it to the wife's direction, kicking it too hard. It hit the wife, and the color powder exploded all over her face. The ball was supposed to explode the moment you kicked it. After hitting the wife, that is when it exploded. Talk about luck. The worst part of it is that he jumped out of joy and celebrated with his buddies. Popped the champagne bottle, hugged his mom while the poor pregnant wife was crying, removing the powder. I felt bad because it was a disaster. I gave her a discount and tried my best to salvage the photos. What is the cringiest thing you witnessed in public? We were at a Brooklyn park in New York when a couple of people started setting up what seemed to be a marriage proposal. My boyfriend and I were just chilling at the park, so we wanted to witness it because we both found it sweet, being proposed to with a nice spot in New York. Anyway, guy stood there, the girlfriend walks towards the guy went on his knee, the woman gestured to stop him. We thought, oh no, it's going to be a disaster where she will cut him and say no and leave him. But no. Woman ran to her friend, grabbed her tripod, pulled out her phone, and set up her camera to film her proposal. And she told the guy to do it from the top. My boyfriend told me if this is really happening. She said yes, wore the ring, and then grabbed her phone and asked the guy to do it again so she can film a close-up shot of her with flash on, blasting the poor guy's face and the proposal so the guy literally asked her for the second time. After wearing the ring, she was focused on her phone for a good 10 minutes, then she hugged and kissed the guy. We both guessed she was an influencer because that was terrible. Am I the bad guy for secretly bringing my kids to Disneyland without my stepkids? To give you context, my wife had 4 kids before we got married, and I had 2. My son wanted to go to Disneyland for his 10th birthday, and I said sure. I calculated the expenses like the flight tickets, food, the hotel, etc. It was a lot, and I'm likely to go broke after that trip. But I have said yes to my son and didn't want to disappoint them, so I secretly booked a flight for the 3 of us. Yes, without my wife and stepkids. I even had to open a separate bank account so my wife won't see the bills. I told my wife that I will take the kids to visit their grandma in Phoenix, Arizona. She agreed and didn't ask any more questions. I told my kids it must be kept a secret, and they understood. We got back home late at night, and I told my kids to hide their toys the next week. We were watching football in the living room, and one of my stepkids noticed my son's new stuff, and my wife asked about it and where he got it. Before I was able to say anything, my son said it was gifted by his grandma. She moved on. I feel bad for lying, but at least we are not in debt and my kids are happy. That's what matters to me. People who got engaged, but it didn't last till the wedding. What happened? I proposed to my girlfriend of 6 years. We met in college, and I knew she was the one for me. After college, we moved out of state together in hopes of pursuing our dreams in New York. A year after the pandemic locked down, we decided to move back to Austin. We temporarily lived at my dad's house while we planned our next move. My parents have been divorced, so he had more space. My fiance works remotely and most of the time stays at home and helps my dad with his projects. Just 3 months after moving in, my fiance got pregnant. Shortly after that, I proposed to her. I wanted us to get married before the baby comes, but she said it was just too stressful for her and that we can wait. The wedding was delayed many times, maybe like 4 years, but within those years, she fell pregnant again. We have a total of 3 kids. I guess the delay was a blessing because I found out that she has been cheating on me with my dad. And I wasn't the father of our 3 kids. Those 3 kids, who I thought were mine, are my dad's. They're not my kids, they're my step-siblings. To this day, it disgusts me to think of how both of them can do such a thing. I moved out, and she stayed at my dad's. They're now getting married this July. None of my family will go as well. One day, I decided to break up with my girlfriend. The timing just wasn't right. I was only 20 years old, played drums in 5 different bands, wanted to party, had a full-time job, and was a full-time student in an aerospace engineering program. I called her and asked if we could meet in the science building. As I saw her walking, I took a look at her for the last time as my girlfriend. At that point, I began reminiscing about our relationship, the ups, the downs, how it began. I thought she was walking. I dated her because she was marriage material. Absolutely beautiful, very mature, yet super playful. Any guy would want her. Her laugh was contagious. I loved her. I'd hate to see her cry. It's gonna be hard to find someone like her. No, not hard. Impossible. But at least I get these next 3 to 4 years to myself, and I'll have to find another woman as perfect as her to spend the next 40 years with. I'm 28 now. This woman is now my wife of 3.5 years, currently carrying our first son. My son wasn't mine. I found this out about 18 years ago. He was 3 when I found out my wife cheated on me with my best friend. I was devastated. We got divorced, and my ex didn't suffer any consequences. The court doesn't care if the kid is your biological child or not. You have to pay for child support. My ex intentionally quit her job so she could get more money. After 6 months of this, I reached my breaking point. At that time, a friend of mine joked that I should just leave this country. That's when it hit me. I am not going to spend the next 15 years of my life carrying for the bad decisions my ex made. I started to plan my exit. I took out all the money from my bank account and sold my car. I never said a word to anyone except for my mom. She knows where I am, and I'm sure she won't snitch. I bribed my way into a third world country, which is nice people in good environment. Here, I teach English at a school in a village. I am also married to the most amazing, kind, feminine woman I have ever met, and we have 2 daughters together. She knows about my past. My disrespectful husband let a girl sit on his lap. Now he's threatening to leave me, so I did the honor and packed his things. My husband has been very close with his best friend's sister, Lola, 18. Well, my husband would often talk about her and tell me how he had seen her grow up. Lola seems very fond of Ethan. I remember when we were dating, she would ask to come along on our dates. When we announced our engagement, she asked my husband to better not forget her after being married. Soon, we moved to a different state and kind of lost contact. Now Ethan's best friend came to visit us, and Lola came along too. The moment she saw us, the first thing she said was how hot my husband had gotten. Then, throughout their state, Lola would go to the house. Lola would just ignore my presence and be way too close to Ethan. I told Ethan that it was looking a bit inappropriate, but he said that Lola is just a bit childish. Well, on their last day, we decided to host a dinner for everybody. When everybody sat down for dinner, Lola came last. She then said, "Oh, there is no seat." And then she just sat on my husband's lap. Everybody was surprised, and Ethan said laughing, "Lola, stop acting like a kid." Lola started laughing, saying it was a joke. I was so angry with the disrespect, but I didn't want to say anything bad, so... The girls in my class refused to admit that looks matter to them in relationships, so I used the weird kid in class to prove my point. I'm in high school, and the other day we were having a class about relationships and consent. One of the questions asked by the teacher was, "Boys in the class, hands up if looks matter to you in a partner." Every single guy put their hand up, with mine going through the roof. Catch me ever mingling with a beluga. Teacher went on to ask the same question to the girls, and none of the girls raised their hands. The teacher started to go into a speech about girls being less superficial. I interrupted, saying I believe every single one of them is lying. All the girls started calling me a misogynist. I shouted, "Jessica, you see Roger over there? If Roger could make you laugh and treated you like a princess, would you date him?" For context, Roger was one ugly dude. He had an underbite which made his jaw stick out. He had a larger-than-life nose, acne all over him, and overall just had the facial structure of a deformed alpaca. Well, when I asked this, Jessica couldn't answer me. "Thank you, see?" I yelled. "Veronica, would you date Roger?" She shook her head silently. The teacher tried to get me to stop, but I didn't stop until I had every girl reject Roger. Boyfriend accused me of being a gold digger. He has no gold. I live with my boyfriend. We are poor. We live in a box flat with a bathroom so small that I can take a poop, wash my hands, and take a shower all at the same time. I work 2 jobs to keep us afloat. I'm a bartender at a club at night and a hairdresser by day. He's an Uber delivery driver who only works 3 hours and spends the rest of his time investing in crypto. Our landlord has increased our rent recently, and I've asked for his financial help, but he says he's put his money into investments the government can't touch, and by that he means crypto. I told him we don't have money for investments. We need housing, gas, electricity, water, and food. He told me that all I talk about is taking his assets and that I'm a gold digger. I was so taken aback that I had to ask our roommates, Master Splinter and the Teenage Ninja Roaches, if I heard that right. I told him that I work in a club, and if I wanted to be a gold digger, I wouldn't be with him, but with the men I meet in the club. I wouldn't be spending my evenings trying to figure out how to make dinner with a pack of Kool-Aid, a tumbleweed, and a singular kidney bean I found in our cupboards. He asked me if I could go somewhere else because he needed space. But we live in a one-room apartment. Where am I supposed to go? I accidentally ruined my son's life. My 16-year-old stepdaughter brought up allegations that my son had abused her repeatedly for several years. I confronted my son and he categorically denied it, but I knew that even though he was my son, I could not defend him for such an awful act. My wife and I reported him to the authorities. My son was arrested in December and held in prison for several weeks because I refused to provide him bail money. He was eventually expelled from his Ivy League college. In the middle of January, my stepdaughter broke down and admitted she lied about everything. She had actually been having intimacy with her boyfriend and was scared the news would reach us. The charges were dismissed and my son was released immediately, but the damage was done. His first girlfriend from college ended things with him. The news spread about the allegations and all his childhood friends have decided to just stay away from him even though I called each and every one of them personally. I have called the school and explained the situation, and even though they sympathized, they said he needed to reapply for the next school year and go through the admissions process again. My son is understandably furious at us. He's moved back home and refuses to talk to me at all. Both my wife and I have apologized to him. I'm scared of my wife and it low-key turns me on. I've always been an introvert. I shy away from confrontation and prefer to be on my own. When my wife and I started dating when we were around 17, it was she who did all the pursuing. I had liked her for like 3 years, but never had the courage to tell her so. So when I finally did, she took charge and asked me out. In fact, she initiated almost every milestone in our relationship. She's an extrovert to the core, loud, fierce, and never backing down, and I love that about her. A couple of weeks ago, I was out with my friends and we were talking about our spouses. My friend made a comment about how intense my wife can be, and without thinking, I blurted out that it kind of turned me on. I immediately blushed and felt embarrassed. When I got home, I started thinking about it and realized how much her attitude and strong nature resonated with me. Whenever she's passionate about something and stands up for it, I find myself feeling a surge of pride and excitement. I can't help but smile like a goofy teenager thinking that's my wife. Today, something happened that brought all these feelings to the forefront. We got into a bit of a fight. She was feeding our daughter, and when I walked into the room, she gave me the nastiest glare you could think of. I was taken aback, and yet I felt this strange thrill. My daughter needed a diaper change, and when my wife saw me midway through doing the change, she thought I was knocking her up. I came home to find my wife and our 6-month-old daughter on the couch. My wife was asleep, and our daughter was next to her. As I went to greet them, I immediately noticed the smell from my daughter. I carefully took my daughter from the couch to change her diaper. Once in our daughter's room, I placed her on the changing table and began changing her diaper. In less than 2 minutes, my wife entered the room. As I greeted her, she glanced at me and then at our daughter on the changing table. Suddenly, she erupted into a rage and started attacking me. Instinct took over and I leaned over my daughter to shield her. My wife kept shouting and hitting me, repeating, "How could you? How could you?" Then she ran out of the room. Within minutes, 3 police officers had me in handcuffs and my wife was accusing me of something horrible involving our daughter. When I asked her what she meant, all she could say was that she saw me doing it. I was arrested but released the next day when the police reviewed the camera footage in our daughter's room. I am divorcing her and going full custody for my daughter. Nurses, what happened when the born child was obviously not the father's? Not a doctor, nurse, but my ex-girlfriend delivered a baby while I was in the delivery room, and turns out it wasn't mine. She was 16, I was 15. All along, I was under the impression that this kid was mine, and time to be an adult. Took all the classes, read the books, worked every night, weekend to save whatever money I could as a 15-year-old. I finally get the call. She is in labor. Luckily for her, it wasn't a long labor, only about 6 hours, but there was a complication. The baby came out with the umbilical cord wrapped around its neck. Doctor assured us it was going to be okay. Baby comes out. It's a light shade of purple, and the nurses immediately take the baby and put on the smallest mask you have ever saw. I was too panicked to ask a lot of questions. They state they need to keep the baby on watch overnight, so I stay in the room with the ex. The next evening, baby is back in the room with us. The ex is asleep, and the same nurse from the night before comes into the room and beckons me out. She states that, at risk of her losing her job, she has to break some harsh news to me. That kid is not mine. She stated that while at this stage it wasn't obvious, Over the next few weeks, it would become clear this kid was mixed. And since both of us were white, it was a high probability that it wasn't mine. What is the best lie you ever told your child? When my daughter was around 5 years old and I was a young single mom, she had this strong desire to go on a vacation. It meant the world to her. She wanted to pack her own little suitcase and explore new places. However, I was facing financial constraints and had a demanding job, making it impossible for me to plan a proper vacation. Luckily, we lived just an hour's drive away from the Santa Cruz Beach boardwalk. So I came up with a plan. I woke her up early in the morning, put her in the car, and started our journey. As expected, she fell asleep shortly after we hit the road. I took my time driving there, making sure she had a good nap. Once we arrived, I woke her up and pretended that she had slept through the entire journey, missing out on a long and boring ride. We managed to find a budget-friendly motel with an available room. She eagerly unpacked her suitcase and neatly arranged all her clothes in the chest of drawers. We were able to spend 2 nights and 3 days at the motel, creating the illusion of a grand vacation she had always dreamed of. Little did she know, we were just an hour away from home the whole time. She fell asleep as soon as we hit the road on the way back, and I was able to pull the same stunt. I am a black man in Japan. A while back, I went on a date with a Japanese girl and we went to a club. When I approached her to enter, the bouncer took my ID and looked at it for quite some time. Pointing his light first to the ID and then back at me, he told me to get off the line. I walked off without arguing. I wasn't surprised. The bar wouldn't let me in because I was black. This has happened to me a million times. However, the girl I was with got really upset. She argued with the bouncer, unable to change his mind. We gave up. After we were rejected from the club, she said, "I don't know why they wouldn't let you in. You were with me." She is missing the point. Can you imagine if a white and black dude went to a bar together in the United States and they don't let the black dude in and the white guy says, "I can't believe they didn't let you in"? We got to a random bar down the street when I saw a sign in Japanese that said Japanese only. They didn't even attempt to hide at this time. I called the cops, and when they came, I complained to them in Japanese so they would see that I wasn't some tourist. Instead of letting me in, the cops said in a super friendly tone, "Well, yeah, the sign says Japanese only, and you are not Japanese." What is a generally attractive trait that you don't want in a partner? Being really good looking. I have a friend with this curse. I call it a curse because it has ruined his life. He is abnormally attractive. Being around him was always like being in the movies. Attractive women would come up between us, sitting at a restaurant and tell him how good he smelled and ask him for his number. He was married to a nice Japanese lady, so he would always turn women down. He was no cheater. She eventually became jealous and convinced herself that he was cheating on her, and they divorced. He loved her, but she wanted to go her own way. He later married a beautiful girl who was a divorce lawyer. She too convinced herself that he was cheating on her. He wasn't. They had a daughter. She started doing dirty lawyer stuff. Every time she scratched herself or bumped into a wall, she would photograph it. She built this case of abuse against him. She pressed charges of domestic violence. All of it was crap, and it was dismissed in the civilian court. This guy was in the military. Military doesn't care what civilian court says. He spent months in the Brig trial. She took everything from him, including his daughter.
Stepmother thinks she owns the house and removed all my family photos. She doesn't know it's my inheritance. My father and I live in my mom's ancestral house that I inherited when she died due to illness. My father got married to his high school sweetheart, Karen, a few months ago. They moved in a week after the small wedding that I wasn't even invited to. Karen came with baggage. Twins, stepsisters, and their 2 chihuahuas. First issue was, Karen wanted me to move to a smaller room since my room has the biggest closet that she needed. The second issue, their dogs leave poops around the house, and the twins wouldn't even clean. And third, Karen removed all the family photos and replaced them with pictures of her and the twins. Karen and I had a heated argument about it. She said that they could do whatever they wanted as it's her husband's house and I shouldn't speak since I was not raised properly due to having a useless mother. I told her that she could pack her things along with her twins because I was kicking her out. She said that I had no right to kick them out of her house. I told her, "Lady, you are living under my roof. This is my house. I inherited it from my mother, and right now, you and your daughters are trespassing. Get out before I call the cops." She was floored and couldn't speak anymore. I found my little brother who ran away from home 10 years ago. My brother ran away from home when I was 14. Apparently, my mother beat him pretty often and disowned him after he broke a new TV while playing football in the house. She said she didn't mean it, and it was just disciplining him, and said that in the heat of the moment. My brother was always one of those troublesome kids, carefree, a little too adventurous, but he had a good heart, and I loved him very much. At first, we thought he would just come back. Then hours went by. We started to get worried. After a day, we started to search for him. We asked around, called the cops, and filed a missing person report. We searched for him for a long time and never found him. His disappearance tore my family apart. My dad blamed my mom, and they divorced shortly after my 15th birthday. The relationship between my grandparents and my mom deteriorated. Fast forward to about a month ago, I got a job as an intern at a logistic company. I'm an assistant as a driver dispatcher. One of the driver's names caught my attention a week ago. It was exactly the same as my brother's. The driver came back about 3 days ago from a shipment, and I'd been kind of observing him, and he kind of looks like my brother. He resembles my dad, and I don't know if I'm the one who's making these observations because I want to, or the resemblance is actually there. My spoiled sister is demanding I give up my company and make her the boss because my parents told her she could. I, 25 years old, have a spoiled sister, 23 years old, who my parents have always babied from a young age. If I had the newest gadget, my sister would throw a fit and I would have to give it to her. When I worked multiple jobs to buy myself a used car, my sister threw a fit and my parents bought her a brand new car that she ended up crashing. Growing up with her was unfair, and I blame my parents for raising her like a spoiled brat. I turned 18. I told myself that I had enough of my family and ended up moving out. Of course, my sister mocked me and told me that my dad said that they could merge my room into hers to make it bigger. I rolled my eyes and told them that I was done with this family. I got a job as a mechanic from a friend of mine. I also had experience since I had practiced fixing the car I bought back in high school. For the next 4 years, I didn't have contact with my family at all and worked long, hard labor at the shop. By the time I was 22, I decided to open my mechanic shop and quickly became profitable through connections and marketing from social media. I finally had something to myself, and I was proud of my hard work. I got revenge on my bully in school. I was relentlessly bullied. 2 girls in particular had it out for me. I was shy, loved to read, didn't do the popular stuff, so I was a perfect Vic. They'd literally torture me by holding me down in the staircase when we were alone and sticking pinboard pins in my arms, legs, and feet. Well, I finally got my revenge. I went to try out a new ice cream shop, and lo and behold, one of the girls was serving the ice cream. I have multiple allergies, including milk and gluten, of which the ice cream shop claimed to be cautious. So I ordered gluten and dairy-free ice cream and set my phone camera up to film the area where the ice cream was prepared because I saw that the girl had recognized me and was certain she'd try something, and she did. I caught her on camera putting a spoonful of milk in the bottom of the bowl and crumbling the gluten, consisting of wafers, over everything, then camouflaging it with the last scoop of ice cream. She put it down in front of me and said, "I hope you enjoy it." I sweetly smiled at her and asked if she could get the owner of the shop because I wanted to thank her for being so welcoming to guests with allergies. I showed the owner the video and told her that I'd like to press charges. She will never work anywhere where she'll come in contact with food again, and she'll have this on her criminal record for years. Here are some things that no one seems to consider in a zombie apocalypse. As zombies gradually lose weight and rot, their pants are going to come off, and they're going to be pooping everywhere like geese. Bicycles. The gasoline will go bad in a few years, and we'll all be relying on bicycles to outrun the shambling herd. Bugs would be a huge problem. Zombies are rotting corpses with flies buzzing around them all day. If a fly eats zombie flesh, presumably that fly turns into a zombie and could infect a healthy person. Now imagine zombie mosquitoes. Who the heck is mowing everyone's lawns? No matter what TV show or movie you watch, the lawn stays immaculate. Number 6 starts at the 5-minute mark after a long pause. My brother's widow hasn't worked in over a year, so I stopped giving her money. Now she's suing me. 1 year ago, tragedy struck as my cousin passed away. The one who took it the hardest was my cousin's wife, Monica. She was left with 4 kids. When my wife visited, we discovered that the house was dirty and the kids were starving. We brought her and the kids over to our house and fed them. My cousin's family was living in my house, and they would pay me rent. I stopped charging rent to Monica. I even gave her a monthly allowance. However, from then on, a saga of me and my wife taking care of her started. My wife had to wake up early in the morning to prepare everyone's meals. I served as a shoulder to cry on for Monica. She also refused to look for a job or help with chores. For an effing year, she did not do any cooking or cleaning. Last month, I finally decided that enough was enough. I told her that I would pay for her therapy and help her find a job. She started crying and saying that she couldn't do anything. I said that I couldn't afford to give her allowances anymore. She called me a stuck-up jerk and ran out crying. A whole week passed without us talking. I was really worried. And then I received a letter in the mail. It was from a lawyer claiming that Monica was suing me. She was claiming that I'd emotionally abused her. Women who gave the creepy guy a chance, how did it go? There was a guy that came into my work restaurant a few times a week for lunch. He had asked me out every time I brought his bill. One time he asked, I decided randomly to agree. I asked him to leave his number on the receipt and I would text him. A few days later, I hadn't texted him, but I got a text. It said, "Hey, it's Steve from the restaurant. Want to hang out?" I asked him how he got my number. He said I gave it to him. I didn't. I told him that I wasn't free to hang out, that I was going to be working. He said, "Why are you lying to me?" Alarm bells rang in my head. I looked out through the blinds in my bedroom and I couldn't believe it. He was parked right outside my house. I could see his face lit up by the phone screen. I immediately called 911. The police showed up, went to his car, and talked to him. He drove away a few minutes later, and then the officers came to my door. They told me that they had acted like random neighbors complaining about a strange car. I went to my friend's house that night and filed a restraining order the next morning. I later found his car had been parked at my house almost every night. Number 8 starts at the 7-minute mark after this pause. What was the best flirting technique someone did to you? 1. A guy told me that he liked my shoes and asked me where I'd gotten them. We were in a bowling alley. 2. It was my first day in middle school, and this kid asked to see my planner. I handed it to him, and he flipped to the contact section and gave me his name and number. I'll never forget how smooth he was. 3. Not sure if this counts as flirting, but he read my favorite book just so we'd have something in common to talk about. 4. We were 15. Opening credits of the movie started. He put his arm around me and said, "If I'm going to start flirting, I'd better start early." Been together 23 years. 5. He said, "I have a riddle for you." Then he took my hand and traced a line down the middle of my palm. This is a river. It is too wide to jump over, too deep to wade across, too fast to swim across, and too long to go around. There's a bunny stuck on one side of it. How does the bunny cross the river? After about 10 minutes of me trying to guess the answer, I gave up and asked him how the bunny got across the river. What word or phrase did you totally misunderstand as a child? When I was young, my father said to me, "Knowledge is power." Francis Bacon. I understood it as, "Knowledge is power, France is bacon." For more than a decade, I wondered over the meaning of the second part, and what was the surreal linkage between the two. If I said the quote to someone, "Knowledge is power, France is bacon," they nodded knowingly. Or someone might say, "Knowledge is power," and I'd finish the quote, "France is bacon." And they wouldn't look at me like I'd said something very odd, but thoughtfully agree. I asked a teacher what did "knowledge is power, France is bacon" mean, and got a full 10-minute explanation of the "knowledge is power" bit, but nothing in "France is bacon." When I prompted further explanation by saying "France is bacon" in a questioning tone, I just got a yes. At 12, I didn't have the confidence to press it further. I just accepted it as something I'd never understand. It wasn't until years later I saw it written down that the penny dropped. What was your "don't tell your mother" moment with your dad? I grew up with an almond mom. Almond moms are basically the ones that eat too healthy and restrict their kids to eating an all-clean diet so they don't gain weight or get sick from processed food. When we were young, we never got to enjoy eating outside. Eating McDonald's, drinking sodas, or eating ice creams were a big no for us, like it is a sin if you do. We celebrated our birthdays with salads, and our bread is made out of baked whipped egg whites. Safe to say, me and my sisters are not getting the nutrients we need for our age. However, my dad just woke up one day and said, "Frick all of this." But at the same time, he didn't want to get divorced or get into an argument with our mom. So one time, my mom flew out of town to visit our sick grandma for a week. That morning, my dad just knocked on our doors and said, "Dress up and meet me in the car." We got confused, and he goes, "Do you guys want to go to McDonald's? IHOP for breakfast?" I can still remember how we were so excited that day, and our dad spoiled us for a week. We even went to Walmart and bought the food we wanted to try. That whole week we ate outside. It was fun. When Mom came back, he would take us somewhere and come back like we just didn't eat at Chick-fil-A. 15 years later, my mom doesn't know about it. Who saved your life without even knowing it? My mother saved my life by cursing me out and making me go to school. It was the day after my 11th birthday, and I wanted to stay home to play my Super Nintendo games. Normally, she wouldn't mind, but that day she insisted I go to school. We argued, saying hurtful things, but she won. At school, I felt an intense urge to go home and cry on my mother's lap, though I didn't know why. After school, my godbrother and neighbor wanted to play the game with me. When we got home, the door was locked, and the key wasn't under the mat. I climbed the back patio to let us in. While they headed to the TV, I went for some cake. My godbrother walked through the apartment, then told us we needed to go outside. He then said, "I don't know how to say this, but your mother was killed by someone." I ran downstairs to call 911, but the operator thought it was a prank and hung up. I called my grandma and then waited outside until the police and paramedics arrived. It's been 26 years since that day, and there have been no arrests. What is something you say to scammers instead of hanging up? 1. I asked, "Does your mother know you steal for a living?" He responded, "Yes, I hadn't planned on that." 2. I once repeated, "Uh-huh, go on," over and over until they got really irritated and then just hung up on me. 3. Hi there, and thanks for calling Fill-in-the-Blank Aquarium. Please be aware your call may be recorded for training purposes. 4. Oh, hang on. Let me get the wife, husband, parent-appropriate decision-making figure. They'll be able to help you. Then just turn the microphone off and go about my day. Teachers, what was the worst thing a substitute teacher did while you were gone? Not a teacher, but I know this was a disaster for my teacher. We had been studying Romeo and Juliet and West Side Story. Our teacher created a comprehensive exam to compare characters, situations, and themes between the two. He spent countless hours ensuring it was fair and thorough. The exam was scheduled for Monday, and he took Friday off, telling us to use Friday's class to prepare. His instructions to the substitute were likely, tell them to prepare for the exam. They already know what to do. The substitute came in and shouted, "Prepare for an exam," then handed it out. We protested, but the substitute was stubborn. On Monday, the teacher was devastated. He couldn't count the scores or grade it. He didn't feel right giving the exam now that we had seen it. All his work and the insights he hoped we could gain were lost. Instead, we spent the day reviewing what we could have, should have, and would have answered. I could really feel his pain. My girlfriend's parents looked down on me when I told them I work in construction and didn't realize they actually work for me. Me and my girl had been together for a year, and she felt it was time for me to meet her parents. Her parents are project managers for a construction company. The meeting initially went well. However, the atmosphere changed when my profession was brought up. Having mentioned that I also worked in construction, they assumed I was a laborer, which was not correct. I wanted to be appreciated for my passion. The conversation became tense when the father inquired about my salary. I responded that I earned $15 an hour, highlighting that it was my passion. They told me I wouldn't get far with such a mentality before praising their daughter's career as a lawyer. My girlfriend defended my career choice. Once in the car, my girlfriend apologized for her parents' behavior. I pulled out my phone to see why it felt like I had seen her parents before. That's when I confirmed that her parents actually worked for my company. A few days later, her parents called her to ask if we could bring them lunch to work. When we went, they offered to show me what they did as project managers as we were leaving. I confessed to them that I was the owner of the company they worked for. They were deeply embarrassed. They apologized sincerely, and I accepted them gracefully. What was the best lie you have ever told your child? My daughter was around 5 years old and I was a young single mom. She had this strong desire to go on a vacation. It meant the world to her. She wanted to pack her own little suitcase and explore new places. However, I was facing financial constraints and had a demanding job, making it impossible for me to plan a proper vacation. Luckily, we lived just an hour's drive away from the Santa Cruz Beach boardwalk, so I came up with a plan. I woke her up early in the morning, put her in the car, and started our journey. As expected, she fell asleep shortly after we hit the road. I took my time driving there, making sure she had a good nap. Once we arrived, I woke her up and pretended that she had slept through the entire journey, missing out on a long and boring ride. We managed to find a budget-friendly motel within the available room. She eagerly unpacked her suitcase and neatly arranged all her clothes. We were able to spend 2 nights and 3 days at the motel, creating the illusion of a grand vacation she had always dreamed of. Little did she know, we were just an hour away from home the whole time. She fell asleep as soon as we hit the road on the way back, and I was able to pull the same stunt. What a perfectly true story of yours sounds like an outrageous lie. My biological mom abandoned me when I was just a couple days old at a gas station. I spent 12 years at the shelter until a couple who couldn't have children took care of me. When I was 18, my foster parents hired a private investigator to track down my biological parents. They did in fact find her and handed me an envelope as a gift containing everything about her. They believed I deserved some truth and if I ever wanted closure. Out of curiosity, I opened the file. She was living just 30 minutes away from us, so I sent her an email about me and images when I was a baby. She replied the same hour asking to meet up. She told me everything. How she gave me up because she got knocked up by a random guy she met at a bar and didn't want to ruin her marriage. She hid her pregnancy and gave birth to me prematurely. She finished it by handing me an envelope with cash and told me to move on and she has no plans to get to know me further. It was a lot more painful than it sounded. So I went to find her husband's work, sent him an email about my existence. He invited me for dinner to meet his family, met my half-siblings, and after dinner, he told my biological mom that he is divorcing her for cheating on him 18 years ago and for abandoning me at a gas station. What do Europeans do that you find really weird? 1. Make people pay to use public toilets. 2. Lacking understanding of personal space. In Germany, I'd be standing in line at a store and the next person behind would be breathing down my neck. 3. I find it a bit odd that everyone sort of agrees nothing happens in August as it's Europe's vacation month. Like, for a whole month, you better not need anything done. Even doctors seem scarce. 4. A lot of European cultures eat dinner so late at night. I can't imagine eating my dinner at 8 or 9 at night. 5. Complain about Americans being loud and obnoxious when French people exist. 6. Open borders. I was taking the train from Germany to France and there weren't any border checks. 7. The bathroom light switch being outside of the door. 8. No ice in the water. I asked for ice in my water at a restaurant in Copenhagen, and the waitress warned me it would be cold. 9. The fact that many can take 2 hours for lunch in the middle of a day, and it is considered to be a norm. Girlfriend being under anesthesia made me realize how lucky I am. I, male 23, never got taken seriously by women. I always ended up getting friend-zoned or got told, it's not you, it's me. I never thought I was ugly, but being rejected did make me feel less attractive. I feel like I have relatively nice facial features. I'm a chubby guy, not obese or anything, just got a bit of a dad bod going on. My girlfriend, female 22, is so beautiful both inside and out. She is honestly out of my league. We've been dating for a little over a year. She compliments me. I honestly sometimes feel like she's just being nice and doesn't truly feel that way, even though it's been over a year. Yesterday, she had surgery. It was 4 hours long and she got put under some pretty strong anesthesia. When my girlfriend was awake, she saw me and said, "It's my beautiful boyfriend," and had a huge smile on her face. The nurse told me that my girlfriend has been talking about me since she first woke up. Then a little while later, she was just staring at me with the cutest smile. I asked, "What are you thinking about?" She said, "Just appreciating how gorgeous you are." Throughout the day, she would randomly say, "I love you," or "You're so handsome." She doesn't remember anything. I think this helped me realize that my girlfriend does find me attractive. I asked my mother-in-law how much she thought I made. She sat there quietly and told me, maybe $30,000 a year? I looked at her with an impressed look and told her that she was in fact accurate. Her face lit up and said that she trusted her gut and guessed how much I made. What an idiot, I was thinking inside my head. This woman has no clue that I will make that in less than a week. But I went on and played along with her games and acted shocked. Throughout the night, my mother-in-law continued to make rude remarks about my income, but failed to get under my skin. When we left, my wife bursted out laughing and asked me why I continued to play along. I told her I had no reason to prove anything and that I could care less what she thought about me. A couple of months passed by and that Christmas gathering was approaching. The first two families arrived at the airport and my wife and I picked them up in the morning. Night came and my wife and I picked up the last two families of our gathering, including my mother and father-in-law. My wife drove her Porsche while I drove my G-Wagon to the airport to pick them up. I made sure my mother-in-law drove with me, and I could tell she was shocked. I discovered the real reason why my husband missed the birth of our first child, and now I'm throwing him out. My husband has a best friend, Anna. They dated years ago and mutually decided that it'd be best for them to be friends. On the day that I gave birth, Anna's brother got into an accident. My husband got a call from her and asked if he could drop her off at the hospital. My husband agreed. A few hours later, I had contractions and called my husband. He didn't answer, so I called my dad, who drove me to the hospital. I was so scared of giving birth alone since I've already had 3 miscarriages. We called him multiple times while I was in labor, and when he finally picked up, I was already giving birth. When he finally came, our daughter was about 5 hours old. I was furious at him and refused to let him see our baby. I told him he'd be allowed to interact with our baby when we go back to my father's home. It was then that I informed him that I would be divorcing him. He started apologizing and defending himself by saying that Anna needed him. My husband was there as an emotional support for Anna. After he learned I was giving birth, they already knew that Anna's brother was going to be all right. He spent that time making sure that Anna was okay. If he really wanted to be there for me, he could have made it on time. Doctors who deliver babies. What's the most intense scene going down between families in the delivery room? We had to delay getting this patient to the delivery room because 10 of our family members wanted to be by her side. After the disappointment of the other members, some of them even threatened to sue me and the hospital for not allowing them. Anyway, we initially prepared for a normal delivery, and due to the delay, we faced complications along the way. The baby got stuck, and the fastest way to get her out was C-section. The patient agreed and begged to do anything to make sure her baby was safe. We had to instruct the mother of the patient to leave, and the husband stayed to support her. After giving her anesthesia, the husband then tried to stop us from performing the C-section, saying that this will ruin her body. He then told his wife loudly that if we go with cutting her up, he will divorce her and it will ruin their marriage. He went on telling her 100 reasons to not do it and gave her an ultimatum saying to choose him or the baby while she's on a delivery bed. Honestly disappointing. The patient then fought back and kicked him out of the room, told us that the baby is more important. We successfully delivered the baby, and both are in good health. I don't know if they got divorced, but that was for sure the most intense delivery I have ever done. What is something that your parents did that you will never forgive them for? When I was 5, before my dad passed, he gifted me a puppy. When my dad passed, Bean and I became best friends. We became close because it was just the two of us. My mom remarried shortly after my dad's funeral, and his family moved into our house. Bean became my safe place. He was a little French bulldog that would cry when we were separated. He had separation anxiety. When I was 8, my mom and stepdad told us that we were moving out of state because of his job. My mom sold my dad's house, packed everything, and threw away all dad's stuff. I held Bean close because I didn't want him to be next. On our way to the airport, while driving the car, he said he forgot to buy Bean's carrier and plane ticket. My mom was stressed and said we had no time and we would be late. I cried and begged and explained we have time to turn around. My stepdad told my mom to just leave him by the road. He forced my dog out of my hands and we drove off. Last time I saw him, he was confused and was crying. He even tried to chase our car, but sadly enough, he didn't make it. What broke me was when we arrived, we were 2 hours early for our flight and we could have purchased the carrier at the check-in. When we moved to the new place, my stepdad surprised my stepsister with a new puppy. Those who have been to a ruined wedding, what happened? Wedding photographer here. The son of the groom hired me to surprise his dad. This was the only gig I did in Washington. It was a medium-sized wedding. Around 40 people were there. Couple was in their 50s. The bride wanted it to be intimate, so they prohibited their own family from seeing them. During the ceremony, the bride walked down the aisle. After she passed by the family, the daughters of the groom yelled and jumped on the bride. Let's just say they had a brawl inside the church. It wasn't so pretty because the daughters seemed so upset about their future stepmother. All of us were confused why it's happening until one daughter cried to his dad saying, "Why would you allow her to alter and ruin mom's wedding dress?" Turns out the dress the bride was wearing was their late mother's, and the poor groom wasn't even aware of it. On top of that, the bride was wearing their mom's jewelry, which made them more upset. They had a talk, and he said she can't use that gown out of respect. But then the bride responded that she had an idea that if she altered the dress, it is a different dress. It ended with the kids threatening the dad to leave the bride. Groom chose the bride, so the kids were really mad. They made her remove everything and took what's theirs. I thought I wasn't getting paid until the son paid me in full to delete the footage. What are the bullies from your school doing now? I had to look her up, and it was quite shocking. To give you a context, she's a big bully. You know that big kid from Bridge to Terabithia? Yeah, the big girl, scary features, and had the audacity to judge every girl at school. Anyway, she used to bully and make fun of the daughter of our teacher, who was a special needs kid. The daughter has muscular dystrophy. On our bake sale, our teacher brought her daughter to school, and since then, she was mocking that poor kid. Every time she sees the teacher, she starts acting up disabled, limping on one side. It was sad and brutal. The teacher would just respond, "Your time will come, Kelly." The big smile and moving on. Years later, I checked her Facebook, and she posted a picture of her own kid celebrating his 3rd birthday. That kid got the same disease as the kid she bullied when we were in middle school. Like, what are the odds, right? I heard that she got divorced by her husband after the birth of their son, still living with her parents and working at Walmart. It honestly blew my mind. Sometimes I wonder if she regrets what she did. Students, what was the moment a teacher acted inappropriately? My biology teacher was going through some rough patches in his marriage, and it started to show in his teaching. He was late almost every day for the first few months. Imagine having your teacher show up late all the time for weeks on end. Eventually, word got to the administration, and he was fired pretty quickly. The problem was he stayed for about 10 minutes after getting fired, making a quiet exit. When the new teacher came in, most of the class was really annoyed because we didn't want to adjust to his new way of doing things. His changes were actually pretty simple, just forget the old syllabus and follow his, which included some new, easy assignments. Even though the adjustments were minor, some students were still angry. One student in particular got really upset because he had already completed all the assignments from the old syllabus. It just goes to show, you can't please everyone. I caught my girlfriend of 6 years cheating on me in the basement with a guy who looked no older than 16. When I caught them, I told them to make themselves at home, have fun, and went upstairs to do my daily things. A few minutes later, I heard them mumbling things to each other in the hallway, and the guy left the house. I was cooking my meal, and after some minutes of silence, she started screaming, shouting, and accusing me of not loving her, pleading with me to show some reaction. She threw things at me, shouted, and cursed. I didn't budge a bit and completely ignored her. After she consumed all her rage, she simply left the house. Now, the thing is, it's not like I didn't love her. I firmly believe cheaters are losers. The only reason they do things behind their partner's back is they are dependent on their partner in one way or another. That is why I believe it's best to ignore them. She just became another person for me when I caught her cheating. It was her choice, not mine, so no need to get sad, even though it may sound cruel. I packed my important things and left the house the same night. In the following year, I made sure to live my best life, got my so-deserved promotion, a fat raise, and hit it off with a girl I met a few weeks after the incident. All that time, I did not block her from any of my social media, so she knew everything in my life. Wedding photographers, what was your "they're not gonna last long" moment? When I was starting as a wedding photographer, most of my clients were my family or my friends from school. It was difficult at first, so I was taking any gigs I could to build my portfolio. A couple in my college who I know was getting married. I congratulated her after she announced her engagement, so she asked me if I was available and if I could shoot their wedding in August. I, of course, said yes right away. During the reception, I saw familiar faces. One thing I was shocked about seeing was the groom's ex-girlfriend. They were high school sweethearts and were together until second year of college until they broke up. Everybody thought they were endgame and highly likely to get married until the ex got pregnant and left college. What I heard was that the bride never wanted to meet any of the groom's exes, but somehow 2 of them managed to be there. During the toss of the bouquet, the ex caught it. All the groom's friends were cheering and hyping him up, even chanting the name of the ex. The bride clearly looked upset and wanted to cry. Already thought this isn't going to last. Just after 6 months, the guy reached out to me messaging me for a gig. I asked what for, and he said for his wedding. He got divorced and is now marrying his ex. Absolutely nuts. What is your backfired story? When I was 14, my parents refused to upgrade anything in our home. Whenever we have something broken, my dad would refuse to work with businesses that have Mexican employees. I guess he got traumatized from one botched electrical job. He asked them to do something that caused a fire in our garage. One time we had a massive leak in our ceiling and needed to change our roof. My mom called a roofing company. They agreed to replace everything. I guess my mom forgot about my dad's beef with the Mexican contractors that she didn't ask if the workers working are white. A van park for Mexican workers knocked on our door and told us that they will do the roof. My dad came home early and was surprised why there were workers on our roof. He called and yelled at my mom on the phone for messing it up. My dad proceeded to yell at them, telling them to stop, even calling the police. The boss came and had an argument with my dad. The boss didn't like the disrespect towards his workers, so he asked them to end the job, and they did. We were close to having a fixed roof, but my dad said otherwise. Talk about bad karma. That night, we had a big storm that came to Florida. Our roof collapsed and flooded inside our home. We lost everything we owned that night. I guess the word got out when my dad called every roofing company and all of them said no. Americans, what is something that Europeans aren't ready to hear? 1. Americans have big portion sizes in restaurants because we have a big leftovers culture. While some people will eat their whole meal, it's completely normal if you don't, and you'll be offered a box to take it home. There isn't really a big expectation to finish your meal at restaurants. 2. Stop trading insults with us by saying school shootings and then dropping the mic. Many of us are also horrified by the gun violence in this country, but are using horrible events to win an argument about who is better. 3. We're not uncultured. It's a 10-hour flight to a foreign country. We can't just drive over to another country for a weekend getaway. 4. Europe is more racist than the US in many ways, but it's not politicized like it is in the USA. I have Black American friends who've been told they can't eat inside certain restaurants in Europe, which would never happen in the US today. The 30th script starts at the 29-minute marker after a brief pause. Many years ago, I worked in a small coffee shop on a university campus. Work was great. We had fun and loved the owners. Unfortunately, after 2 years of working there, the old owner retired. New owner came in, put up multiple cameras, and used them to creep on the girls. They were all university students of 17 to 21 years old, and they would get extra shifts if they went home with them. If you argued back then, you got your work hours cut down to the bare minimum. A couple of months in, he decides that he's going to change the uniform. Our uniform was just a loose black polo shirt with a cafe logo, black pants, and closed shoes. Standard coffee shop staff attire. He decides that the uniform will change, but only for the girls. Now the girls will wear a midriff top with the cafe logo and low-rise pants. The boys will still get to wear the old uniform. We argued that it was unsafe. Hot coffee and plates of food next to bare skin, and got told too bad, so sad. Staff got together and hashed out a plan. The first day of the new uniform, the girls showed up in the old uniform. The boys showed up in the midriff tops and the low-rise pants. The new uniform policy lasted an hour. Boss was not impressed. No one lost their job because our coffee shop was right next to the law faculty. One of the students had already had a conversation with her lecturer about what was going on. I'm pretty sure that if we'd been fired for non-compliance with uniform, the boss would have found himself in far more trouble. What is the best case of you just tried to scam the wrong person that you've witnessed? As a gullible 30-year-old, I met a really cute man that seemed to like me. We started dating. His car broke down and he asked to borrow $80. I loaned it to him and he returned it. About 6 weeks later, his mom had an emergency and he needed $400 and asked to borrow it until the next payday. I loaned it to him. Then I found out he had a live-in girlfriend and child. She came to my work and tried to beat me up for trying to steal her boyfriend. I broke up with him, but I tried to get my money back. That wasn't happening. He kept trying to get back with me, but I found a note that he had written about how much money I had in my checking account. He didn't realize it had fallen out of wherever he put it. So I decided to beat him at his own game. I asked him to meet me for lunch at a restaurant. I had stashed a dear friend of mine at another table within earshot and vision of what I was doing. I had handwritten a small loan agreement with interest that I told him I needed him to sign for me to rebuild trusting him. The sucker signed it thinking it wasn't valid. My friend witnessed it and signed as a witness. I then took him to small claims court, asked for damages and court costs. What's the most embarrassing thing you did as a kid that you think about to this day? When I was 11 or 12, if I had a crush on someone, I would go find their parents in the phone book, look up the phone number on white pages, find their address, and then in an attempt to impress them, I would repeat back to them their parents' names, home phone number, and address. I was literally a serial stalker, and for some reason, no one ever reported me. When I was like 7 or 8, I was staying over at a friend's for a sleepover, had to go to the bathroom late at night, but it was down a super creepy dark corridor and was too spooked. Friend suggested I pee in one of his baby brother's diapers, and I was so desperate that I did. His mom came in to find me holding a soaked diaper with piss all over the floor while Steve was laughing hysterically. There was this one guy in geometry that was constantly making fun of me. One day, after I couldn't take it anymore, I pulled out my phone and acted like I was talking to snipers who were trained to follow around people who had been mean to me. I still cringe myself into a ball whenever I think about it. What is the most badass thing your parent has ever done? It was 1989 and miniskirts were all the rage. I was sent home by a security guard at my school for wearing a short skirt. Mind you, it reached my fingertip test. Even though it technically wasn't too short, she said I should not be wearing that. So I went home, and coincidentally, my dad was in the kitchen. He happened to take the day off to deal with some other matters, and he asked, "Why are you home?" "Hi, Dad. I was sent home to change out of my skirt because it's too short." My dad said, "You will do no such thing." And he grabbed his keys and took me to my school and yelled not only at the security guard, but the vice principal and some cheerleaders whose skirts were way shorter than mine. The security guard and VP both were telling my dad that the boys will get distracted. My dad, "This is not Saudi Arabia. I did not move to the US to have my daughter be told what to wear. And those boys need better parents. I left the Middle East to give my daughters a life of freedom, safety, and opportunity. Not this." I honestly have never seen him so angry at someone in my life. He was a gentle soul, a cool dad, and quite funny. What's the worst thing a guest ever did in your home? After my mother passed away, my older sister and I got the opportunity to buy her house. My older sister wanted it, so I gave way. But then I later found out my older sister and her husband, who were 40 at that time, didn't have the money to pay for it. And her husband said no because they are barely making it financially after having 4 kids. So my fiancé and I were able to purchase the house because my fiancé and I have savings and have good credit scores. To surprise her, I invited her family to our house. I shared the news over dinner. At first they sounded happy because the house will stay in the family since our mom took care of the good garden and did great renovations. We told them we were looking to move to our mom's house next week since we just closed on the house yesterday. Then my fiancé wanted to grab more beer, so we left them in our home. When we got back, our brand new couch was slashed using a knife. Our fridge was dented, glued the door to the fridge, poured blue paint across the carpeted floors in the living room, smashed our TV, and hammered the windshield of my fiance's new Range Rover in the garage that he got 2 weeks ago. Good thing we had cameras in the house. We called the police and we pressed charges against them. My fiance ended up taking them to court. What happened to that one kid who always slept in your class? Grade 7. He slept partly because he didn't expect to be doing any work. Sleep helped pass the time. I sat in front of him and knew he was hiding behind me. I puffed myself up to conceal him as best I could. Even on tests and exams, he didn't even put his name on the paper. It remained blank until collection. He didn't put his name or anything else on handouts either. His notebook was blank. After a while, the teachers treated him as though he was stupid. Then they treated him as though he wasn't there. He slept. He got older. Things didn't change. That was decades ago. I saw him at a wedding a few years ago. He remembered me trying to hide him, and we laughed about this. I told him I was a high school teacher now, and he laughed until tears formed. He said that by grade 7, he could no longer tolerate being inside. He couldn't stand sitting still inside a classroom, so he slept to make the time go faster. He only wanted to be outside, so sleeping was his passive-resistant solution. So what is he doing now? He co-owns a multi-million-dollar excavation company complete with all the newest equipment. He owns the company along with his younger brothers. I just looked up the company's website. My old friend is an operator and planner, but mostly he operates them. What are some guy secrets girls don't know about? When people come crying to us, our first inclination is to fix the problem. If we tie down anything in the back of a pickup truck or trailer, it's physically impossible for us not to stand back and say, "That's not going anywhere." We really do think your hair is good. It looked good before and after you got a haircut. It looked good curly and it looked good straight. It looked good when you woke up and when you made it. As long as it's shaped like the hair we gave girls on stick figures when we were 5 years old, we think it looks good. I'm a girl and I found out through the years that when guys say something, don't think too much into it. Like, what's the hidden meaning? Don't overthink it. Guys normally say stuff that should be taken at face value. They're not. When you see a guy you don't know or kind of know but don't really know well enough to talk to walks by, you give a subtle nod of your head, which they return. We desperately want you to toss us things instead of just handing them to us. I like hugs. I'm not staring at you. I'm zoned out thinking about how I'd start a brewery in medieval England whilst my eyes just happen to be facing your direction. When did you know something is very wrong here? Feeling turned out to be true. Airlines pilot here. One day we loaded up passengers and cargo and everything, and we were ready to taxi. I noticed that the nose of the airplane seemed to be higher than usual while we were sitting on the ground. I told my first officer about it, and he agreed. We double-checked the weight and balance, and everything seemed to be right. I decided to just taxi out towards the runway and see if the wheel struts would go back to their normal positions during taxi. They didn't. Still felt weird to me. Something wasn't right. I told ground control we needed to go back to the gate. Called ops and told them we're headed back because I think something isn't right with the weight and balance. After we got back, I asked them to check how much ballast we have in the aircraft. It's verified on my sheet as 500 pounds, but I have a feeling. Turns out, yep, they forgot to put it in the plane. So, had we taken off, the center of gravity would have been out of whack, way past limits. It could have resulted in an airplane that was impossible to control. That was a day that I was really pleased that I had so much experience flying to give me that feeling. And that feeling could very well have saved my life, along with others. How did you find out your significant other was cheating on you? Dated for 2 years until one day, out of the blue, she says she's not happy anymore and breaks up with me. It sucked, but I figured it was for the best if she wasn't happy. About a week after we had broken up, I saw her at the bar with some guy who she sheepishly admitted she was on a date with. Later that night, I ended up standing next to him ordering drinks. He apologizes to me for the awkwardness. Yeah, it's just weird since we've only been broken up for a few days and she's already dating. He pauses. A few days? She and I have been seeing each other for like 3 months now. We stared at each other for a second, and then my ex comes running up to pull him away from me. He shrugged her off and told her to go after herself, and then left the bar. That's how I found out my ex had been cheating on me for 3 months before apparently guilt took hold and she broke up with me. I bumped into the guy a few months later and talked about it. He thought she was just really flaky, but after speaking to me, it just all clicked for him. We recalled the times when he couldn't reach her because she was with me and vice versa. I'm happily married now, and she had to move home to live with her mom. Guys of Reddit, why did you reject the pretty girl? I accidentally turned down a girl I had a massive crush on in middle school. I'd convinced myself she was the one I was going to end up with, marry, etc. Turns out she actually liked me too, and her brother would literally walk past me at school and yell, "My sister likes you," but I just assumed he was trolling me or something. Well, one day we were on the train home after school, and her friend suddenly and mysteriously disappeared to another carriage, leaving her and I alone together. She asked, "Hey, I was wondering, do you have a crush on me?" As she leaned in hopefully for my answer, how did I react to the situation? I started rummaging through my school backpack pretending I was looking for something, and changed the subject to some dumb thing that my brother did on the weekend. She leaned back in her seat and looked visibly disappointed. Now, why did I do this, you ask? Because I'd heard the statistics of how unlikely relationships were to last if they started at that age. So I told myself we weren't ready yet. I was going to wait 5 more years until we left school before I made my move, because then it would last. I told myself, of course. I waited so long that she eventually lost interest, and we drifted away. What made you nope out of a friendship? I realized 90% of our conversations were them talking shit about other people and being extremely negative. That energy rubs off on you. Also, in a sense, this friend wanted me to fail, if that makes sense. Like my celebrations weren't really celebrated, and they got a sixth sense of pleasure at me being knocked down a peg. She had a crush on a guy friend of mine. No biggie there. Plenty of my friends have dated each other. We were hanging out one day, and I went to change my son's diaper and left my cell on the table next to her. When I come back, she randomly says she's gotta go and leaves. Okay, sure. I grab my phone and it's open to text between me and that particular guy friend. I didn't have a password at the time. She had scrolled back pretty far too. I called her out on it. She said she just wanted to make sure him and I were really platonic friends and him and I didn't have a thing going on. She could have just asked. Nope, right out of that one. Oh, and we weren't in high school. We were in our 30s. She was a one-upper. No matter how long a day I've had, hers was longer. Her schoolwork was harder. Her back pain was worse. I went to Tennessee, she went to 11C. What's the biggest secret you've kept quiet that could have ruined lives? My grandmother always told us her dad was a firefighter who had a heart attack at age 35 and died, and her mom had told her whole story down to the exact street corner he had the heart attack on and died. Never thought about it. Except it did seem a little strange that no one else in our family had any history of heart disease, much less an early death from it. When she was dying of cancer, her last wish was to be buried next to him. But she didn't know where he was buried, so I told her I would try and help. I did a bunch of research and found out that he actually didn't die of a heart attack, but instead just left my great-grandma, moved to LA, remarried, and had a new family. He died there some 30 years after my grandma thought he did. I never told my grandma that her dad abandoned her. Her last memories of him were good ones, and she ended up in an orphanage after that. So he really did have her life over. I'm curious to meet this new family, but I don't think they'd be interested to know he never divorced my great-grandma, so his marriage to their mom was never actually valid. What's the most refreshing act of I don't give an F that you've ever witnessed? One day at my old job, my old boss called everybody together because the upper management decided to cut some people out. This old lady overheard it from the bathroom, and then she zoomed out of there, grabbed her stuff, and left before she could get properly fired. She then called the HR to tell them she was getting her paid vacation that was on hold, and hung up the phone before she turned off all possible contacts, like cell phone and emails. Then she took 30 days of paid vacation, plus 4 days of paid sick leave, plus 29 days of abs. In my country, the law says you can be absent for 29 straight days without being fired for just cause. When she came back, she was properly fired without just cause and got all benefits like unemployed insurance, etc. Engineer was getting a lot of pressure put on him, lots of overtime the last couple of months. At a meeting, it was getting bombarded with questions and a lot of hostile comments from management. He stopped for a few seconds and said, "I'm out of here," and walked out of the meeting. The project came to a screeching halt, which lasted 2 months until people came up to speed. What is a green flag you've experienced on a first date that made you want to have a second date? She came to my door and my puppy got excited. Without skipping a beat, she scooped up the dog and asked where the three of us were going. That was 19 years ago. Puppy is gone, but we've stuck together through hell and back. First date, she was driving us to a spot to go hiking, about an hour's drive. We're talking and talking, but every once in a while, we wouldn't be talking. And it just felt so comfortable and not awkward being silent together. The date was supposed to be just getting a drink or two. We stayed until the place was closing down, and even then the date wasn't over. We watched Donnie Darko, and he made us cookies. We've been together for almost 10 years, and married for 5. He took me out for coffee in a place that he made me choose. When I got there, he was already waiting, and the way his eyes shined when he saw me was really adorable. We ordered and played chess. His hand was shaking. It's been a year and counting. I asked if she wanted to go to McDonald's and split some fries because that's all I could afford at the time. She said sure. We talked a long time and split a large fries, and she was so chill about it. She wanted to be with me. Anywhere would have been okay. I knew if she was willing to go out with a broken, struggling, met my husband through a random roommate's boyfriend. I had met him a few times at this point, and he spotted me unloading groceries from my car. He insisted on helping me carry everything in, and even just unloading everything onto the counters while asking about my day. It was incredibly easy to imagine dating him all of a sudden because I had a tiny glimpse into what my day-to-day could look like. Joke's on him, though. I now refuse to carry groceries out of principle. A man I worked with asked me for my phone number. We had already been working together for a few weeks, and a mutual attraction was evident. I pointed to the bulletin board behind him. It's on the wall there. I know, but I want you to give it to me. I don't think his intentions could have been more boldly nor charmingly stated. We moved in together 3 weeks later and are still in love 25 years. When I was 10, I received a love letter from a boy. It contained a flower inside, and at the bottom of the letter, he wrote some cheat codes for Mortal Kombat for me. He knew I was always playing the game on my Sega. I'm British, and I came over to the States on a temporary work visa to do one ski season with Vail Resorts. I was bartending on a mountain restaurant, and a couple of snowboarders come in. What industry secret does your company not want people to know? I worked at L'Oreal. The cosmetics from L'Oreal and Lancôme are practically the same, but Lancôme costs like $20 more. I work at Shein. Most people don't know this, but if you become one of our product reviewers, we give you an $800 gift card to shop anything on our site. What's the dumbest thing someone has ever told you? I was going 30 miles per hour in a 30 zone. The police station is on the street, so I'm always super cautious there. Anyway, an officer pulled me over and claimed I was going 50. I got his dash cam footage. Clearly showed me not speeding. But part of the footage, you can see the police officer going 40 miles per hour to catch up to me. Someone defended the officer by saying, if you were really going 30, then why did the officer have to drive 40 miles per hour to catch up to you? I'm like, Dot, I'm going to assume you're joking here, but by some bizarre circumstance that you're actually being serious, in order to catch up to anything, you have to go faster than it. If I was going 50, he wouldn't have ever caught up going 40. What was the strangest rule you had to respect at a friend's house? I was around 8 when I went to a friend's place for a play date and asked for a cup of water. My friend's mom pulled out one of the biggest glasses 8-year-old me had seen and filled it to the brim. I was only used to the small plastic cups at this stage, so not used to such a large amount of water. After drinking just over a quarter of the glass, I went to go pour it out because I didn't want the rest. I was full up. My friend stopped me and said that we weren't allowed to pour out water. We had to drink it. 8-year-old me thought that was weird, but looking back, sure, good way to teach kids not to waste water, especially here in Australia where droughts are so common. So if I wasn't allowed to pour it out, what could I do with it? I thought I would just leave it for later. Friend once again stopped me and explained I wasn't allowed to leave it. I had to drink it all. I said I wasn't thirsty anymore when her mom walked in and told me that water wasn't allowed to be wasted in this house and I better drink it all. Like right then and there. If you want water, you weren't allowed to leave it and come back later. You had to sit there and finish it. 8-year-old me tried to argue why I couldn't leave it for later, and the mom got pissed and had me sit at the kitchen bench stool and finish this massive glass. I sat there grumpily for ages trying to finish this thing so I could go back to. What's an moment where you realized you've been doing something the wrong way for years? When I was 5, a Pizza Hut employee told me that the powder on the breadsticks was called fairy dust. Ordered extra fairy dust on my breadsticks until I was around 14 when an employee said, "Do you mean garlic salt?" It still devastates me to realize how obtuse I was. It wasn't very long, but when I was learning to drive, my dad was explaining the rule of thumb regarding a safe distance to be behind the car in front of you. I thought it meant to hold your thumb up, and if your thumb didn't cover the entire car, you were too close to it. When he caught me doing that, he asked me what I was doing. When I explained, he burst out laughing, then considered it, and concluded it wasn't a bad idea, but perhaps a bit distracting. A couple years ago, I was trying to open some toothpaste and had to break the seal of the tube. I used to look for something like a nail to break it. Then one day, I looked at the pointy end of the cap and thought, what if I could use this to break it? And oh, it did fit and broke it effortlessly. And so did every other tube product I had in the house in their respective cap. My mind was blown.
I say this every time I have to mow a lawn, but literally, mowing lawn is the most wasteful, miserable task human beings are expected to do on a regular basis for no pay, except for, I guess, ones I don't know about or am forgetting. Like, it's comedically bad. You take a big, horrible, loud machine that belches smoke and you drive it over the plants you deliberately keep in your yard whenever they look too happy and alive, and the machine hurts them and cuts down the flowers and kills whatever tiny animals are hiding in the grass that can't get away and kicks dust and dirt into the air, and when the area you're using the machine on looks like bleep again, you're done. Our kid has gotten really into age-appropriate sci-fi books, and has been full of odd questions I don't know how to answer in a way that wouldn't make her feel weird for asking them. Today, I overheard her walk up to her dad and ask him where we keep our oxygen tanks. He asked, "What?" "Oxygen tanks for the house," she clarified, and without skipping a goddamn beat, he casually answers, "We don't need those. We're on a grass planet." And he carried on to explain how Earth's surface is covered in plants, and that the plants produce all the oxygen we need. And she was glued on spot listening, eyes wide, when he went into detail about how photosynthesis works. No parenting class would have ever prepared me for having my kid ask me why we don't need artificial oxygen storage, nor would it have ever crossed my mind that the right answer to that is not on this planet.